when most of these mid laners are banned out. Because you're playing into Pango, the pushback, you also can blink into the arena, blink out of the arena if necessary. Something fast for mid one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate that at all. I think that's a good option. What else could you possibly do? You definitely... I mean, unironically, I wouldn't hate Primal Beast either in the mid lane. Wouldn't be too bad. The theory is still there, you know, like you can, in theory, stop the Rolling Thunder if you can catch it, but you can also catch him before he does it too, which is, I think, what I've seen more frequently, is beat him down there. So, is that a mid one hero though? Doesn't really strike me as one. Tundra just might not be much of a Primal Beast team in general compared to a lot of the other teams we've seen.
Didn't play it so far in the tournament. He's been mostly playing Puck, Storm Spirit, Pango. Did play that one game on Quap.
But I imagine the Quap, if you have that data, is probably getting banned. Definitely force them into a situation where they have to pick something new here. I think Tundra is taking a big gamble here by bringing this Doom into the game and the Visage. It kind of feels like too much of a good thing.
Yeah.
Tundra will also see the full lineup. This Alchemist, they are banning out position 4 heroes right now.
There's the Quap. Bye-bye.
Because if they got... Okay, because there's going to be Snapfire that I did mention earlier. It's going to give them team fight paired up with Mars.
Crazy combo with the egg as well. Like, you've got Kisses, Arena, Egg, all popping off at once.
It is. I think they rounded up draft nicely. I'm just a little worried about Alchemist because he's going to be playing into Doom.
It's like... You don't have 2 cores this time, right? So you're going to put all your net worth on this Alchemist, and as you mentioned, if he gets doomed, that's the ideal situation here. But, you know, the mid one hero, oh, we love to see it, you know. Like, I don't think he plays the Primal. This used to be good against Pango, back when Pango was just an agility hero. But now he's a universal hero. And when he was an agility hero, he got bursted very easily because the burst damage, and Tiny back then used to do more damage, and I don't think a single one of us here has a nice thing to say about Tiny at this point of the tournament.
He just doesn't. He's a prime candidate for a rework at this point. His entire reason.
Alright, welcome back to Pgl Wallachia 2024 season 2. I'm sorry about my voice. I'm not feeling good today, so I'm just trying to the draft here. Tundra Esport, we have 3 Visage, White Monk, Clockwork, Saxa Doom, and Set Shadowfin, mid 1 Tiny. Meanwhile, BEASTCOAST, we have Lampy, Pangolier, Peg, Alchemist, Moose, Phoenix, Whisper, Mars, and Elmisho, Snapfire. Please enjoy.
The big one is going to be Lumpy. Lumpy is going to be playing into Tiny and his early rolling Thunders, or will need to be rolling over Tundra in the these mid-game fights. Also want to see what the build's going to be. We've seen a lot of Diffusal Blade from the mid as well. So I think they have a good chance, but I'm going to lean again towards Tundra because this Doom is just going to remove a lot of your net worth on side of BEASTCOAST.
Yeah, so about that, obviously the Doom, as you said, picked up to deal with the Alchemist, the win condition.
I definitely think the lane's going to matter a lot, and you just doom him and problem solved. So he's going to have to be very careful on how that happens. But I think in this game in particular, the side lanes, this Tiny, I don't like it, but the side lanes have to do well.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. And now we're off backstage with Nomad.
"30 seconds to showtime."
I always remember how foolish you looked.
The game is on. Radiant on one side, Dire
Thank you very
on
much,
the
Nomad.
other.
Yes, we're ready to get into the action of game
Visage.
2 here between Tundra and BEASTCOAST. And yeah, the question is, do you think Tundra's going to have a bit of a better shot this game, Fod? Because last game, they didn't get to do a whole lot. They suffered.
They need to at least get a win, and then if they do, of course, this has a purpose to do outcomes through this game. But they have to go because that was the last. The just were so devastating so fast, especially those side lanes, that the game they didn't even get to play. Right, the Sven in particular, you heard it from Moon. He didn't really want it. It ended up going quite poorly. This time they are playing with 33 on his literal best hero that he's been dominating every single game on. And they do a little bit of a switch up. We'll see if it's overcooking, as the kids say, with the Doom as this position 4, but you can see the outlet that he wants to be able to do.
And what do you sort of make of the last pick, you know, for the panel? They're not the biggest fans right now of these kind of tiny last pick mids. I mean, do you sort of see a chance for mid one to pop off this game, or do you think it's going to be difficult?
Definitely doesn't look the easiest. I also like to reference like old things, because you know sometimes this does come back very relevant. You know, we saw the TA versus Puck matchup be very relevant. It's a Tiny versus Phoenix. Phoenix has traditionally, as a support, just been one of the hardest counters versus Tiny throughout all stages.
Because you just can't hit.
You can't hit the egg.
you can't
hit, period. And your percent-based damage versus a very, very high HP hero. So we'll see how mid one ends up doing. Because, yeah, this hero just has not been looking the greatest in these last couple days.
And talk to me about this bottom lane, because last game 1, you were very impressed with what BEASTCOAST did with the duo. Once again, we get Whisper on the mark. This time it's with a snap, still a very strong lane support. Is this the setup again for BEASTCOAST to have quite the explosive start down here?
Definitely, but this lane is way better from Tundra. They don't have a Sven Shadow Demon, which doesn't really have a purpose to be able to pressure. Shad, on paper, should have a better time, but we'll see. Because BEASTCOAST, they played the lane so damn well this last game that maybe they could do it again, especially because they're playing with the Snapfire that I've been loving this hero. This full bore is absurd how much damage you can do. And he does go for Shredder in this lane. There's two different approaches. You can go for playing to kill the cogs with Shredder that I've seen sometimes, and just playing on that type of advantage, or you can play for Cookie and going for Burst Hero. So Soxa will take a big nuke. It should be fine. And the thing about the Alchemist too, which he did go for the extra gold. So he's able to start with the salve early on, which I've been seeing more and more people do when you're playing versus Visage, is just start with all this extra regen and ensure that you can tank through these first early soul assumptions, because that just allows you to stay in the lane. Now this big burst though, Soxa did get a mana burn creep as well, which is going to give 33 a lot more to be able to spam.
Pike should be fine.
The kill.
They're sitting on stick charges. I mean, this is the one thing, of course, I feel like in a lot of these Visage games, we do kind of see Bayern. They get first blood very early on off the smoke play. That's not happened here. No. So whatever goes down, it's not going to be one of those starts to the game where Visage is just zooming ahead in net worth from minute 0.
Yeah, no, definitely not. But 33, we've seen what he does. He can just rotate and make lots of kills happen because he's a bit crazy. But we'll see if that ends up even happening, because I don't know if he wants to really do that roaming kind of style. Even if he sees opportunities, then you leave the Alchemist lane, right? You're giving him an opportunity to just play the lane. So 2 salves actually purchased for Pike, I believe it was, inside this laning phase, and now he's bringing that range drop. So first few levels, he is getting some farm, but they're not killing 33, of course.
They're getting through it for sure. BEASTCOAST here, this first few waves.
And Shad is doing quite well bottom.
Yeah, should be definitely a game where, compared to what he was able to do last game, it should be easier this time around for him. Make sure he's able to get away.
Knockback.
I mean, yeah, Whisper making some nice plays here to keep El Misho safe, and he'll succeed.
I don't think that Ray's connected because of the rebuke there. That was nice stuff. Mid lane is dead even. That's the other thing too. When I see the Tiny pick, you want to pick this hero to like dominate lanes, but I literally haven't seen it dominate lanes anymore. Even versus Puck, which it used to have that really good matchup, I saw the Pucks coming out even or ahead, even at TI, which is pretty crazy.
Sure. Lumpy's feeling confident as well, already dropping some tips down the way of mid 1.
Pango's also been a pretty absurd hero in any game. I feel like I haven't seen a single game where I'm like, man, that was a bad Pango game. Right, this hero just feels like it fits almost every single game, and this is a double wave that Lumpy's been able to build in mid. He missed the money creep though, unacceptable. But yeah, this hero has so many cool builds. I mean, now it's been the Diffusal rise, but it just feels like this Thunderbolt facet is completely opened up to it being picked in almost any scenario.
Lumpy messing with the fortification as well, trying to stop mid one getting the CS top lane.
No,
they're going to get the first blood here, and it's going to go the way of Pyke as they catch Saxa in the trees.
Oh, they're definitely feeling pretty confident off that one. Their lane top is going super well. Bottom is farming great church. Oopsie. Courier does go down. All three lanes looking good right now for BEASTCOAST. Lumpy even bringing it to mid one.
He's got stick charges and fairy fire, so should be fine. He's also going to get the refuel with Saxa respawning. So time down bottom. Tundra, they'll be able to find out Misha.
This lane should be the strongest one on paper for Tundra. Clockwork Possess have tons of kill threat whenever anybody does walk up. Whisper, it's getting put low, but mid, he does get the kill alone.
Gets the kill solo.
Without ulti. What? Tiny is a 0 armor hero, so this physical damage is pretty crazy when both of them connect, but still, that is an unacceptable error coming out.
Especially, yeah, he had the bottle charges. This was just after Midbon got a free refuel by Saxa. He still had charges. It must have been sat in the lane, not at full HP.
Lumpy is just, that is just a clear outplay. There's no other way to state it. Level 7 now on the Pango, level 5 on Tiny.
They want to dive in for Pyke. I mean, Pyke's going to start getting aggressive himself, but the wraparound is coming in. Shad turns up with Whitemon. They should easily get Pyke here with the numbers. Well, I say easily. He's still alive. I'll do it. That's a good job Saxa had that, otherwise he might have been able to walk away. Rotations have come in. Lumpy trying to make them pay. News. Tanking a few raises. Saxa wants to dive in to finish off the job. He'll get the double. So he can get out here. Lumpy's turning towards Saxa. Scatter blast from Almisha connects. So BEASTCOAST, they will manage to find some kills in return for that aggressive play from Tundra.
Super aggressive from Tundra. Misha even going in position to potentially look for a Wisdom steal or maybe block some. He has no words actually, so it looks like he's just going to be an attempt for a steal, but it's scouted immediately. Super aggressive play, but yeah, BEASTCOAST, they get a trade, which I think you're pretty happy about when you're playing versus Visage. Lumpy also, he got his mana burned, otherwise it would have been maybe a potential another kill. And Lumpy, speaking of him, he's in this area for
they're looking for the steal, but there are 3 members around it for Tundra. Lumpy thinking about getting a Roll of Thunder out, but the cogs are already blocking him off. Tundra have 33, securing the Wisdom Rune and securing the kill with a Soul Assumption. So
money.
BEASTCOAST not going to get away with trying to invade and take that away from Tundra.
And 33 getting that bonus gold. He's almost 6 as well. He has the drum. So his timings, they're not bad by any means, but he did not get that usual acceleration that he got out of Visage in most games. Alk is getting pretty decent farm. And it's not going to be some crazy build. It is going to be a normal Radiance build as mid one. Toss. Lumpy is looking okay. Yeah, he's got the swash. 3-man gank to set up for the Pango, and he's able to get himself out of it. Birds are online. Mid one making a quick heads-up move. He's got max toss.
Whisper's turned up. They're going to get the arena down onto the 2 of the 33 very low. They get the concoction thrown out. BEASTCOAST, this time they turn up, they make sure they lose nobody, and they get 2 huge kills, taking out both 33 and mid one.
What a rotation from Whisper, but mid one not even using the toss to throw anything. He didn't even cast a spell.
And now in the mid, Lumpy, he might find a kill 1 versus 2. He's chasing down Whitemon.
Whitemon.
Okay, he gets the kill, and with the remainder of the haste rune, he's going to get out. BEASTCOAST once again here, already showing signs of just outplaying Tundra, and Tundra making some mistakes once again.
And Lumpy gets the double refill, so he gets the double bounty rune bottom that he takes away from the side of Tundra. He might even gank Shad. He's got Rolling Thunder. Is there going to be backup for Shad? He needs it.
Is there going to be any backup for him? Yeah. I don't think so. TPs are coming in.
They're outcoming now.
I'll see if that's...
BEASTCOAST will back away.
Yeah, mid one's able to step up, get the burst combo onto move. So this time, Tundra keep their core safe, and we'll catch a support kill.
As soon as the Spark of Courage switches from damage to armor, you can see the SF's just way too tanky. He has 21 armor under the tower, so that physical damage actually wasn't there for the Pango.
Could be in trouble there if they find him. 20 seconds until Chemical Rage.
They should have him here.
Yeah, they
Avalanche
should surely.
is on cooldown a second.
So good concoction, gives him a bit of time. Is it going to be enough to allow him to get the ult back up? No, not at all. Tundra, they're surrounded. Quick move from there through the twin gate, straight into Pyke's face.
Bonus money too for the Visage. Can look to pressure this tower here. Trades going out all over the place. Bottom again, Saxa.
That's a good cookie.
I love this aggression. Both sides are playing very fast-paced this game, which is a treat to see because we have seen a lot of these slower-paced games. But 14 kills, every 10 minutes. Mid-tower in jeopardy, though. And although they do get that rotation that works top, mid one is having a pretty dreadful game.
Radiant's mid-tower could use
Bottom of the cores. Definitely not the easiest game overall when you look at a Tiny. Usually it's like, yeah, they pick it to burst a single target like a puck, right? That's kind of the main one ever that we've seen. Who's his main burst target? Pango is not fragile. Pango's a pretty tanky hero.
And the supports aren't either, right? These are supports that are, you know, relatively tanky.
And if you don't kill these two supports, then you put yourself into a very dangerous position versus either Supernova or versus the Kisses. Micho is almost 6 as well, so they're going to have extra kill threat with the arena soon. It's a lot of team fight that BEASTCOAST has prepared themselves with an Alchemist draft. Lumpy. Stalking Soxa. Also making the play bottom for Whitemon. They're going to throw the arena. Whisper doesn't have full mana, though. Ooh.
This is the spam, but it's all good. Kill's still a success.
Seen better days. Radiant's gone and fortified their structures. The Dire went and fortified their structures.
Fast rotation. I mean, Micho immediately TPs to get the stacks going for his Alchemist, and his Alch is close to that Relic. No funny builds today. I know we saw that Mjolnir yesterday that did not end up working out too well.
Radiant's bottom tower is a pretty sight right now.
He's fishing for Saxa. Their TPs are coming in. Whisper's got to be careful.
Whitemon is 6.
He's got a hook shot at the ready as well. Moose is going to drop the Supernova. Kisses are coming in, so Tundra.
Nice hook shot.
They have to use the hook shot to get away.
Good disengage. That's 2 ultimates used there from BEASTCOAST.
Still the tower going down, though.
Bottom towers.
You're not able to hold on to that.
And they're the ones applying pressure so far here. Blink's finished up on Whisper. Alchemist is getting to sit back and farm. Feels quite good here for BEASTCOAST that they're able to get all this. And mid one, he's got Phase Soul Ring, but his timings are going to be very slow in comparison to this Pango, who I believe, is that the Diffusal done? The Diffusal is finished already, Owen.
Mid one's life's going to get harder now.
The mana burn is going to be very pesky for him. And it's a 1600 HP Pango as well, so bursting him is just going to be very difficult. It's mid one. Gonna try with 33.
So if they can burst through him.
So tanky. Whitemon's coming in.
Lumpy should be able to jump out of this. Oh, he can't actually. Yeah, Shad landing the raises.
Can they chase for more? At least chase for a tower or some potential extra kills with Soul Assumption. Let's see. Good one.
Tier 2 might be a bit too much to dive into. Okay, never mind. They want to do it.
This is deep.
They're going in under the Tier 2 tower. Elmisha's still alive. They'll finally get him, but it does cost them Whitemon's life in return.
Just trying to get any of these extra Soul Assumption kills for 33. They do get a couple of them. Nice aggressive play that gets him back into the game a little bit here onto mid one. Halfway to the blink now after those moves. And an instant smoke. They have Doom available. They want to find this out.
He's sticking around there on the Tiny.
Oh, mid one. He stuck around?
He wanted to clear up another wave. Ends up the BEASTCOAST. They're going to look to try and clear up him. Backup does come in. Dive forward. Can mid one get away from this? He's ticking down. He's going to fall.
And now Soxa came in.
He tried to bail him out. Get the Doom off. But indeed, Soxa will die. They get Whisper. It's messy, but it's working.
They get a couple extra kills. And their ideal move was to move and find the Alchemist with this Doom, though. The downtime with Doom is 2 minutes. They end up getting some of these kills, but that was a bit of safe in a second. Help people. Lumpy.
Oh, Whitemon straight into the creeps that were right in front of him. Still get the cogs onto Lumpy. That might be enough. It will.
Okay.
Works out.
That was a bit of a weird kind of exchange that we had coming out, but we do see 5 lasting presence stacks on Shad, and the damage is good enough to be able to bring down Lumpy. Even though the hookshot missed, that was very awkward, but ends up working. That was kind of weird exchange. Pyke will say thank you, though, during all of it. He's like, good job, guys. You tanked the spells. You tanked the Doom. I've got my Radiance. I didn't have to worry about any pressure there. Mid one continues to struggle a bit, but he will find an amp damage now for this next rotation.
Very close to the pipe here as well for 33.
That was wild. This pipe is going to be nice. This pipe versus both of these supports is going to be pretty relevant for sure. We're seeing Soxa. He really wants to get this Blink Dagger. He wants to get that outlet to be able to just jump in and find the Alch at some point. 60 seconds, no Doom. Is there going to be any move that Beast Coast wants to do, since they do have their ultis up? But they've already claimed the 2 main tier 1s. So what Beast Coast's next move is going to be. That was a stolen wisdom rune, right? That they did. So Tundra was able to sneak in and grab that one. They are going to smoke. So Doom on cooldown 20 seconds. And they do have all their ults, as we mentioned before. Massive wombo combo coming out on the side of Beast Coast.
Some bounty runes as well there for Whisper.
Mid one's got Blink, so a decent recovery. And lanes be in a pretty good position here for Tundra. Sucks and might actually just end up walking into them, though.
Of course.
Well, it's a catch, but not the biggest one that Beast Coast would have hoped for.
Oh, and he switched his build up. So he had the Blink queued, but I guess because mid one got his Blink, he ended up going, you know what? I'm going to go Crimson Guard. See if that ends up...
Okay. No, I like that. You know, the sooner they get the Crimson and Pipe duo online for the team, it's going to be pretty clutch in the team fights.
That's for sure. Could make it very difficult for him to find the Doom target versus this farmed Alchemist, though. And that is really Sox's job, is Doom Alchemist in this game, so... see how that ends up working. Whisper. Ooh. Fingers. Lumpy finds himself a regen. Mid one. Still has his amp damage. Potentially wants to look for something here, but Beast Coast just playing together, not giving him an opportunity.
He wants to go, but it's under this ward.
They'll get rid of it.
Was
How's Shad's BKB looking? He is getting pretty close to it. Gonna be very relevant when he's playing versus these big wombo combo ultis that we were talking about. Trying to get that timing. And they are hunting right now. And they find Lumpy. His TP's on cooldown still for 20 seconds. He's being sneaky. They saw the heart, I'm pretty sure, there. They saw that shield crash in the fog. Mid one in the meantime, mid. Just throwing out some harassment, Lumpy.
Yes.
Juking and jiving. 5 seconds for his TP. Should be able to hide and TP out, surely.
Does he TP or do you roll TP?
Oh, maybe now he does get caught.
You need to... he's gonna get doomed. He's dead.
I can't believe that chase ended up working out for them. It does take them some time, so you see the gold lead did go up to 4K for a second there, but Visage Soul Assumption will be able to get that extra bit. Mid one trying to potentially get another grab, but as we said, these are not fragile supports. Can he get the courier? No.
That definitely sort of feels like the life of Tiny this patch. You jump as support and you do like a third of their HP and you're like, oh, what can you do?
It's a 1500
definitely why some people aren't huge fans of the hero right now.
Yeah, or 1600 HP snap, 1400 HP Phoenix with a mech. Yeah, not the easiest of targets to go for. What's Whisper got? Same build as last time. He's got that Yule's finished up. So still a 3K lead on the side of Beast Coast, but Tundra in a pretty good spot here too. The BKB is about to be finished for Shad. It's just, will they be able to withstand that big team fight when it comes out? And will they get the Doom on the Alchemist? It's going to be the big question. Pike?
Oh, they're going to be on a walk up, but he gets the ult up. Saxon trying to get a position. The arena gets dropped down. They get the toss back on towards Pike. Pike turns with a concoction. Bursary 33. Only Lumpy catching onto the two of them. They're in on the mid one. Mid one, he's going to get chased down. He's got the shield ring giving him some safety, but the Yules is there to set up into the spear. They'll find mid one as well.
That was a very bold, without Doom, walking into this Alchemist. That is...
I kind of sort of skipped a beat there because I assumed they had the Doom. I was like, okay, they're walking up. Sax is ready to go. He doesn't have it.
That hurts a lot, to be honest. Like the timings that they were looking for to pressure this out, you just gave them a free one. 2,000 plus gold.
It was a rough, but it seemed like a move in which they were just kind of hoping and praying that the out would just not press Chemical Rage. Because
that was weird.
I feel like that's the only way that have ever worked. Pike able to easily walk out of that and continue farming. We'll see it again here.
Yeah, because like it looks like they're like, oh yeah, we got Doom, but they don't have Doom.
They don't have Doom.
He's perfectly fine if the team is there. And they were very, very prepared.
Yeah, not even close to bursting through Pike without the reliability of just shutting down that survivability with the Doom. They didn't have it.
Like, if they have SF there, perhaps. But Shad is just nowhere in the realms of even being able to follow up. He's literally 4,000 rate away from that fight. That was a bit of a strange, over-aggressive play that Tundra went for, and that's going to hurt a lot of the momentum that they were building up. They were keeping the game fairly even. It was only a 3K lead for BEASTCOAST.
Which was kind of like just the natural Alchemist advantage, but that was a rough one. But now they do have, you know, Saxon does have the Doom back online, so maybe now they could try again. This time with the Doom.
Yeah, let's see if they can find Pyke. Ultis are going to be on cooldown too from BEASTCOAST, some of them. We will see Lumpy having his backup, of course, but he is low on resources.
Here we go. This is round 2 with the ultimates.
Look at Moose's positioning, though.
Radiant's top tower.
Oh, he actually just moves out of the way. They might be able to find Pyke because of it. Oh! Ships passing in the night. Pyke hiding. Radiant's turned off, but they've spotted him.
They're going to go for Moose first.
Come on. Trying to slow him down. He's got Mad to back up, though.
The hook shot. Whisper comes in with the arena trying to block him off. Chad's trying to step up with the BKB. He can't really get close enough to do anything with this BKB, though.
Pyke's able to walk away. That's a BKB usage. They have to get something out of it, but this is dangerous.
I mean, Lumpy's going to fight.
This is very dangerous.
And they've got Kisses coming in as well. Tundra, they've got to be very careful about how they back out of this situation as Lumpy starts to play around with them with Rolling Thunder. This was going to be fine.
They sustained pretty well versus it.
Buyback
roll didn't do too much.
Got the buyback from Moose.
Moose. They will take the Wisdom Rune away.
Burst frame, he does have Supernova available. Moose, is he going to get it off?
He gets it off, 20 HP.
Lumpy jumps in, they got the diffusals on him. It will good spear back on towards 33. Whisper pushing 33 back in towards the AoE with the Supernova. He goes down. Pyke does get caught by the Doom, but he's pushing on, chasing out mid one. Pyke will fall, but it looks like BEASTCOAST, they're getting a big cleanup indeed. 4 dead. Shad tries for the TV, but the cookie's there from Misho. BEASTCOAST, they're going to get the team wipe.
3 down.
Over-aggression punished by Tundra sticking in the area versus all these ults. They try to kill Moose. What, he survived with 20 HP, I believe it was, to get the egg off. Oh, what a play.
And just great moves around it. Yeah, Whisper getting that fantastic angle to just shove 33 back under the egg.
Beautiful team fight from the side.
I'll see it again here.
And Tundra were asking for the fight.
Absolutely. At this point, Tundra, they could have bailed out, but they see this chance for moves and they want to try and commit for it.
It was literally 20 HP, right, that he dropped. It was something like that, 15 to 20.
And at this point, it's full retreat. But mid one, he's getting slowed by the defusal. 33, as I say, gets pushed back. And Saxa also getting clipped on the edge there by the Supernova. The Requiem's off to the side from Shad. It barely tickles anyone.
It's too scary for him to walk and get involved into it.
BKB was obviously still on cooldown after that earlier attempt around the Wisdom Rune.
It ends up hurting a lot that he ended up using that BKB from earlier. He can't actually walk in. I don't think he contributed much of anything inside of that fight because he didn't have it up. Whisper, in the meantime, did have to use Arena to be able to get himself out, but and now they've blown the game open. A 9K lead.
Yeah.
The Tiny's game has completely shut down. Visage's game has been slowed down. And after Misho gets a triple kill, I'm wondering what he's going to itemize for. He actually almost has a Crimson Guard himself on this snap guard. So that damage that's going to come out from SF and Visage is going to be quite limited. They will be able to dispel it if they do get the Doom applied after the Crimson block does get put down, but either way, that's going to be problematic, because as we've seen, they have to throw quite a bit just to kill one of these cores, and just like last time, they do have damage just from everybody else.
They do. They do. Yeah, it doesn't matter if Pyke gets doomed, as long as the rest are able to fight alongside him. He will probably die, but
if they can doom and burst him initially, that's the way that they want to be able to take those fights. But if they doom him and it takes a long time to bring down this Alk,
he's still able to do his job.
Yep, he still does a ton of damage even while he is doomed. Misho, this is a pretty big kill.
Yeah, it should be pretty dead.
A lot of money too, because he is so rich. So 33 gets 1,000 gold for this kill.
The Radiant's courier.
Let's see what they want to go for next, Tundra. They have their ults back up. The Doom's there to Saxa.
BEASTCOAST, they've got everything at the ready as well. And so far, the execution in their fights have just been that much cleaner. Lumpy is starting to get pretty scary too. They're gonna be able to get a rush though. This is a nice move. Playing versus big ultis, tend to want to have an Aegis, and Shad will have the reliance of this now for at least one of the lives. Now he can play a bit more aggressive. When is Soxa gonna go? I'm still just waiting. I'm waiting until he queues up the blink on. Okay, he did now. They do need this on the Doom. Because if you throw out the Doom too late in the fights, it doesn't feel like it's gonna do enough. I feel like they need to get an early Doom onto this Alchemist.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom
We find top. This ward from Tundra could do quite a bit of work as well in the enemy jungle right now too. It's been up for about 2 minutes. They've still got 4 minutes left on it, and they did just see a bit of Beast Coast heroes around that area. Soxa will show, but he will be able to find the D ward.
Radiant's top tower's hurting.
Beast Coast all together. Can't believe how far the snap is. I still just keep clicking on Misha and I'm like, my goodness, he actually has the Crimson Solar.
Dire structure's looking fortified.
Could be super problematic. I mean, they're going to smoke.
Yeah,
I think they've got quite a bit of timings here. I believe that Ags is finished up for Lumpy too.
And both teams, I mean, it's just overall, right, the team fight of Beast Coast.
It's tremendous.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. It's just the Aegis maybe could counteract a bit of it there, but this fight from Tundra has to be perfect to find these backline heroes, to find that Doom on the Alchemist.
If they're getting jumped, it's never going to be easy for sort of Tundra to reset and take the fight on their own accord.
Mid one. Scouting for a rune. Their smoke's going to break. A ward gets put down. They see the Tiny for a second. Mid one.
Whisper's walking up. He's going to jump over the back line. Saxy's going to drop the Doom down on towards Whisper.
That means
for Whitemon moves. He's going to be able to get the Supernova. Can they kill it? They're focusing the egg. They'll kill it off. The egg's gone. But the rolling thunder though for Lumpy, and it's allowing Pike to just beat into the heroes. So they're taking out the both of them. Pike with his BKB's ready to start stepping up for more. Turns towards mid one.
On once.
Scatterblast. This is going to be off the mark, but the arena's up. They're able to trap him. Spear comes through. Pike cleaning up mid one. And Shad, he's not getting out either. They've got the Yules. They've got the kill. Once again, Beast Coast making these fights look easy. I mean, and that one, right, well, Whisper goes in, Saxa feels that his hand is forced, drops the Doom onto him. At the end of it all, Whisper gets out. He doesn't even die. He's able to get back in and do everything. Get his full toolkit off. These are rough fights for Tundra.
And I don't think that's the way that the fight can be approached. I think if you Doom a target that isn't Alchemist, the fight's over. Almost immediately. Pike is too strong. He's going to clean everybody up.
We'll see this again.
And, I mean, honestly, Lumpy, too, is maybe a better priority of target for Doom, too. Look at this Rolling Thunder. It was devastating.
Straight through the middle. Catching the two of them, and I think catching, the three of them here on the way back.
It killed the birds. And it killed two of the cores.
And it gave Whisper the space to just walk out the fight, doomed, and then wait, and then be able to get back in to get this beautiful catch off onto towards mid one as he was trying to escape at the edge of the fight.
Might even be able to find a solo kill now. Whitemon bottom. He's got the Phoenix. Hook shot again to survive. Whitemon will be able to protect himself. That was their Aegis fight, Owen. It wasn't even close. Well, AC now coming on Courier. Can Soxa snipe it? Oh, he just misses it. And they do see him now, so Soxa.
Uh-oh.
Can he steal the
they're
wisdom?
dropping the scans for him. They know exactly where he is.
Lumpy's ready for him.
Yeah, Saxa's not getting away with this.
Beast Coast is continuing to play beautiful today. This morning.
How about that?
They have game plans, and the game plans are working.
Yeah, these guys are popping off.
Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days.
Tundra. Just looking a bit lost, both of these games. The performance, it's not been up there with the standard I feel like we've come to expect from these players.
Structures like this.
I guess they've just, as a team, the coordination, it just is not matching something like Beast Coast.
No. I think Beast Coast has been powering up quite a bit throughout this tournament, too.
A lot of these SA teams, right?
Their games. Yeah. And cool to see again with the on the back of the Mars, right? A hero that we saw disappear a little bit. Whisper is crushing it these two games. 3-1 and 14. 33.
Tower ain't a pretty sight right
I
now.
cannot believe he survives here. It looks like they do have an idea of where he was. They were pinging, but 33 trying to be sneaky with this farm.
Yeah, just trying to get what he can on this
They
corner
saw
of the
the
map.
move though. They have that watcher.
Well, they'll know he's here. And now they're on the hunt. He's trying for the TP, but Whisper's going to find him just in time. He could try and waste their time a little bit. Make some space here, 33. See how much he can juke him. They'll find him. Another one for who's going to get it? Pike. They'll let the Alk take it. Give more money here to him. Oh, give it to Lumpy.
Okay.
All right, there. Pike's like, okay, no, we'll let you have that, Lumpy.
Wow, I like it.
Yeah.
33 trying to do some cutting shenanigans here. The old school owie micro. That might tell a tale of how this game is going to go for Tundra in these next few moments of just being terrified to the fight.
Oh, easy plus 100 for Lumpy.
Saksa.
Can he get out of this?
Burning. Pike stuns. Oh, Manta dodge.
Do something about that. Gave up.
Do they have the catch?
Well, they'll let him live. He will be able to run. No further jump. Blink dagger not quite out for Pike.
Mid one does have Conda, but it feels like he needs that next +1 item to just be able to survive in the fights, because he's just still looking very fragile as this Tiny. Ults are coming back up from both sides. Visage is respawning. The Saksa have Blink Dagger, yet he's got the gold for it, hasn't committed for it. Whitemon, this is deep. Can't quite go for it now that Misho has finished up the Force Staff. He can reset his positioning. Shadow Blade for Shad. But just much more being acquired out of the map, it feels like, from Beast Coast. A Blink now for Pike. No gems purchased this game. Just waiting to see if maybe we... Oh, wait, sorry, just kidding. Phoenix has one. I was about to say, like, usually we see one picked up around this point when a team feels like they have good map dominance. So now Wards control the map is going to be a thing here from Beast Coast, and they have a full Shivas now, too, on Lumpy. He's so farmed. His damage will be pretty terrifying in the fights. I feel like Whisper is actually the least priority Doom. I think either Dooming Lumpy or Pike might be okay. You obviously want to Doom the Alk in every situation if you can, but this Pango is going to do a lot of work in the fights. And difficult to see how they address him. .33's had to go for a BKB. Not something you see every day on a Visage, but versus how many ultis they have, how much damage is coming out from them, does feel necessary as well.
Dyer's top
The
tower.
jumping
They catch
head.
Shad.
Look at the opening. Beautiful spear connection from Whisper. And there's the follow-up. We'll get the BKB off in time. Less than half HP, and indeed, Pike just walks up and beats him to pieces.
Mid one, too.
They get the rolling thunder connection. He's up on the glyph.
High fives. Crushing the moves. Whisper may even find another target. There's a BKB, but it's going to be forced. Whisper is finding so many catches.
Yeah, gotta watch out for this man on his Mars. It's looking hot today. 2 games back to back.
And Shad, that's a defensive BKB from Shad to disengage. It's a defensive BKB from 33 to disengage, and they lose 2 heroes off of it. And they didn't have to, I mean, they used 2 of the ultis, but they still have the 2 big ones from the supports, even for this upcoming play if they'd like to. Keep pressing forward.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
And they lost the birds, at least one of them. Lumpy continuing to just hunt for them, not allowing 33 to do these little creep cut mechanics.
Getting banged up.
They still will. They're gonna have these. But they're losing tier 2 out of it.
Mid tower's getting the what for. Radiant's
Well,
top
should be able to get
tower's
both tier
taking
2s, yeah. Mid's gone.
It's feeling just harder and harder as the game progresses for Tundra. No, and I'm going to pull a Cinder in right now. What do you think the win probability is looking like?
I mean, it should be like... I'd give it a solid 95.
95? Let's pull it up to show Owen.
60? What? I guess...
I was when I saw that, I was like, really? I mean, given those things, but
40% for Tundra in this position. Okay.
it's pretty interesting.
I mean,
one.
33 Visage is 33 Visage. This guy does win a lot of games, but this one, I don't know if I give him 40% right now.
Let's see. I mean, they need to have this next upcoming.
Yeah, let's have that. Maybe the algorithms, the AIs know something that we don't. Let's see if Tundra do something crazy here.
Can Sox get the best Doom target in the world, pretty much? Can he find the Alchemist? And can he find it in a position when they're not just already getting fully wiped inside of the fight? Roche is up. They might just be able to commit into it if they just full walk in. Rocket is going to scout.
I think they can start it if they want. I don't think they care if Tundra comes over. They can easily redirect and fight them. And Tundra's just going straight down mid right now with this move.
Oh, they might have to actually react to this. Let's see.
Dire's
Birds are going to start pushing.
much longer.
BEASTCOAST.
TPs are still cooldown for a
Tower
number
is
of them.
dead.
The Dire
The
could
Rax
hang
is
on to
exposed.
that.
Their base is being... Team?
Maybe this is
That's the 40%. They just got a free... What
The Dire's
the...
mid-rags.
How does the game know?
Dude, Gaben is a genius. And now Shad is hitting... What is going on?
I don't know if he's going to get away with that.
Shad?
Okay.
Well...
I mean, that's the 60% at least that the system saw. The Shad would just start hitting tier 4s and
Some of these
die.
games are so weird.
Well, I mean, that was brilliant and then not so much brilliant. They get the Rex, but they lose the carry.
Gets nothing off. Fully chain stunned. Loses his souls. BEASTCOAST.
That's pretty painful. No Shadow Fiend for 50 seconds.
Yeah. They don't really care too much, I guess, about but giving up a free Rax is just very bizarre.
I mean, 3 of them had TPs on cooldown.
Fair. Okay,
that was the thing.
Why, I guess.
The Snap, Mars, and Pango weren't ready.
That's still very interesting. Call it.
Yeah, even if you could send back one of them, maybe that would have been enough to kind of just slow them down a little bit. But yeah, the Rax are gone. Either way, BEASTCOAST, they still get the kill, and they should be able to get the Roshan. It's top corner now, and now it's in a much easier spot for them to just walk in and take without any wonder of Tundra being able to contest.
It ends up being, I mean, I guess okay. I don't know. That's still strange, but whatever.
Radiant's top tower's taking hits.
There we go.
It's drawn down mid.
Okay, there we go. Pike ready with the Aegis.
That's going to be very nice for him versus the Doom, even if you get it onto the main target now. He will just be able to play around it. Mid one has shield rune, should be able to blink. Should be okay.
See how much of a push they can get going. I mean,
they're going to be able to deward it. They want to fight now. BEASTCOAST. They want to run at them.
That's just
They have vision down bottom here. A sneaky ward. One you don't see too often from Moose. Usually it's placed a bit more north.
It's giving some good info.
It's going to scout out everywhere. Doxa. Hello.
This one's going to catch him.
It's got BKB. Forced to use it.
Yeah, Preston immediately go for the TP out.
Lumpy. Looking for a mid one. The mid one still has a shield rune. Done just trying to play the map as best as possible versus this Aegis, trying to get that split push going, trying to cut waves. Look at 33.
I think they still still saw him down here.
He's got BKB. We've got a lot of BKB TPs coming out.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be the call here from 33.
Queue up the Bashers. I want to see double Bashers. Lumpy and Alchemist, queue them up. Don't let these guys
and
do this anymore.
Whisper.
And why not? Definitely not on Whisper.
You can bash on the Rebuke Cry if you get really lucky.
Don't do it. He doesn't need to. Play normal. 3 minutes with this Aegis. Pike wants to force. They've got mid lane in a good position. They've got bottom in a good position. See how Tundra takes this fight. Banner is down.
And it's down.
Knocks up.
Tundra. What sort of defense can they come in with?
Tower will drop.
55 for Tundra. They really like Tundra.
Tower's back, but the cops.
That kind of worked against itself. And now Whisper's able to get the arena down. Rolling Thunder comes in. The stun as well. That's going to be the 2 of them eliminated. 3 of them going down. 33 is BKB's on cooldown. He's caught by the Supernova stun. Sax is TP'd in the buy back for this. He TP'd in. He brought back. Sax gets forced to the side. He'll be able to try and get the Doom down onto the Pango. See if there's enough to the kill, and they're going to try and chase out on this. But
Sax is trying, but
he really wants the kill. But he's going to surely die for this. Is Sax going to get away with this play? No, he is not. The spear comes out from Whisper. Pango will survive. Buyback's coming out here from the supports. As these guys want to push on forward. Pike, he's got the Aegis.
Miss. He's got Chemical Rage in 2 seconds.
Away over. Whisper pushing them back. They'll try and burst through Pyke. It's a good amount of damage, but not enough. Pyke's able to get the BKB off. Turning it with the concoction, lumping into the sides. Force 33 to pop the BKB. Slides away with the swashbuckle. Something they use 4 buybacks in this fight. They have to try and make it work, but they're going to potentially lose the clockwork here as Whitemon's caught out. Whitemon will fall. Pyke does die. Lumpy's ready to come back over with the Rolling Thunder once more. Gets the stun connection on towards Shad. Jump in with the shield crash. They're trying to burst through the SF. Shad trying to sneak away, but they've got the vision. Shad will fall. As it's casualties, heavy casualties on both sides. Beast Coast, they've got 3 heroes dead without buyback. Tundra, they've got 3 heroes dead. One of them has buyback. Misho, and he'll also die. It kind of works for Tundra. They invest a lot into the fight. They're now in a situation where 4 of Beast Coast do not have buyback.
What is going on in these fights? These are crazy. I mean, super buybacks, the initial tossback play gets kind of griefed by a cog play, but is that almost exactly the same damage and almost
back.
exactly speed change?
Shad comes in with a buyback. I mean, they want to go all in.
I think they're going to all in.
Gabe and you.
No way. AC's finished on Visage.
How could he have foreseen this happening? 4 heroes dead, 2 of them don't have the money for buyback, and Whisper is trying to catch the wave. Oh my goodness,
He really just gets 2 shot. Shad has 3 stacks still.
He's dead!
He's gone. He's got buyback. 20 seconds on Alchemist.
What the?
This game is unbelievable.
The Dyer's courier took a trip to the old family farm. A moment of silence for the Dyer's
He didn't get the present stacks from the kill on Whisper. So he
Still
didn't
hitting very hard.
coming fast.
Look at the
there.
fortification. Pike's up in 5 seconds.
Whisper sells his items for a full refresher to protect the throne twice.
It's kind of working.
Kind of working. They're respawning, Owen. Here's the all-in. Here's another launch.
Oh, but the stun's in! The arena's down! They're going to fight on and defend as the Supernova in prime position. They're trying to hit the throne! They're hitting it! The Supernova stun comes in! Hit the throne, Tundra! Hit the throne! It's so good! They've got it!
What is going on?
How did Gavin know?
That was insane.
We're getting a game 3.
We're getting a game 3. Panel, you're gonna have to break that one down.
Yeah, that was...
the lack of buybacks, they committed
2 of them
goals.
Okay, so that's really one big unfortunate fight on the last one. I bet because they didn't know that somehow Tundra Esport they can they can really make it stronger for their team with the tactics and like comeback strategy here. Yeah, dang. So yeah, I'm sorry about my voice again. Well, I already mentioned here before, but one of the big positive side about Tundra Esport, they really have this kind of comeback strategy. Like you can think that your team will do very good against Tundra, but they really adjust to your tactic, to your strategy. So if you think that you're winning, please think like 2 times, 3 times, because Tundra, we really don't know what happened. It's like they're super weak on the early and middle game, but on the late game they are super powerful. Okay, I wouldn't talk much. Let's just wait for the next match.
BEASTCOAST's turn to ban.
Moon talked about in an interview that they're going to snatch this hero immediately, pick up Visage, and then they had Doom as well, because why not pick 233 heroes?
Which was, I think was a mistake, personally speaking. I really don't think
10
that
seconds
Doom
to
contributed
go.
much to the game in a way that Sox did typically. And I think the laning
5
stage is a big
seconds.
part of that. Like, they weren't able to pressure Pike enough on this Alchemist to really warrant just dooming him. I think there needs to be adjustments on Tundra's side. For Beast Coast, if they want to run back the same type of strategy, maybe change the Phoenix, maybe not, depending on what you see. I'm totally okay with it. Their strategy was good. It's going to be a game of chicken now, I think, and seeing like who's going to change their lineup first.
Yeah. Because the bans are the same, and the openers are also the same. So 7 bans, 2 picks. We have pretty much the same draft. Let's see if they decide to remove Tusk one more time, or if they think maybe Clockwork was causing more issues.
Maybe
What goes through your head in a game in a draft like this, right? After last game, what can you like bring to the draft? Like, do we need to change anything? And they will.
Gentleman's agreement. Just run it back. Exact same picks and bans. We won't throw this.
Winner
time.
takes all.
Yeah.
Not sure if we ever had same 10 heroes being picked, but a lot of the times we did have 8 or 9.
10
Oh,
seconds
well,
to
there you go. We can't do it. Clockwork's out.
Yep.
So the
5
gentleman's
seconds.
agreement has been
They banned.
defiled.
What did they ban? Medusa. Medusa was banned by Tundra.
Yeah.
And on the side of Beast Coast, it was Storm and Tusk. So we'll see if the Storm goes to. This has been a hero that traditionally pretty good versus Pango.
Yeah, and just good in general as well.
True.
Really emerging at this
With
tournament.
Visage,
I think
Yeah,
you need to remove
absolutely.
him because of the shard from Storm Spirit with Visage. It's way too much damage. Even though if you're not having that good of a game, all you have to do is be there pretty much, and Visage Birds will take care of the business. This also leaves, if they give him Storm, if they give him Tusk as well, this could be like very bad. We've seen this lineups where you're using
Radiant's
Drinking Buddies. Okay, so it's going to be available.
Okay.
I think it's time to go for it. Pick up that Storm Spirit, pick up Tusk if they don't pick it.
Agreed. I was trying to think, is there anything better? Like, you ban the Clock, but arguably
10 seconds
this
to go.
Tusk is better with Visage than Clock is, right? Especially in the laning stage. So that
5
takes care of
seconds.
the Doom problem you had of having a Doom in the game. You get Storm with Visage.
Radiant's pick.
Sounds like a dream, but they banned the Medusa again, which I get it. It probably doesn't mean that they want Doom. It's just this hero is just really strong right now. There's the Tusk. That one was
Dyer's pick.
very obvious, but Phoenix will come out again. They're just running it back. Like, guys, just don't worry about it. Our draft was better.
Pick up the Storm. It's a no-brainer. You're playing into Phoenix. You're playing into Pango. They really don't have any stuns. They can still pick up Puck on 18, so that's good for them. They can shift this Pangolier to the off lane, but I think it's a pretty free game. It's coming. All right.
Okay.
So obviously, back
First
when the
pick of
hero
the
was
tournament.
back when the hero was good, Bloodseeker good against Pango, and theoretically should be better with the new.
We theory crafted a
facet.
little bit because he's moving faster, which means that he is with the Thunderbolt facet, so he's
10
dealing more
seconds to
damage
go.
with Rupture. And you also have Crystal Maiden. This hero has been paired up with
5
Bloodseeker
seconds.
in the lane, so you have a setup for your Blood Right. And the recent changes to Bloodseeker was that he doesn't use
mana
on
on the
Blood Rage, which is his farming tool.
All right, hold up here. What if you go back for the other facet, another build on Pango, where you go for the Shield Crash,
Shield Crash, yeah.
instead of Thunderbolt,
It might be.
and you just build tanky, right?
Yeah.
And you just jump into the fights. Maybe we can make an adaptation in this particular match for that. A lot of these Pangos were going Echo Saber with
Radiant's
that build,
ban.
and you just get very tanky, get into the middle of fights, like some Echo Saber Manta, maybe a Linken's at some point down the road. But yeah, so I'm very curious about this because nobody, and I would imagine through the group stages, right? This is when you would experiment.
Yeah.
The Bloodseeker versus Pango, but nobody has picked it yet. I just thought it was way too bad. And now it's elimination time.
Yeah.
If you pick this, you lose, you get eliminated, you feel stupid. For
Yeah, oh, sure.
You
Well-
definitely do.
Well, not only has no one picked it, no one I've spoken to has said it's anything other than a meme. Like, I mean, everyone just says like the mana changes do not make this
10
hero
seconds to
viable.
go.
He's got so many problems right now. So they must have something
5
up their
seconds.
sleeve with this. I can't imagine it's just a straight counter to the Pango.
I mean, Dota's a cool game where sometimes like people will say things without any evidence.
Of course.
Right? And you'll
Yeah.
be like nobody knew Lone Druid was good at TI, for
Yeah, that's
example.
fair.
Someone plays it, they own. Maybe this Bloodseeker is good, but people have just had the idea, they've been told it's not good. So I wanted to see it earlier. I'm excited to see it now, but also nervous for Tundra to bust it out this late in the tournament.
It is risky, that's for sure. Still Queen of Pain in the pool. They did ban it last time. Looked like, I mean, they had the same draft.
I was going to say, they can just take the snap here and it is the same draft.
Yeah, it is the same exact draft. So we'll ban out Queen of Pain one more time. Do you want to pick something different? Like, is there a hero that's going to be... Okay, just Rubik.
Well, okay. I like it for CM, but that's about it.
Yeah.
It's definitely good for CM. And we're going to get the Monkey King, right?
All
So
set.
Monkey King
Take your
mid versus
pick.
Pango. This is definitely free lane for Monkey King. Mid one, he spent a lot of time in the carry position recently, switching back to mid. So Monkey King, one of those heroes that has played mid and carry, so he should be very comfortable on this hero. We've already said enough about Bloodseeker. We'll have to let the gameplay show itself here. And I think the lane is going to be much better for 33 this time. You got a Tusk in your lane instead of a Doom. Do I like Tundra's draft? I'm not sure. It's weird. Could be what they need, though.
I like it, though, because they also don't have, like, Bloodseeker as their only carry. You still have Monkey King, who can be the real carry in the game if Bloodseeker's lane is not going too well. But he should have a relatively good time, I would say. He's going to be playing into Rubik. He's going to be playing into Mars. This hero doesn't heal as much as you would expect him to heal with the changes, so that's a bit of a downside. But he is paired up with one of the better combos in the lane that Bloodseeker can be paired up with. This is also one of my favorite heroes to play, so so I think I'm going to go with Tundra. I did believe that this hero can be picked in certain situations, but this being the first pick of the tournament, all eyes on that lane, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. We want to pay lots of attention to that. Any final thoughts from you, Clinton?
Yeah, I think just Beast Coast, they're going to be better in the late game and mid game, but I feel like it's very scary for the laning stage. Tundra can run them over hard in this one. All
right, guys. Well, thanks for your thoughts. All eyes on Bloodseeker, but for now, all eyes on Nomad.
Better get ready. "30 seconds to go." And away we go.
Thank you very much, Nomad and Moon. Yeah, getting into the action here of the deciding game 3 of a series that's it's been a crazy one. It's been a wild ride so far. We're going to see where the ride ends here. And with some different picks coming in. Well, different from one side, pretty similar stuff from the other side. Yeah, Tundra obviously bringing in the Bloodseeker, Beast Coast. They could have had it. Is what they nearly went for exactly the same draft as last game, Fog.
They literally could have.
Honestly, kind of shocked me because I'd imagine
would
they really want to repeat that sort of traumatizing experience of throwing away a game with that sort of lineup?
That's as though that they believed in themselves, right? That says, guys, we threw. So You know, you can look at it how you want, but we do see a lot of adaptation. I like what Fear said a lot about this game.
Yeah.
I think Tundra's adaptation is we want to be able to match the early game. That last game, they kind of were getting, you know, they were losing majority of the team fights. Yes, they ended up getting that insane win, but this one, they have crazy aggression that comes. Saksa playing with this Visage, with a Tusk, just a much better aggressive hero. And this Bloodseeker pick, you've been wanting it as well. I've been asking for it in a lot of games. We saw some games where it was a Bloodseeker versus Huskar, or we thought it would be a Bloodseeker versus a Huskar Phoenix Pango. This time they finally busted out, and it is going to be versus that Phoenix, that Pango, and he has a Visage on his team. So that top lane, heroes are constantly going to be
easy
low.
to get the soul assumptions as well. You don't lose them.
Yeah.
The division rise, you know, juking is not going to be a possibility at some points. And this is
absolutely.
You know, when it comes to Bloodseeker, you know, well, we got a fun answer from Moon. We didn't get a serious one. You know what? Why are we not seeing teams pick it in these? Is it just because the carries aren't Bloodseeker players, or is it because this hero is lacking a lot of things?
It's probably because it's lacking. I think it's just been looking kind of weak ever since they made the shard not percentage. That's what I actually like the hero. When it was you go shard and it's like, okay, you have damage. It's great. Now it does 35 pure. It doesn't. It's just a flat amount of damage, which is just a bit different. So I'm glad we get to at least see it. I don't know if it's going to work out. It does, on paper, look very good if he's able to get these situations with these ruptures. My concern for him is if he gets ruptured himself. Because that's the other thing that I've seen. That's why I think they even got this Rubik on top too, is if you don't cover that rupture, it's a super easy steal. And then if you get rupture on Bloodseeker, that hero is all about mobility in team fights. So we'll have to see what type of steers Misho is able to get, since they did change up that one position.
Yeah, and do you like that rather than sticking with the snap? Or
I like the snap.
You would have been happy with the snap.
I think Rubik
again.
can be more of a risky hero. Sometimes he just does nothing in a lot of games, so we'll see how things go. But yeah, the adaptation, at least for me, for Tundra, is just wanting to play faster, wanting to play with the better early game, and not wanting to be behind, playing from behind like they did from that entire last game. Even though they ended up winning. Snowball will play around it. Constant damage.
Definitely a stronger start for this lane from Tundra this time round.
I mean, their last lane was pretty weak, right? It's a Doom that Visage, so this one is infinitely stronger with the drinking buddies eventually too, to be able to buff up birds. I mean, that's not the laning phase, but in particular, this is just the best laning combo I think we've seen with Visage. Constant kill threat. Mike. We'll connect again. Should have him.
Grenade coming in, they will indeed.
And Moose, maybe. It's another soul assumption. Careful, Moose. He'll be okay.
There's that signature first blood for the 33 Visage.
And heroes just constantly being low, especially a hero like Phoenix. Bloodseeker is going to be moving fast in these lanes. That thirst speed is going to add up very quickly inside the start. And mid, it's an infinitely better time. Mid one should be able to destroy this matchup and see what he can do with rotations early on too. Very, very good core-to-core matchups that they've gone for this time around on the side of Tundra. The adaptation is there. I can't believe just how wild. I'm still like resetting a little bit from how wild that ending was.
From that last game.
It's like the botbacks just not being up.
I'm already excited for this game to be another one where Beast Coast gets a crazy lead and then we bring up the win probability and it says like, you know, 60% Tundra. I can't wait to see what sort of predictions we get from Gabe in this game.
I feel like this is a difficult one for Beast Coast in general, just to have that lead early because of the adaptations that were made from Tundra. The Monkey King has a great lane, the Visage should have a good lane, and Bloodseeker on paper should have one as well. But we shall see how it all goes down, because Whisper, he is having a very good time down bottom here so far. And the question is really going to be, is Bloodseeker actually a hero, right? Is this hero any good? I think that's going to be the test. Which is, I think they mentioned too, it's a bit surprising that we didn't see a team try it during group stages. When it's Pango every single game. Yeah, Pyke is not getting much of anything. Even though it's the same strategy that they went for with this Alk with buying double salves. He only has 13 last hits right now, Owen.
Yeah, it's a really slow start for him. Well, bottom lane, Shad.
Safety dropping low.
He's got a couple of tangos, so should be fine. Grenade, going down onto Whitemon. Now get the kill with that rotation.
Not wanting to play the lane versus the Monkey King, it's becoming pretty much unlaneable, so Lumpy looking to make some rotations to make up for it. How many times have we seen players just abandon the mid lane in this tournament? We've seen these Earth Spirits just ditch versus Huskars, Malmarine, that one matchup from yesterday in particular, but I think we've seen this a lot. If someone just picks a super lane dominator, you start to rotate and hope you can find these kills, but this is a painful start here for Beast Coast. The Bloodseeker is slowed down a little bit on Shad, but Visage is having a great start, and so is that Monkey King. And just Monkey King feels, at least overall, better hero than Tiny, but...
Yeah, this is definitely going to be much more of a test for Beast Coast. You know, we've seen them, outside of letting that second game slip away, let them have a very good majority of the game when they get a good start. And he's going to be fine with a swashbuckle. But this time, if they have to sort of start this game from behind, see if Beast Coast can recover.
Dire structures looking fortified.
Mid one here. Can close the gap. There's TP rotations coming in from Phoenix. But it's not going to work. He's got Jingu, he's got Boundless, even for the potential net to kill Lumpy. They popped the glyph. Can he hide? He's got Rolling Thunder, but they're interrupting it.
Oh, he gets it off though, and he actually might get an angle to get Saxa. Good angle, up with the shots.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Oh, he's able to save himself there, Saxa.
We'll get a bottle refill, but Midwood's still in the area. He wants to keep going.
Oh, it's a bit of a
Maybe
dive there for
overplayed his hand.
It's going to get bailed out by Saxa. It's a good job he was still around to save Mid-One from that dive.
Nice individual plays from Saxa there, bailing his buddy out and bailing himself out of a dangerous situation. That was beautiful. Wisdom exchange, 1 for 1. The cores are the ones who end up grabbing it.
Guess what's happening to Dire's
But 33 having a spectacular game. He's 6. He can bully Pyke out himself. Pyke is level 4 only on this Alchemist right now, and Mood's actually spotted, looking quite dead.
The Dire best do something about it.
Totally different game as we're seeing Tundra with a different approach, a much more aggressive one in this early game, and it is looking good. Pyke's gonna need time, and he doesn't want to go back top. He can farm jungle super fast, of course, with this Alchemist, but that means your structures, they're gonna drop very quick to these Visage Birds and Drinking Buddies.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
And yeah, to mention the big change, especially for the Bloodseeker, that's why we are seeing at least picked up, yes, versus the heroes that he's against, but Blood Rage, it costs 0 mana. So that's kind of a cool one that I've been waiting, you know, we were all hoping to see if it does have that potential. Because that is pretty relevant, you know, you're able to just spam that pretty much off cooldown when you're jungling. Beast Coast setting up a kill down bottom, but not going to be able to find Shad. He's being careful.
Yeah, backup coming in as well, just in case the dive did come into play from Whisper. Whitemon ready to help out. Whisper's still thinking about going for this.
They want to try to go for a kill into a tower pressure, because this tower's actually taking 0 damage down here, Owen. It's full HP. 33 will kill the top tower, and their bottom tower has literally not taken a single attack.
Dive's already been used by Moose. They get the shards. Backup's coming in for Beast Coast.
Nice rotation.
Snowball's in.
But the
So they can turn this. The Rolling Thunder coming through from Lumpy allows him to take out Saxa, and he's ready to start chasing over towards 33. He gets caught here once again. Lumpy with some nice moves. Moose will live. Familiar's not quite able to finish him off.
Mid one. Must to get the snipe. They spotted him. Moose. Can't run. You're thirst. They see you. Even jumping in 1v2 mid one.
He feels confident.
Yeah.
He's had a good start and of course does have that lead.
Do get themselves some nice cleanup kills though that they needed on Beast Coast. Pyke will be able to get something online here. Rupture was used. Was it just a TP out or a reset position? Or was it he just walked away? Whitemon in a very precarious position.
Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
Lotus, not enough. 33 showing up for the fight with mid one.
Mid-One wants to fight back in.
The birds are gone. Deleted.
Still get pushed back by the God's Review. Whisper also having the spear off, but the Soul Assumption comes flying in. Shad's looking to dive under the tier 2 tower. He'll be able to get the kill. Turn over towards mid-One and 33, both relatively low.
Kind of kiting them out. Pyke does stun himself. Mid one.
Shield grab. Lumpy, he's like stuck in the ground.
He's stuck between the shopkeeper. He's out.
There he goes. He's able to jump over towards 33, but 33 speedy. Shad and mid-One, they can turn towards El Micho. They'll clean up the Visage. Sorry, the Rubik, and now they might be able to clean up the Pango as well, but no, Lumpy. It's the Rolling Thunder off. We'll be able to swing across towards him, but he's been ruptured. He's got to hold his position. He can't. He dies. Tundra, they're making the skirmish work. Mid-One. Got Boundless back up in a second. Slew's not going to latch. Turns with a Boundless. Gets another kill.
That's your best.
They're getting great cleanup kills here. Sure, it's not Visage getting soul assumptions, but they end up living on mid one throughout all of it. He gets a big money injection. Same thing for Shad, showing up. And we see that rupture this time onto the Thunderbolt. You cannot stop. By the time you stop that Rolling Thunder, you've already taken a significant amount of damage. Good aggressive play. The team versus the Alchemist has the gold lead, Owen.
Yeah, they're having an excellent start for the first time today, Tundra, in this series.
Soxa with the regen rune. Can he play his way out of this?
He certainly can. So back comes in. Mid-one's going to lift the aggressive jump over towards Amisha to get the Boundless strike down. Shut off the escape with the shards. Keep finding these kills here, Tundra.
Lumpy also has to be careful. No Rolling Thunder at the ready. Like Tundra, they're just, you can tell, a completely different play style with this draft. It's all about just run at you and just get any kill that you can. Look for every fight. They're not cooldown reliant.
It's going to be a real test for Beast Coast as well. They just came out of the back of a really rough loss in game 2. Now into this game 3, things are heating up and they're falling behind. Not an easy spot for them to play from Beast Coast.
And again, Tundra does have very strong push. Sure, it's not into the form of they did last time by any means, but they still have Drinking Putties plus Bird.
Beast Coast, they're going to try and find the fight. Renox going to catch under 33. They'll drop the egg as well. 33 caught underneath the full combo. He'll die. Indeed, Lumpy falls in return, and now
an instant.
They might be able to get more Tundra. They've got the lead, and Shad's turned up. I mean, they're more than happy to take this fight here, Tundra, around Shad. A attempted dive away from Moves, but he's not escaping the Bloodseeker as Moves will fall.
Shad will be able to disengage as well. Just winning the fights, Owen. And they're winning the fights versus every ultimate. That was literally everything committed. That was their full combo, and Tundra able to withstand it. They only end up losing the Visage. 33's going for Vanguard. He's going Crimson Guard versus this physical damage of the Pango.
Taking hits.
A 3k gold lead.
Yep.
They're just fine with fighting in every single one of these.
They're getting so much. All three of them above that. No, only just, but sure, it's an Alchemist, you know, that they're ahead of. And yeah, mid-one popping off this game. He's had a rough couple of opening performances in the series so far, but this one, game 3, there's Monkey King 504. He's getting out of control.
He doesn't have Spear up. He used it to farm. Just got back up.
And got the snowball to close in onto Whisper. They'll find him.
Down again.
Amisha trying to get Saxa in return. They'll dive forward. Saxa is going to attempt to walk this one off. Will die. But Amisha surely going to suffer. They're trying to get that kill. He's getting so much hit. They're getting so much as a team. 13-8, 3k lead. Tundra taking over.
The cores are getting all the kills this time too. Last couple games, the supports were taking a few of them. They're just getting every last hit here. Mid one, 6-0 and 5. It's level 11.
A Pike, he gets his courier snipe. Sure, it didn't have anything on it, but it is going to make it that little bit more complex for him to get that full Radiance timing, as he's going to have to manually head over and get the talisman himself now.
Beast Coast has ultis available. They should be able to protect their Wisdom runes in theory, but Tundra is going to look to contest anyway. Mid one. He's just throwing down the Wukongs. He's like, good luck walking through that. Can they stop him? Nice Drinking Buddies.
They don't get the catching. Again, indeed, Saxa.
Night and day difference for Soxa playing a Doom compared to a Tusk. You're
That's
seeing
true.
really
I feel like you can't put this. You're holding yourself back as a team if you put him on something that's got like a minute and a half cooldown. You want Saxa being making plays every second of the game, because his plays, they're pretty huge.
Every play's been like the little plays, the shards, the snowballs to stall. Like Soxa's been absolutely crushing it this game.
Yeah.
And they're even going to steal these stacks from that Alchemist. He's got Radiance, but it is a slow timing. He's behind all. This is something you don't see almost ever. He's behind all 3 of the enemy cores. That is very surprising, but not surprising with the way the Tundra has played, as they are just decimating the map, and they're not slowing down.
They're going to go again. They don't even need the full 5-man to fight here, really, Tundra, with the lead their cores have.
Mid one is so strong at this point. A blink has been finished on the Pango, but look at the change of the build that he has to go, because he's playing versus this Bloodseeker. He can't play the normal roll in. He has to blink roll in before he can get ruptured. And another kill. Show. Rough one for Beast Coast. Pike has so much work cut out for himself, and it does not really look like that easy of an Alchemist game on paper this time around. Bloodseeker used to be a counter pick versus that Alchemist in the past. Things have probably changed a little bit in terms of that stuff, but They also have that Monkey King that's going to be excellent versus the Alk, even if the game does progress. They have a lead. It's a 6K lead at just the 15 minutes.
Saxa tries to get the setup onto Whisper. Won't quite get the connection. As Whisper's able to blink back.
BeastCoast pretty much has to make, every time they have ultis up, they have to try to make a move. Try to catch and slow down.
Can they set up on Shad?
Lumpy?
It's going to be put to stop by the Frostbite. Lumpy is in trouble. Has he got any way out of this? He's going to roll, but the Rupture indeed just completely ruins him. Supernova off to the side, but the arena round. The Supernova will be successful. Shad getting burst low, but the damage has been kicked out in return. It's too much for BeastCoast to deal with as a team as they get completely team wiped.
And that's all their ults. They lose the fight with everything being thrown out. They can only kill the one target as there is multiple different carries on the side.
And we see that
Tundra and Mid1's just a monster.
I think a lot of that damage came out there actually from Shad. He was able to get the active of the Mjolnir off on him, and I think we saw, you know, sure he gets sort of stunned and dies, but a lot of damage was coming out from that static charge with the Mjolnir shield. We'll see it again here.
Because he's not fragile. His HP pool looked fragile, but he got the Ogre Club right before the fight.
Yeah.
And yeah, he takes through everything. Lumpy gets nothing off. He just can't play the game.
I'll see the start, and indeed the shield's off on him, and they kind of get the focus over towards him.
1 proc, 2 procs, 3 procs, 4 procs.
There's definitely some zapping going on there,
Definitely
right?
some big damage. Yeah. Good eye there, Owen. 8K gold lead. Pike still behind those opposing cores. And yeah, it's all the ults. So BeastCoast, that's how they have to play. They have to try to fight without ultis, because if they don't have them, there's no way they're going to have a chance from the fights versus Tundra. Yeah, just a Mjolnir alone, we see there 700 damage. Mid1 almost has the Gleipnir finished up too. Super early timings for him. 8-0 and 6.
And nearly 1,000 magical damage from that. BeastCoast, what's the plan?
That's a great question, Owen.
Do something about that bottom tower.
They're the team that wanted to be leading in that gold. Pretty much anytime you have Alchemist, and we have big team fight. Shad goes
Found him! And they should get him here, surely. Surely he can't walk from this. He can't.
And Misho actually stole Rupture. So this could be a recipe for the next fight.
Okay.
But also,
They're going to catch him under the Supernova. He can't kill the egg.
he's dead.
All right. Okay, I mean, just like that, they kill up the mid, they kill up the carry. BeastCoast, they strike back.
Mid1 overplaying his hand, and that gives a big gold injection, but actually, both of these kills goes to the supports, Owen. El Misho and Moose were the ones who snagged it, not the cores on the side of BeastCoast.
So if they can get some towers here to sort of pump up the gold they get for the team.
3 here. They are respawning pretty fast. 10 seconds till Bloodseekers back up. They still have Rupture stolen, so Misho, eyes on him, what he's going to be able to do in the next upcoming fight, if he can hold somebody in position for them to just focus fire them. Ult's on cooldown, though, for BeastCoast. So probably just have to back up, reset for the next few moments. Tundra.
Even with the lead they have, they can't let that sort of play happen. You know, Shaq getting caught solo top, and Mid1 getting caught solo mid at the same time. Yeah, that's something that can kind of happen once when you're ahead, but if it happens again, BeastCoast are going to get the chance to crawl back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, Shad got caught. Mid1 caught himself. He was diving forward for kills, so does have to be a bit careful when he does those kind of plays. About to have that Gleipnir. Okay, 500 or 50 gold for him till he has it finished. And BeastCoast, they will be able to find that tower top. Who gets the deny? They're going to jump him. They have Rupture.
I do. He's going to try and stand his ground with the Wukong's command, but they'll catch him with the spear. And Mid1 caught by the Rolling Thunder. He's going to get taken out. The arena's down. They managed to trap 33 as well, because 33 tried to head up to help him out. They both die.
Great moves from BeastCoast. They're catching opportunities where Tundra split up.
Yeah, some not so great moves from Tundra.
Towers haven't.
They get the tower deny of quite a very heavy cost.
Hey, Mid1 now with 2 pretty big mistakes.
He had such huge momentum at the start. I'm sure he's still up there. But yeah, these plays, he's going to start slipping behind.
1 more of those, and BeastCoast is almost completely caught back in. Yes, they have the Alchemist and still behind in gold, but
if you just consider sort of the hold that Tundra had on this game, That's not quite the same as it was now a few minutes ago.
Shad does have BKB, so that could be a call for Tundra to just go time. They also did use quite a bit of their ultis there, so he might look to just run with his team for another play, because now he is pretty survivable. If they don't 100-0 him in his stun, he will get the BKB and potentially turn the fight. But some very nice moves from BEASTCOAST. Now they'll get some time to finish up these 2 items. I believe that Manta is pretty much done for Pyke. And a Pav is finished for Moose. He actually got, because he got those 2 kills earlier on, he got a big third injection. He has Pavis and a mech. Things have slowed down massively here for Tundra, but now they're smoking up, looking for this next fight with that BKB timing from Shad. They want to fight. And heroes are going to be low. So Shad, you see he's starting to zoom. 650 movement speed. They knew that they were doing that Tormentor, but couldn't get there in time.
BEASTCOAST being careful now. They know that they've been given a chance to hold on and turn this one around after the early lead that Tundra has. As long as they themselves don't get caught, they might find the chance to punish Tundra once again.
I was checking to see if Lumpy was going to switch his build, even more so if he was going to do something like these Lincolns or Lotus to try to protect, but no, he's not going to deviate. He is going to go down Diffusal Aghanim's route. So could just still see him have a lot of difficulty entering the fight, but with this blink, if he can be that secondary target to jump in after Whisper goes, he could play around the Rupture. And Tundra Force of Roche should be able to. But BEASTCOAST's ults are back up. They're just kind of far. Lumpy is super far away. He's got a TP available to join his team bottom, but don't know if they're going to make it in time now at this point.
Nice Roche should be all theirs. Unless Whisper wants to do something crazy on his own.
Oh man, I want to see a Blood Raged Visage with the 15 talent. Can you imagine these triple soul assumptions with the spell amp from Blood? Oh,
that's going to be pretty crazy damage.
pretty cool.
Especially against a team that doesn't have any sort of pipe or anything online. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they have mech.
Just the mech at the moment, right?
Anti-magic, yep. They've slowed things down quite a bit here. Down to 0, at least on that gold lead. Experience, I believe, is also pretty much zeroed out. Not entirely, but almost. They're still having an advantage, but definitely have to be careful versus these big team fight spells. And have to cover the Rupture. Eyes on Shad.
Yeah.
That Rupture can be pretty devastating if you do give it up.
I want to mine the top tower.
Back to pushing.
I mean, BEASTCOAST, you think they just don't fight into this Aegis?
Maybe look for pickoffs with small little skirmishes if they find people split up again, because I think we've seen that happen in almost every game with these Aegis. Is the team splits up. The team that has the Aegis splits up and they end up losing the Aegis almost for free. So we'll see how Tundra ends up using this one.
Radiant's bottom tower seen better days.
33's nearly got at least 3 of the big auras. Crimson and Pyke will help a lot versus that team fight damage. But Pyke has reclaimed the top net worth spot for the first time. Lumpy?
Saxa's trying to play around with him. I mean, Lumpy's going to roll up and look to try and control Saxa around the stairs. Okay, now he's going to be a bit more careful because there's a lot more coming in, so he'll go for the TP out.
Chose the right angle to TP, or to shift away with that roll up. 2 Shad is on the right side, so nice play there from Lumpy. But now Rolling Thunder on cooldown.
Yeah.
Tundra got to just run down mid, it feels like, with 3 minutes of this Aegis while that is down.
Yeah, absolutely. Can just look to go again. They got the tier 2 top. Now they can look for the tier 2 mid. Ticking off the boxes here during this Aegis time.
BKB done for Alchemist. He has completely foregone corrosive weaponry this game, by the way. He did only 1 point last game. You tend to see just 1, but he has 0 in it this time, which is pretty funny.
I just want to, I guess, yeah, AFK the creeps, get the stats and not worry about fighting for now.
Which makes sense, because it literally was him just being full recovery mode this game, so. Shad?
Took a trip to the old
So we'll find that courier. Pyke, can he get out? Oh my goodness, that was dangerous. Misha might not be so lucky. Don't see him just yet. Now they will with the ward.
Okay, a little bit of juke here from Misha. Not much more for him to do.
Buying time for his team. Shad instantly is top, though. Whisper. He's not going to throw the rupture onto this target. He's waiting for his team to get a bit closer. Saksa has the blink. They saw Moose with that ward. Can Moose play his way out of this? Looks to be getting potentially surrounded. Can he Sunray off the map?
It's a good dive. And off he goes.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Splitting them up. BEASTCOAST just trying to play get as much time as possible when they're playing versus that Aegis. Still 2 minutes left on it for Shad. But just trying to buy time to be able to get this next set of items. Tundra's still feeling pretty comfortable, I would say. I mean, these three cores still looking very, very strong. Just have to be careful how they split up and make some of these next few moves. Ag's now done for Bloodseeker, so we get to see the Blood Mist as well.
See if Tundra can make the jump.
Gonna start the push. The drinking buddies are on the birds. They're solar cresting it as well.
One's in position.
There's no glyph for 2 minutes. They're trying to take advantage of that. One bird dies. Second one will live.
And Shad's ready to head up. Still a minute on the Aegis.
Getting this push going.
Shad pretty low here on the first life.
These soul assumption spans from the Rubik are starting to add up.
He might just lose the Aegis straight up here, because as the Aegis gone.
That was Pipe and Crimson used from 33 as well.
So what they want to do on round 2, Tundra.
Radiant's bottom tower seemed better.
Now back off.
Couldn't finish off that tower.
Bottom tower.
Still lingering in the area. The BEASTCOAST has every ulti up. Am I crazy? Where's Pipe's EKB? Is he just not showing it, I guess? He just has it on the courier? Okay, it's been sitting on the courier for a while now.
I mean,
I don't know.
I guess
I just wanted to point it out.
But yeah, I can't imagine there's any sort of big brain play. I mean, is there really like some... Aha, I've got a BKB.
No, I don't think so.
No. just have it on.
It's coming now. That's a little bit interesting to point out. I think he had it on the courier for like over a minute, so it's a little bit interesting. Unless I missed it on getting... Oh no, I did get sniped. Apologies. So it was down for a little bit. It was just sitting at the base still for like 30 seconds.
Double damage.
In this separation, he's still not in a comfortable spot as Pyke. They're gonna smoke. They're gonna look for a catch. That Aegis is gone. I don't know if that ward caught them. I think it might have been just on the edge of it. Maybe not. But the position Tundra's in, it looks like they did see it. The amp damage is up on Shad. Lose. Gets a ward down. Smoke broke. Whisper finding the angle.
He's gonna jump. Looks for 33. He's gonna be able to catch 33 on White in the arena.
He gets the shard off on the Visage.
They'll get the Supernova in a good position as well. Tundra, they can't kill the X. They're gonna have to kite it out. Whitemon gets caught by it. Saxon tried to drag him out of the side, but Whitemon's gone.
Roll Thunder's still available, but lots of altitude. Pyke
will make the jump in. They're looking for burst through Misha. They turn on Pyke. Pyke trying to run away, but calling the Wukong's command. He'll fall. Whisper tries to TP out, but he cannot escape the damage of mid-1.
Beautiful disengage from Tundra.
They can catch more. Ruptures at the ready into the Boundless. Tundra, they find the fight here very successfully, getting the 3 of them. Lumpy trying to cut the creep wave. The creep's already coming down the mid, so the damage can be done here to the tier 3. Tundra ready with the siege. Top wave as well, also pushing into the base.
Very nice little backup and re-engage that they went for there. Saksa also looking for Lumpy. Lumpy does get the blink up, but mid-1's on the hunt.
Yeah, Lumpy trying to cut the creeps, but mid-1 ready to deal with him. He'll be able to roll up, tries to roll away, but the punch-up's there. Lumpy's gone, the push continuing in the mid. Backdoor protection momentarily giving some safety here for the barracks, but the creep wave top and mid is going to be moving in once again.
Oh, and the Bloodseeker's looking good. It's looking pretty decent, I'm not going to lie. Especially when he's playing versus this matchup, it just makes it super hard for this Pango to get much of anything done. Whisper.
Lumpy's coming in with the back.
Arena.
Going to try and lean on to Saxa. Pyke, can he find a target for the concoction? He can't. Will end up causing the stun upon himself. Saxa able to blink to the side, but they'll chase on forward. Saxa should get left behind.
But just a kill on Saksa for a buyback from Lumpy. You'll take that all day on Tundra.
I mean, mid one's hovering around just in case someone steps outside the base too far.
8 seconds on his BKB. He's got Ags. Wukong's at the ready too. No one will step out though. Very good plays from Tundra this time around. A huge lead now at this point. Playing around each other perfectly and enabling Shad beautifully. Level 20 on him. Seeing 33 taking more of a back foot position here on this Visage. He's only level 14. His farm is starting to fall behind, but his 2 main cores are absolutely cruising. Mid one level 20 now as well. BEASTCOAST, they have to have a pretty much perfect fight, it feels like, with all their ultis in combination. They can't just get a CM out of all of it. Need to get one of those big cores. Pike loses his plate mail.
He keeps getting his progression slowed down. These courier snipes that Tundra's been able to find against the AUK.
How many courier snipes have there been? I feel like we've had an insane amount this game too, if we can get that up. It's not that big a deal, but...
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Five being picked up here by Tundra.
Yeah. Definitely slowing down time because it's important. Chad. We'll finish this off with these. And he's close to a butterfly. And there is no realms of any answer for that on the side of BEASTCOAST.
Whisper.
Saksa.
Top.
Down Whisper.
Just gonna
Nice
try and
spear.
get the setup. Mid one. I mean, it might go to the BKB TP. We'll see if Whisper's able to just walk away. Go for the blink up. He might be able to keep his cool and walk out of this.
He will. No BKB TPs for you and Tusk's around, but plays around it beautifully. Bottom, Roche is up.
We are getting very close to getting to enjoy that beautiful Rupture kick combo.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be coming.
I just saw it. Yeah, good call. I'm surprised Saksa was able to get that much farm. I know he's pretty
close.
poor, but he pretty much has it after this Roche. Oh, baby.
But that's a lot of damage.
It's an instant kill, maybe, at this point.
On some of them, maybe, yeah. When you get ruptured and kicked.
Roche out back and let him have it.
Now you're just on Shad. I've got the tools to be ready to go for another attempt at the high ground, Tundra.
Tundra had maybe a slight little hiccup during this game, but for the most part, it's been very, very clean, very fluid. Butterfly, as you said, about to be finished. Saksa, the Ags is done. All these items coming in. Can they catch Saksa split off? Looks like they should.
I'm going to be able to take away the kick potential of the combo. 50 seconds, no Tusk. Did have his Ags complete. Still not going to be here for the next play.
And it's an Arcane Rune from the Rolling Thunder there from Lumpy, so it'll be back up in about 40 seconds for the potential defense. Tundra's still lingering in the area to go for this push, though. They feel comfortable with this fresh Butterfly on Shad. They've got the banner, too. Here we go.
Towers taking hits.
Big one. Gets his pre-cut.
Straight away. Whisper's very quick with that one, but do they actually have the damage to threaten this Monkey King? They can't barely touch him. Mid one's able to put the BKB, and now they have to run BEASTCOAST. Mid one makes the jump forward over towards Amisho by some safety inside the stolen snowball. He'll still go down.
Anti-synergy. He lifted him and made him miss the spear because of it. Misho buys back. They're really trying to hold on to these racks.
Pike caught in the frostbite. Balance down onto Whisper. Love Rights laid down here. Whisper falling very low. We'll be able to scramble back to the fountain. And the damage being done. The racks are going down. Lumpy's going to roll in. See if they can take out the Bloodseeker the ones they can. He's going to be back for round 2. Supernova popped down. It could be cleared back on the Wars 33. Picking him against the barracks. Takes himself for now. Mid one continues to watch from the trees. Gets the chance to the Boundless, leads him straight away over towards Whisper to take out the Mars. See if they can turn towards Shad. Shad turns with the Roger on towards Pike. Pike is opting for the TP out and make it back to the fountain. Roll forward over to Elmisho. Elmisho, he fought back for this. He's out for 77. Pike's trying to step up, but they're caught trapped outside the base by the shards from Saksa. Lumpy goes down. Pike will survive, but BEASTCOAST, 3 heroes out of the game without buyback. Tundra, they're going to have the time to take away the bottom racks and much, much more over to the mid.
They can clean up the base.
Dyer's mid-rags ain't around.
East Coast, what can they do here? 2 versus 5.
Them Dyer buildings are tough
An
as
absolute turnaround of a series here from Tundra. Beast Coast, they had a phenomenal game 1. Game 2, it looked to be all theirs, but it slips away from them. And this game 3, Tundra,
nothing left.
they're styling all over them.
Tundra made the adaptations to be able to crush this early game, and that's really what it's been. They crushed so much of these first 15 minutes. They had a little bit of a falter movement, but overall, it's been a very clean game and very nice picks. The Monkey King plus this Bloodseeker are working out.
It's look good. They're going to kick back. Pike, the arena's going to get laid down. He's trying to get away. The balance holds him in position. Pike, he cannot survive through this. He's gone. Moves to fall. GG is called. Tundra will be moving on as they take the series 2-1 against Beast Coast.
Yeah, Beast Coast, they must be kicking themselves for that game too. But Tundra, all that matters is the clutch factor, and that's exactly what they had. This game, they absolutely adapted in the
they look
you
great
can see
here.
it. The Monkey King pick mid one, I believe he ends, I don't know, like 13 or 14 and 3 or something.
Okay. GG, bad job. Will be better in a few days. Keep taking medicine and have regular meal now. Yes, I will do, Daniel. Eat hot baso, make you better. I already did. Yeah. It's like, I know, I'm gonna be healthy soon, but it's feel something like that. Yeah, high protein, good. Go for high protein, low carbs. They don't eat ultra processed food. Mid one seems good. This is the difference between the previous draft, right? It's like if you pick like some kind of signature hero for mid one, he shows a very much confident in this hero, and Monkey King is one of his signature heroes. And maybe this is something that mid one can really improve, because he only feels confident when it's playing his signature hero. But nevertheless, it's a good draft for the Tundra Esport. I don't know if it's drafting, maybe it's 3-3, and he can really utilize the maximum ability for their members. Meanwhile, BEASTCOAST, I bet it's not like they have a rather bad draft, no, but it's like, you know, it's a battle. It's a battlefield. They have the Alchemist, they have the Phoenix Pangolier, Big Mars. Basically, it's like if you want to go full aggressive, it's more than enough. And Alchemist, of course, let's see here, it only takes 36 here. And of course, Alchemist, I bet it's not, he's pretty fat at this point. And somehow, if your carry is losing against the enemy team, even if he's fat, then it must be like some kind of draft issue. So I feel sorry that BEASTCOAST have to end their journey now, but congratulations to Tundra Esport. Well, what about the next draft? Let me check. What is it? Dota. It's NOUNS versus NAVI. I want to follow Puppy. Should I stream Puppy? And then after that, should 20 October 12th. So we're gonna see Heroic versus Team Falcon later. Maybe I'm gonna stream NOUNS versus NAVI too. Okay, so while we're waiting, let me change the thumbnail. Oh, by the way, my voice is not cracking anymore, but still it's kind of sniffy, so I'm sorry about that. Well, it's NOUNS versus NAVI, right? I wonder if I know anyone from NOUNS. Is it NOUNS or NOUNS? It's from America. And the captain is Fly. Okay. So it's like another experience team. Well, while we're waiting, I want to mention something about Team NOUNS. Oh, so you might from Nicaragua have multiple nationalities. It's Nicaragua, Belgium, and Germany. So basically, just like all of the cultures within one person. And then we have Copy. I don't know about Copy. Let's see. Copy from the Germany. Oh, okay. And then we have Gunnar. Gunnar is pretty infamous, and Lelis, of course, and Fly, of course. We already know that. Okay, I suppose I cannot talk much. Wait, while we're waiting, let's watch something. Narco Romero Chira Junior. I miss the moment when every time we go to the live here, watch live, and we're gonna see, oh, it's Miracle, oh, it's a male, like this 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, these 8 matches are coming from all of the legendaries. But now it's the pro players that we don't know. Who is this guy? Who is this? And that's how life it is, right? I still that kind of, I mean, maybe it's my weakness. I'm vulnerable to change.
Gold for me. Can't do nothing about dire structures right now. The Dire might want to mine their top tower. Dire's top tower, you know the drill. Dire's got one less top tower.
Is the match already in? I don't think so. Yeah, it's still not on. Just enjoy.
Dire's mid towers haven't been technical difficulty. How about that? 6 in a row. Radiant's bottom tower is pretty sight right now. Radiant's bottom tower is Dire's mid tower won't last much longer. Hope the Dire weren't partial to that mid tower. Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Dire's mid tower is help. Dire's mid rags. Dire's mid rags. It's gone. Dire's top tower's getting beat down. trying to bust down Radiant structures now. Dire structures looking fortified. Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
Come on, sprites!
Dire can hang on. Dire's mid tower's nothing now. It's heating up with the Dire
Nouns Esports turn
Strong
to
looking
ban.
drafts. This is Luna, Visage, or Vina. Okay, we have a new hero.
Yeah, he's done it.
Announced.
With the Tusk,
10
then
seconds
Storm
to
Spirit
go.
plus Pagna combo. They know how to draft, that's for sure. They also, again,
5
need to...
seconds.
They know
Radiant's
how to
banned.
utilize some of these weird picks in the draft, which they are getting the dubs with. So I'm going to look to see what they're going to be able to achieve
10
in terms
seconds
of
to go.
pressuring the boom as well. Their safe lane, if we go back to TI, when they were
5
beating Team
seconds.
Spirit, this Luna plus Treant Protector, they ran it 2 times. Team Spirit didn't really have the answer for it because Yuma is also very explosive as a player, and that's what I want to see. Using the Twin Gates a lot, ganking the enemy carry between that
10
5 and
seconds
6
to
minute
go.
mark, which we've seen that it's kind of proven as well to be very
5
good in this
seconds.
patch, where you can just collapse on
Radiant's
that
banned.
tower, kill the carry, maybe get some extra kills if they decide to TP in.
Seen less Luna in the playoffs as well, right, Clint?
Yeah. I
10
think Luna
seconds
as a
to go.
hero is like a little overrated right now.
Okay.
Some teams will first phase ban it
5
because they're
seconds.
afraid of what it can do. But unfortunately, the games that I've seen Luna in, so
Radiant's
far,
banned.
you lose the lane and there's like no recovery. You just get ran at, and the game seems very, very hard to play. But we'll see. Yeah, I think it's good later on. I just don't
10
want to pick it too
seconds to
early.
go.
And I love the fact just in this patch, we're getting a lot of different
5
first phase
seconds.
bans. That's still not stagnant. There isn't like the 7 most OP heroes in the
Dire's
game
banned.
type of thing. Storm has made his way into the first banning phase, which is a little unusual. We have some usual suspects in here. Naga and Chantress getting
10
banned a lot.
seconds to
Pango,
go.
it gets through quite a lot, honestly, but not this game. Beastmaster, and then
5 seconds.
Monkey King. This is a hero that we saw twice in the last game, I think, or last series. Not twice in the game, can't do that. But anyway, like this hero looks good in certain games as well. Very curious on what they're going to prioritize as their first pick. I know Puppy has liked picking his Chen in some situations. Shadow Fiend has been another hero that they overall first pick.
Bat Rider as well, right? I think.
They have picked it, but not overall first pick
Okay.
yet.
Yeah, mostly it was Pango, Enchantress, Shadow Fiend. There was a Chen here and there. Clockwork is still available if they want to go
Dire's pick.
with that one.
Well, the Puppy
Radiant's
Clockwork.
pick.
Yep.
That's something that
There we are.
I think they haven't lost with
They
yet.
have not lost with that hero yet.
A bold choice by Nouns to give them their
Yeah, that's
comfort.
4 games, 4 wins.
Yep.
Yeah.
5 now.
5 now. Yeah.
No.
Call it. Go with the second draft.
Yeah, exactly. It's all scripted, guys. We've told you.
10 seconds to
Production,
go.
can we roll the second draft, please? Guess not. All right, anyway. In this particular game, like, what can they do here? Like, that can answer the Clockwork.
Dire's banned.
Shadow Demon. Why? We didn't mention that as well.
Because
Just came to
he's
mind.
perma-banned in my head.
Yeah,
I always
in
think
my head, yes.
this hero is way too strong. What he brings, just counter initiation, where somebody goes on you, you have this save, and then the turnaround play. Super strong laner. If you kill this hero in the lane,
10
you're
seconds
also
to
going to
go.
suffer him coming back with full mana. So that's going to be pretty disgusting.
5
He can
seconds.
also zone out. Sometimes you'll see him zone out 2 heroes as well if they're stacking together. But good response, I would say, from Nouns. Shadow Demon, pretty stable. He's been stable for over a year now as a hero, one of the best ones.
Not really like a hard save for Clockwork throughout the game, but in the laning stage, it kind of is, right? Because you use the battery assault, you cog him, and then you just disrupt that guy, and now your battery assault is going to be shared on 2 illusions, and those illusions can pretty much instantly kill the cogs too to get them out. So I do like this pickup. It is very good. This is the trade they chose to make,
10
and I'll say
seconds to
Shadow
go.
Demon is the better of the 2 heroes if I were to give my assessment on the
seconds.
situation of this trade. But Nouns, like, it's kind of like the last series. You got to dangle something that you know they want that's too good to resist, and that's the Clockwork for Navi. But you are playing that risk again, like you're playing against their best hero, so you better have something else planned here.
Yeah, and also with Clockwork, they have a couple of good combos that they ran so far in the tournament. Draw Ranger being the big one. They have 100% win rate as well with that combo, 3 out of 3 games. And also you have Morphling, you have Shadow Fiend. So quite a lot of options for Uragi to play if he's paired up with
Radiant's
Clockwork.
banned.
This also opens up, you know, from the off lane, certain heroes, like maybe you want to go with Enigma later down the line. But yeah, I'm just mostly looking at the safe lane for now.
Yeah.
If Nouns saw anything after their series last night, that
10
Bristleback
seconds
was a
to go.
problem.
Yeah.
And it is still in the pool. And we talked about how Uragi
5
likes to play
seconds.
Drow. That's a hero that's pretty good versus Bristleback. Perhaps you ban that out and you take the Bristleback and you just do what Amar did to you. Just obliterate the game.
Or the other option, of course, is you take out the bristle. Well, they could do that.
They could take that. That's also fine. You have, again, Shadow Demon, one of the best heroes, if not the best hero right now, to stack the triangle for Bristleback. So you have that option.
Yeah, the defensive purge and heal is also good for Bristle.
Radiant's
They're
pit.
definitely thinking about it. They will ban out the puck.
Dyer's pick.
Not a lot to say about that. And a Mars, just a
Okay.
standard classic Mars. I don't particularly. I mean, this hero is good versus Clock in a lot of ways because he's going to use his cogs right, and you can obviously pin him against that, which is not like a hard counter or anything, but it's something nice to have.
10
This pick for me
seconds
is
to go.
slightly underwhelming. Maybe it's about to show their overall
5
strategy.
seconds.
They want that team fight in there, and maybe later on, we know Laylis, he loves to play Snapfire. Maybe they're setting up for that.
Yeah, most likely. It's just strong team fight, but I do have to agree that this would not expect Mars to come out here straight out of the second banning stage. So now they have option for themselves to pick up that Bristleback, even though there is Shadow Demon in the pool with Aghanim Scepter, of course, but there's the combo that we talked about being super popular for them, didn't lose yet. It's just a comfort pick for Yuragi, and in a lot of these games he also looked really good, and now you have like double protection. I love the support duo on Navi already, Clockwork plus Dark Willow. These two heroes, when you pair them up with just together, they can go and grab kills on the map, but we also don't know what the mid lane is going to be playing, so
10
very
seconds
easy
to go.
to execute type of a lineup from Navi. Get that Drow Ranger all online.
5
You have two
seconds.
supports who do rely on getting levels, so make sure you are collecting your 7-minute XP rune. You have Clockwork, you have Dark Willow. These are one of the best heroes in the game to just pick it up and control if the enemies want to go for it. There's also Shadow Demon on the enemy side, but yeah, if you get the good levels on the supports, this game looks like Navi should have an easy entry to the game.
And another thing about Drow versus a Mars, typically you're like, oh, you don't like playing ranged heroes versus Mars, it's not good, but Drow is not that bad because her E goes through the arena.
I love
It's a
how you
spell.
call it E. Yeah, the multi-shot.
The multi-shot, yes. I mean, what can you do? I don't know any spell names. They're Q, W, E, and R to me. So her E, it goes through the arena because it doesn't block spells. It only blocks right clicks.
Yeah.
So once that arena goes up, you can still output damage into it, which is makes you like a pseudo. You're definitely a ranged hero, but you have an answer for that arena. And Earth Spirit, this is a hero that can get on top of Drow. Very nice for Dark Willow as well, as all your spells are ground targeted. So you can do the silence, you can do damage, you can stop her from TPing out, which is very annoying if she can just press W and TP, which she definitely cannot this game. You're
10
against
seconds
Mars
to
and
go.
Earth Spirit here. But you are showing a lot of your cores here,
Dyer's pick.
and you are second pick, and you're not giving yourself a flex at all. Because typically, you want to pick one of those heroes that can be flexed to either lanes. That way you have that last pick. But not going to be the situation here. You're showing your offlaner. They counterpick it with a Drow. You're showing your mid. Now you have an opportunity as Navi to counterpick that in the mid lane.
10 seconds
So
to go.
this is a situation for sure where Navi could win 2 lanes just
5
off the draft.
seconds.
Yeah, looks really good. The Phoenix right now, Dark Willow and Clockwork are not the heroes that can kill the egg. Drow Ranger can definitely be that hero, but they have good protection, of course. With the Mars, a lot of team fight, a lot of overtime damage. For Boom, I would love to see anything that buys into pipe, pretty much. Just get that online. We also saw a very interesting build on the Timbersaw, where he was picking up Eternal Shroud and Pipe at the same time at the early stages of the tournament, I believe.
That was
That was into the Muerta.
That was a pretty cool
I
pickup.
think somebody did it against the Luna as well. I'm not too sure.
If
Maybe.
there's like all magic damage, I'm all for it, but literally it has to be all magic damage, which they are all magic damage right now. So it is a possibility, but I assume Nouns wants to pick more of that right click carry on that overall last pick here.
Yeah.
10
This is where,
seconds to go.
you said like all physical damage, but if they want to get some
5
kind of a
seconds.
jump, that's fine. But you already have Earth Spirit Mars, so I don't think they need to overcook it. I would be down with some Luna as well. It's another
Radiant's
hero that
banned.
can deal well with the Timbersaw. In the lane, you have this mixed damage with the Phoenix. You could get some trade kills, which would be really nice.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to pick Shadow Fiend probably, though. You know how it goes.
Yeah.
I mean, Shadow Fiend looks good. I do like TA in this game as well.
10
Very good
seconds
versus the
to
Timber in the
go.
laning stage. Something with high physical right-click damage.
5 seconds.
Luna would be fine too, but I imagine that one may get banned out. I mean, I think they're going to ban Luna or Shadow Fiend, and whatever they don't ban, maybe taking on that last pick, but you still have a mid that you need to take care to deal with the Earth Spirit. They ban out Invoker, which has been weird. I see people pick Earth Spirit into Invoker all the time, so mixed ideas on how good that one is. And Void Spirit goes out too, but what they need for sure is something that gets in there right now, because they don't have a hero that can initiate the fights. And okay, Timber was the counter to Earth Spirit mid this whole time, and we didn't talk about it. And Underlord is going to be the offlaner.
And that's why this Ursa ban makes a lot of sense. It would own this game completely. Drow Ranger, Timbersaw, Underlord, you were kind of countering all 3 cores with the same hero.
Back to Shadow Fiend. Back to you.
5 seconds.
It's that simple, huh?
I think so. I mean, I can give some cool ideas of unique carry heroes we might see in this tournament. And they're going to pick Shadow Fiend like every other single draft analysis we have.
It's going to be some like Slark options potentially coming out, which looks good a lot of the times, but in game it looks really bad.
Yep. And then there's Shadow Fiend. I'm surprised they're actually using this time. You might as well use all of it. I do want to see something a bit unique here. I mean, Shadow Fiend is not good versus Drow, so that is one thing you might be able to consider, but you can't find a hero, I think, that is good versus Drow, Timber, and Underlord, right?
Yeah.
Because these Spectres and heroes that can get on top of them can be a little difficult. Alchemist is still in the game, but you're versus Underlord, you're versus Drow, and you're versus Timbersaw.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit surprised here. This to me kind of shows that they don't really want to play Shadow Fiend anymore, which rightfully so. It hasn't looked that good in a lot of the games here, but this is definitely not
I thought it was going to be Shadow Fiend as well, because this time around you have the setup, you have the combo, Shadow Demon ulti, you have Mars Arena to set things up for a big Requiem, something that we've been lacking to see, like the big combo. A lot of the times it does feel underwhelming, but I do like what Navi drafted for themselves. I feel like this Timbersaw is not fully addressed. You also have Underlord plus a Drow Ranger with the how good they've been playing with the Drow Ranger so far. It looked really good. 2 strong lanes, actually 3 strong lanes for Navi. So Nouns, they're going to need to pull some magic to get out of the laning stage. The good thing is maybe they learned something from their series yesterday when they were playing against Earth Spirit. So if things were not going well, Copy could try and go salvage these side lanes with the early rotation.
And it looks like Nouns in the Swiss stage lost 2 games in a row with Shadow Fiend and then never picked it again. So might just be on the blacklist here.
Yeah, so are you thinking Navi have done the masterclass in drafting?
Yeah, I think so. I think you definitely are going to win mid. That's going to bleed into the Alchemist safe lane, has no protection, and this Timbersaw is going to go crazy, I think.
Okay, well, we can bring in the casters and ask what they think. They're coming up into the big screen. There they are. How you doing, guys?
Yeah, doing good. Looking forward to this. I mean, Fog, what do you make of this as well? You're a bit concerned
You're
about,
always looking forward to every game. Is there a game you wouldn't look forward to? Be honest with me right now.
Wow, one that wasn't Dota 2, you know?
Yeah, it is.
Everything is.
He's so wholesome.
Dude, so you guys have talked a lot, I think, this tournament about last picks not being utilized the best.
Yeah.
Alchemist last pick into Timber Underlord. I've got some question marks on that one. I don't know. The rest of the draft does have some cool stuff, but that one, I don't know. Feared. Like you're the Alch guy. What do you think about that one, right?
It's going to be a hard one. You just have to snowball the game. If not, you can't carry it.
Yeah. All right then, guys. Well, we're all looking forward to this one. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, we'll see if we get some of the action that we're getting from the first series. Quite an exciting first series of the day that we were able to open this one up. But let's see if that bleeds into game 2. And it's definitely going to be a bit of a test this game, right? To see if Nouns are right to go with this Alchemist this time.
I guess maybe they're feeling they can make the space because they have a lot of tons of team fight and a ton of chaos. But I'm surprised that they take this. A Timber and an Timber has been a counter to Alchemist for such a long time. And the Underlord as well, 2% base damage. We do see a different take from the Phoenix. I don't see this one too often. Goes for the hotspot. It's pretty cool. Good versus these super tanky cores. But yeah, I look at this Timber and I'm like, if he gets to a point where he's able to just tank up with either Eternal Shroud Pipe, etc., could be some big problems for Nouns. So let's see if they can make the Alch work.
So they get in the first blood. Option set up on a boom. He's got 4 heroes beating into him there.
Should have.
Surely can't run from this, and indeed he can't. Copy. to find first blood. Can
Can
Navi
Navi
get
get away?
anything in return? They might just get copy. Well, they'll get one kill in trade. Yuma is going to get the stun connection as well onto Zayat. But we'll have to be a little careful, especially as the cooldowns come back up here for these two, Puppey and Zayat. Brambles are up. They will be able to trip Yuma up, and they're blocking him off with the battery assault. Firestorm coming in. Now have a defensive disruption. Puppey's getting focused now. Yuma trying to get back around the tree line to safety. A blood grenade thrown down. He's going to tick low. The Tango regen will not save him. Yuma falls. A 2 for 2 to start this one off. Of course, what Nouns? They're one of the ones to get the first blood out of that.
BZM does get a return kill though, so even though Copy gets a little bit of a gold injection, he still is into a tough matchup of that Timber Saw, so BZM will have that extra gold as well. And BZM's level 2, right off the bat. So BZM has a full level advantage over Copy off of that level 1. Would up getting the bounty runes. I think it was a 3-for-1 exchange, and I think Nouns got a Obs ward, so the gold is going in their favor after that too. But yeah, I feel like BZM is very happy anyway, as this Timber Saw. Zayats might just be dead. Bottom. It's going to be close. He's okay. All right, Chaos level 1.
Already. Both teams really going at it.
And how's Yuragi doing? Gunner, I think we've been seeing these Mars just have a much better time in pretty much every single lane. This one still can be a bit difficult because he is playing versus Clockwork plus Drow. The constant harassment that can come out is really nice. And this is cool to see. You know, this tournament we've seen, I think, independent players trying to show off their hero pool.
Yeah, teams, like everyone's got their own style.
Yeah, he's just busting out a Drow first 2 pick. Yeah. I don't think anybody else would do that. So.
Nobody would dare to do that. I feel like outside of Navi, it's a very risky thing to do, but something that you would say this game that they kind of got away with the way that the overall draft shaped up. Like, they've managed to set this up pretty nicely for Yuragi to have a good game.
Yeah, and overall, like, there is an immense amount of damage in their draft from the Underlord and the Timber Saw. I'm going to keep talking about Timber this game because it really does feel like BZM is just going to go absolutely bonkers.
I mean, what are their answers to the Timber if you know BZM does indeed get this good start and starts to tank up?
Having a big alchemist in a way, like with a BKB super early timing. Other than that, it's all magic damage. So BZM could just run away with having that super tankiness. Yes, they'll have like an SD purge if he ever wants to go Ags, but you probably just don't go Ags. You just build standard on the Timber, go for your damage, go for your magic resist. It does not feel easy for Nouns.
No.
I'm gonna pause right off the bat here too. And cool thing also is, even though yes, Mars versus a lot of these ranged heroes can be super cool, you always have the multi-shot, right? So there's always ways to play around Arena, ways to play around some of these redirects or whatever you want to see from Gunner. Yeah, we'll see how his lane ends up going, because it just doesn't feel easy for Gunner as those levels do come out for the Clockwork.
So far, the last hits for Yuragi going pretty easily.
Yep, looking good.
Not having a lot taken away from him at all. Only the 2 denies so far. Gunner.
And BZM, yeah, he's just gonna absolutely free farm in this lane. And we'll see if that does cause the extra results of what Fear was talking about, of bleeding into the Alchemist lane too, because the protection, they do have an SD disruption. They have good ways to rotate as well with lots of team fight and everything announced, but yeah. Defending this Alch versus this much burst damage can be problematic if he gets off to a slow start. And so far, Yuma, he is off to that slow start in terms of CS. Only 13 right now. Double bracers on Boom, so he should be pretty safe down here. This bottom lane should be very good for the side of Navi.
Trying to get the setup to make a play Nouns, but difficult to get aggressive in towards these two.
Yeah, difficult to get aggro with the Phoenix versus Underlord with an Alk. Zayats, maybe if he makes him a slip-up, could potentially go down, but Boom should be just fine down here. And getting aggro top onto Yuragi is just very difficult. It pretty much has to be from a misplay if Yuragi just steps up too far and gets disrupted or something, but 3 lanes that do look pretty solid for the side of Navi. See if Copy's able to at least get that farm going for himself, though. That has to be the most important thing, it feels like, for Nouns.
And I guess for sort of the lane set at bottom, would you consider it pretty difficult for Fly to be able to leave Yuma to go for an early twin gate play to try and cut Yuragi off?
Yeah, I mean, they do have a lot of damage down here. And Underlord, not something to scoff at by any means. Yuragi is getting gone on. There's going to be a TP rotation.
Backup comes in. They're ready to turn Navi and take some kills themselves as Lelis falls. Gunner Trying to escape Puppey in the battery assault. Pushes him back with the spear, but the right clicks there from Zayats. Comes in clutch with the TP and cleans up the action as Navi take both kills.
Super fast TP coming out from him. Love to see that rotation. And it's, I think he saw the couriers. He was trying to snipe the two of them because they're both under the tower. Wasn't quite able to.
I mean, this is the thing right this bottom lane. As I say, Yuma, it's kind of tough to leave him alone. But they can leave Boom alone.
They can.
And he's pretty fine to sort of sit down here solo. Very difficult for Nouns to kill him with the two of them.
Yeah, maybe if a third hero comes, or maybe if they get the 4th point when they get Sunray, perhaps, but still very difficult to see Boom die. Unless he really just misplays. He does have a fairy
He's got
fire.
stick and
He's got
fairy.
stick.
Yeah, he's toying around with them.
Yeah.
Pushing the limits.
He had moved the Lotus out of his inventory for a second there, so I was like, oh. But yeah, he's okay.
He's going to have the wave pushing into him nicely.
It feels like a very ideal setup for Navi right now. Zayats now also will stack up the camp. As you said, Boom left alone, and we're going to see the contest for that power room. BZM is already 6. Puppey. Wants aggression. Running at heroes. So maybe the other thing that Copy can do is perhaps a vessel. That I was trying to think, you were asking me what the
Sure, this be a vessel rush game for the
It could actually be. Most of the times we were just saying the Blade Mail's super good, but playing versus Underlord and Timber, maybe something that you need to just stop the momentum that could come out. We'll see if he actually does it or not. I'm unsure if he will, but could be perhaps something that will be able to help. Lanes are getting better though. Copy is.
He's not doing bad. This is, 36 for 4 against the 37 and 10. He's not had a tough time in lane.
No, and he had first blood, so his net worth actually reflects that as well. So he's actually ahead by about 150, and they did get those bounty runes from the start too that did help him a little. So, and now, yeah, Yuma at this point is not getting pressured since they did rotate from Zayats. He's able to get that free farm going. So things looking up for Nouns. Still going to be that matchup, though. The Timber versus that Alchemist. That big burst that's going to come out. They have stacks going. Definitely a position that we've seen Navi contest stacks, though. Once they get 6 on the Underlord, the Timber Saw could potentially waltz into that triangle. So definitely going to see Nouns try to protect that area as much as possible.
And the wraparound's coming in top. BZM with the rotation. Looks to burst through Lelis. Lelis holds him back with the disruption. Does mean that he's going to get left behind on Gunner, but he can opt the TP out. There's nothing to stop it in range. Puppey tries to step up with a battery assault. Doesn't quite clip him, so Nouns successfully avoiding the first rotation from BZM.
Great spear. Pushes away the only stun. Nicely done there from Gunner to survive. And he did TP to the tower, so we'll be able to stick around here for some XP. BZM. Is he going to walk into contest these? He is. Copy has ulti. He gets almost all of them. I think SD got one of the big creeps. Oh, Haste Rune. It's a good one there for BZM. We're seeing the build. He's going to go for more aggression. The Kaya. There's like 3 different builds that you can go. Either Blink, Kaya, or you just go more defensive. BZM wants to be aggressive. They're giving XP to Fly bottom too, so Alk was jungling and making moves around while Fly's soaking to get those levels on this Phoenix. Very level dependent support. Gunner has no TP. He's got ulti, but he's losing his Lelis.
And BZM makes quick work of the Shadow Demon this time.
He's getting cut off.
Mid towers haven't.
He's going to drop the arena in an attempt to just make them work that little bit harder for the kill.
He tells his team they have like 3-4 heroes up here. Just
he's making space.
He's going to space it up. Takes him some time, but BZM getting some nice kills, some nice momentum for him.
Yeah, space for Yuma.
Space for Yuma. So far, we have not seen a Timber rotation to the bottom lane, which could just pretty much kill Alchemist in every situation. So that's what you say if you're Gunner. Space. And 9 minutes out of the support level. I mean, there's very high support levels this game because of that level 1 kicking off. Lelis, the bottom, but most everyone else getting close to that 6. Gonna play around mid. Copy's just gonna go standard, by the way. So it's just gonna be Blade Mill. Miragi making the move down with Puppey. Instantly scouted though from an Ops. TP is instantly coming in from Copy.
Get the magnetized down on the two of them. Uragi is going to go for the TP out in the pit. He'll get away.
Heads up play.
Puppey tries to hook shot out of there. Missed the hook shot, but is actually able to walk away. The magnetized continues. Not enough to kill him. Puppey is able to hide in the trees. And boom, he's certainly not going to die. He's able to walk it off. They don't get anyone.
They both just get out. All right, heads up TP from Uragi there. I think also Puppey's either battery assault or body blocked the roll that was going to come out onto that drought.
Navi looking to strike back. Zion's just got the brambles in onto Fly. Will get found and they can put the pressure onto the tower, Navi. So Nouns tried to make a move there, but Navi, they outplay him.
And here comes through the portal. They saw the Alchemist for a second there, Yuma. Name of the game for Yuma is pretty much avoid Timbersaw until he feels like he has that one or two, pretty much the BKB, I would say, unless they can somehow isolate. Yeah, it's just farm it up. Do not let that Timber find you. So far, pretty good. 0 deaths on him. Or the 1 death from the laning phase, from the before the lane started.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
Smoke up. EZM has the Kaya. Huge kill potential if they find the Alk. Yuma gonna start getting another stack going for these Ancients. They have Fiend's Gate as well available. BZM's pinging it out.
Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days. Radiant's toughened up their structure.
They're gonna look for the steal. Copy. He's gonna point him out. There's a lot of heroes here.
Get the rolling. BZM is going to get held under the Supernova. It's a good setup for Copy. BZM tries to get away with the Timber Chain. They're using Disruption to hold him close by to Copy. Copy, they died.
Copy.
BZM's still alive. Finally falls. And my goodness, if they didn't kill him off there, that would have been rough. Boom's able to catch Fly in the Firestorm, but Fly will survive. They make the jump over to Uragi. Uragi's on the retreat finally. The God's Rebuke comes back up as they're able to cut him down. Boom trying to stand his ground against the two of them. It's 2 for 2 so far.
Should have Boom here too.
The concoction out upon him. Puppey tries to step up to help out.
It's about 1% damage.
Boom is still alive. He'll go down, but the damage is done. Puppey cleans up a double kill. They might have the chance of chasing Gunner.
Oh, Puppey just got so much out of that fight. He's level 7 on the clock now.
He's going to go for TP, but he can't do that. With BZM turning up, the damage is going to be there. They clean up Gunner as well.
Navi bring the numbers. They'll lose Uragi, but they get a whole lot out of it. This clock's level 8. Great catch there from Puppey, trapping them inside of the Firestorm. Looks like Yuma was maybe able to get a kill and get out, but then just gets stuck versus the percent damage. Navi will take that any day.
Oh, they certainly will. Straight back in action. They're looking at Lelis. They know he's up on this lane alone. They're going to get the catch. And Lelis, not much more he can do other than a self-disruption. As he goes down, Navi finding action up and down the map as anticipated.
Puppey's got a full drum. And all right, so the Phoenix going to be the one that goes to the Vessel maybe eventually. He's queuing up the Shard next, but he does have an urn. It took them so long to bring down this Timber. The fact that Copy died before he did was pretty massive in that whole engagement.
Yeah, it was kind of rough because, you know, Lelis
Uragi
had a sort of tough decision to make. Like obviously, I mean, this time Uragi, and he's going to get back up. And backup's coming in. He will die.
No mech on Boom.
See if Navi can find kills and return. Copy off the illusion. He's going to get the roll away blocked off. The Supernova's out. They're going to turn towards it. Hit the egg. Take it down. Gonna set up with the arena to try and find something in return. Puppey misses the hook shot, but this is just bought time for BZM to turn up. Now Gunner and Copy, they've done a lot of damage, but they've got to try and run. Copy nice rolls away. Gunner attempting to finish off the kill on Boom, but he knows even if the spear latches, he won't get it. He has to run. Rocket Flare comes in. Gunner, they escape getting shot off. BZM slowly closing in upon him. It'll push him back with the spear, another root, into the cold pushback, and a snipe from Zayat spells the end of Gunner's life.
These supports are huge on the side of Navi. Zayat's on a dominating streak. They are claiming a lot of the kills, but they have 15 of them on Navi. The aggression just continues. They're responding to every one of the moves, and they're bringing way more numbers.
Yeah, they're playing fast, Navi.
Yeah.
Tower's gone bottom.
They're the ones with the gold lead versus Alk. BZM, he's thriving. Now he has Blink Dagger finished up as well.
Ooh, it's going to be so easy for him to clean up these kills in the fights. You know, we've seen so many times how Nouns, they're able to live for pretty long, but always on so low HP. if BZM's just able to find the finishing blows that much easier with the Blink Dagger, the team fights are going to be tough for Nouns.
The important thing is for Nouns, well, the one silver lining that they do have going is that Yuragi's really struggling. But it doesn't feel like Yuragi's the only carry, right? It feels like BZM is probably going to be one of those big carries from the mid lane since he counters the Alk so hard throughout almost all of the game.
But the thing is, your Gunner's falling behind, right? You look at Gunner's farm, and indeed, both supports of NAVI are starting to catch up to him.
They're getting close to having at least one of those core items on the supports. I believe the Yules is almost done for that Willow. Clockwork already had the drum, so he's going to be able to get those quick items too. And you can never laugh at a high-level Clockwork. It's level 10. So he's got max cogs, max batteries.
Same as Copy.
It's a lot of damage that he's going to be kicking out on Puppey too. Puppey's in.
He's got the catch. BZM's got the follow-up burst. Yuma cannot be saved.
Look at Puppey. Give him the kills. Puppey gets another one. And Lelis, the drums. They can close the gap. I thought Puppey was about to last hit.
He wanted it.
He went for it. So Fly is still, I mean, he is trying to go for the Spare Vessel. It does feel like they absolutely need it to try to slow down the momentum that's coming here from Navi. Boom has the mech finished. I believe he actually has the Greaves finished up, and they're going to take the Ancients away again and double block the camps. So Ancients blocked, hard camp blocked, and applying pressure. So slowing down the Alchemist farm while pressuring map. And Navi's playing this one really nice. And yeah, they're splitting farm across the board. As you said, you know, Clockwork soon to surpass the Mars. Zayat's getting good farm bottom. They have a blink now on Gunner, but it feels like they have to hit pretty hard with this next big combo from all their ultis. They've got them all at the ready. What are they going to look for? And it feels like their ultis also have to hit before BZM gets Eternal Shroud. If BZM gets Eternal Shroud, I don't even think he's going to die when they throw everything onto him. As he switches to BKB. We'll see if he does go down that route either way. Both items, very valuable.
Yeah, I guess sort of what against the silences, the disruptions.
Sure. If he wins, if he gets like a couple extra kills, he might still go for that Eternal Shroud, but yeah, we'll see.
No, I agree. He could get away with skipping BKB, for sure.
With the current pace right now. Maybe wanted to play it as safe as possible. Blink done.
Fly. I don't think he's getting out of this one. They get the hook shot. Does he want to use the Supernova? He will. I mean, they'll kill that with no problem.
Zayats takes the hit. That's the Yule's done. Looking for the next target, Lelis.
They're in onto Gunner. They're able to get the pushback, but the Fiend's Gate's coming in to cut him off. He's able to get the blink off, though, Gunner. Gunner gets away.
And Lelis will as well. At least they survive, but that's all that's really happening. They're surviving. They're not getting much out of the map. It's just the Alchemist getting some farm. He's got Blink and Radiance, but he needs that next item. Before BKB and he shows up to a fight, he's just going to be shredded, as we've seen every single time so far. So far, Navi continuing to play fast.
And keep this significant net worth lead against the Alchemist lineup.
And those auras, they will start coming out. Greaves, as we mentioned, finished for Boom. Pipe is queued up next, and Pipe feels like it'll be pretty massive when he gets it. Nice spear.
They're going to let it burst through Boom. With the four of them, they'll succeed.
Good move. Pulling him away from that tower. Arcane Rune bottom, too, to secure for Copy. Can they turn this into this tower? It is pretty low. It looks like they should be able to.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
No Underlord. Navi will sacrifice it.
The Dire went and fortified.
Yuragi's been getting space, though. We mentioned how he was bottom of the course for a little. Now he's top 3. Been able to catch up and farm massively. And he is just rushing a BKB. Playing versus all this massive wombo combo team fight.
He wants to turn up right as well.
Looks like he wants to fight.
He knows that as a team they can get kills pretty easily. Now, Mr. Yule's into Gus has set up, but might not matter here. And Fly dives away, but the final hit from Yuragi does the job.
A little bit of anti-synergy, but ends up working out nonetheless.
Puppey, he's got had eyes on Gunner. Gunner's able to get the blink away in time.
Puppey's got he's got Drum's Glimmer. Holy moly. Building up all these offensive purposes to protect the Drought on top of BKB's Glimmers, Pipes soon going to be on the horizon. Nouns
I mean, we kind of had a game like this the other day, right? Where you look at the net worths of heroes and everyone's kind of just all jumbled up together. Like the difference between supports and cores, it's not really clear with how close everyone is in that sort of the pack in the mid of heroes.
It will happen when the supports are taking the last hits on kills, right? Puppey has 4, Zayats has 5, so that's why they are boosted up that much more. On the side of Nouns, they just don't really have that many kills, so their supports are pretty broke. The cores have yet to find be able to find too much. BZM just commits for BKB. The next fight.
I mean, the BKB timing is going to be super fast, right? We're pre-20 minutes in. They've got double BKB on Navi.
It's perfect answers to big team fight. And they're going to start TPing in for this one up top. They pop the glyph. 22 HP on the tower.
Zayats. He's going to have to set up here onto Copy. He'll able to get the roll off in time. See what they can catch, Pup. So chance Copy able to roll away once more.
Great plays. Nice individual stuff. Fly almost has Vessel, but as we mentioned, those BKBs are at the ready.
They should have some ways to save themselves next fight. Zayats finding the setup there onto Copy, the fear follow-up as well. Puppey steps in with the cogs. There's the burst from BZM, and of course,
Puppey gets
as per usual, Puppey finding the last hit against all that insane damage coming out from BZM.
It's like the battery assault.
What did he even get it with? Just a battery assault tick?
Cog,
the cog, yeah.
Cog finish.
That's his kill once again.
Puppey will take that all day.
5-1 on 10 on Puppey and a 5-0-10 on Zayats.
21 minutes. They can contest Wisdom Rune and potential Tormentor as well.
And we see it here, the Puppey clockwork. It doesn't miss. 100% win rate this tournament.
Oh my god, imagine that Shadow point.
I was wondering, yeah, he got the snipe with the poison.
He tried.
Yeah.
So BKB for Alchemist. This is Yuma's timing. This is when he feels at his first stage of being able to actually show up in fights. Now he can maybe survive versus at least the Timber and the Underlord. The Drow is starting to get farmed though. So yeah, they have to watch out for positioning versus Yuragi.
They probably need copies as well, and then they can go for the smoke. Yeah. Because copies just a few hundred gold off his BKB, so then yeah, that's going to be the time for Nouns to try and do something.
Still not easy by any means with the deficit that they're playing with. And double Tormentors. Yeah, Navi. Very few mistakes. I feel like they're being very crisp with their movements around the map. As I say, that Zayats almost dies to the Tormentor, but he will be able to survive.
And Boom will get this shot.
It's a good one.
More damage as well. I mean, yeah, you kind of put that on a Puppey clockwork or a Timber. Yeah, whichever one wants to be going in.
We'll say Puppey. Why not? Because that sounds funnier.
Yeah. Put that Firestorm buff on him. He's in on the front lines. And yeah, the amount of frequency of those Firestorms coming down, it's going to do a lot of damage.
And it's soon a pipe for Boom, too. And we talked about pretty much Nouns being all magic damage. Once these do start kicking in, it does feel harder and harder for them to even execute these fights. Copy does have BKB. Feels like go time. Feels like they have to find something to catch Navi off guard. But Navi, they're prepared. They're all smoked up.
Who can they get the jump on? Puppey and Yuragi. They might cut off Copy. All the way in time. They've got the jump on Boom.
Hook shot.
He's going to fall pretty low, but he's still able to get the spells off. The Supernova's there, but it's in position for them to try to get out of the arena. Protecting the egg. A couple more hits. They can't find a hit. The Supernova's a success. Puppey will fall. This is the fight that Nouns were hoping for. Yuragi's going to go for the BKB TP out. He'll make it away. But Zayats gets left behind as Nouns finally finding the team fight they were dreaming of.
Well played, Gunner. Great arena. They catch Boom again, split off before he's able to finish off that pipe. Who gets the last hits as well? Yuma gets one and Copy gets one, so that's good. When you're behind, getting these on the core is very important.
Yeah, that was really well done.
Yeah, perfect from Gunner. Great placement of that arena, blocking out Yuragi. Yuragi wanted to like BKB and maybe run into it, but running into 4 heroes and the arena to try to hit an egg.
That might have been worth actually. He could have BKB'd earlier to hit through the arena.
I think he got booted by
Let's have a look.
Copy in the initial go, and it just kind of caused a little bit of panic, but let me see exactly what happened, because he got stunned.
He does get stunned. It would have been a very quick sort of moment to kind of consider, I'm about to get rolled upon, I need to BKB and continue to hit the egg.
Right choice.
But it would have been a hard call for him to have BKB'd early to commit to the egg. Would have worked out and given them a better shot in the fight, but definitely one of those moments where a decision like that, everything's happening too fast.
Yeah. exactly when Nouns need it.
Yeah.
They find that fight. So Copy gets some big kills. He's got a Hyperstone getting closer to AC. Always want that plus armor when you're playing versus the Drow. He will always be very vulnerable whenever his BKB goes on cooldown versus this Timber, but starting to get a bit of momentum here on the side of Nouns. Gunner has BKB as well. And it is level 2 ag. So Fly, he's finding good levels on this 5-position Phoenix.
Yeah. That's in. They're going to try and jump
BKB, 1 second.
Copy, but it's not enough burst to kill him. All from the side.
Comes in.
A pit down.
Human stunned himself.
They're straining on top of him. He'll get the chemical rage off and try and escape. He has got BKB ready to press if he feels pressure to do so. Copy in the mid. He's out to pop his, rolls away. Lelis gets left behind Yuma. He's going to jump back in. They're looking to fight this. They'll turn over towards Uragi. They'll put down the arena, but it's not going to catch them. Yuma's still in on top of Uragi in the field. Will push back. No, the BKB's out for Gunner. He'll connect the spear onto Uragi. Copy trying to finish off the job, but Copy will fall. Uragi, he's retreating, backing away. He's ticking down low to the vessel. He will fall. The Supernova's going to go successfully off as they catch Zayat to move underneath him, but BZM on his Timber. He's cleaning up in the style that was predicted off the back of the jar. Not a lot to be done about him. They can deal with the rest of them. The stuns are coming out from Nouns. They have control, but they do not have the damage to threaten the Timber.
It took them an eternity to kill the Drow as well. I don't know, the glimmers and these little saves that came in kept him alive long enough. I think it was Pipe and Greaves too. As yeah, BZM cleans up completely there.
Have fun trying to
a beautiful fight from Navi again. Even though the egg does explode, it doesn't matter. It took them just far too long.
They just survived throughout it all. Outside of Uragi, they really did, Navi.
And can't scoff at Boom either. When he gets these long duration team fights, he had plus 300 damage.
Yeah, he's staying alive throughout it all. They're trying to start sort of action on towards him, and they can't quite kill him now.
No.
At the start, it looked kind of good for Nouns, right? They're backing off. You know, Yuma. They take a lot of time trying to chase him out to the side of the fight, but he keeps us cool. He has the BKB ready. Copy also able to avoid dying immediately to Uragi's damage, and you know that's good enough for Nouns to sort of say, hey, we want to fight back. The arena doesn't work out, but they're in on top of Uragi. But I guess that's the thing. Everything's focused on Uragi. Everyone else with Navi, they're full HP folk.
Yep. And that spear actually ends up being a bit awkward, and then he gets kicked into a weird position, and they have to put full focus onto him, and then everybody else is just able to rain.
They're literally full HP. It's like Uragi basically only took the he took significant damage. He dies, but nobody else barely gets touched on Navi, and in particular BZM just allowed to freely play the fight, pick up an ultra kill, and definitely showing off. You know, one of the concerns coming into this off the back of the draft, just how good of a Timbersaw game this was going to be for BZM.
Yeah, he is massive.
The
ship was
how do you kill him?
I don't know, Owen. You had to get earlier kills on him in Snowball, it feels like, because their draft.
Guess what's happening?
It kind of thrives like that when you're playing with Alchemist too, when he is. You know, they picked it into this position, versus percent damage, so you have to get an advantage. And they haven't had an advantage at all this game. As Fly pretty much solo killed there from Zayats. 7-1 and 14. These supports really are popping.
They're having a great time. This is one of those games where the supports are just loving the gameplay here.
He has Blink Yules, level 15 on this Willow, and that's Puppy's was supposed to be the farm support. Yeah, they're getting away with so much.
Who's actually got the highest kill involvement on Navi? Let's have a look. 18 on Puppy, 19 on Boom, 7 Uragi, 21 on Zayat. So indeed, 21 of the 26 kills. Zayat has been there. He just can't help himself. He keeps continuing to set up these crazy moves. Gunner will be able to respond with a BKB TP, but that's a BKB down the drain for the Chargers.
And Puppy almost maybe not almost, but at least he tried for it. BZM will tip him for the effort of the hook shot, but off the mark. But it's a BKB used, so 80 seconds for Nouns. Difficult for them to fight. And to point out for the next fight also, Zayat, he has a greater healing Lotus. So in these next fights, Iragi, he has Aegis as well too, but an extra jump heal.
Yeah, that's a haste run straight away as soon as Uragi shows with the amplified damage.
And when did, I don't even know when, maybe you guys pointed it out as obs, but I'm blind. But when did Zayats get this base ward down? They have a ward in the base. So they're going to see these couriers. They get a lot of information from this whenever you do get this down. I didn't even notice when he placed it.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, great vision coverage. Iragi, amp damage, level 18, sieging bottom tower. There's no glyph. The tower drops for free to him.
There goes Radiant's bottom tower.
Beautiful game from Navi so far.
Coming apart.
Orchid finished up on Yuma. Okay, so he didn't end up going for that AC. As BKB will be able to TP out, but that was interesting. I've been seeing this a lot. People just really like the Bloodthorn on this out, but no AC to protect him or his team versus a Drow.
It could be rough. I mean, it gives you that kill potential and solo play potential, but when you're trying to play like that in a game where the enemy as a team is so far ahead, it feels sort of a little bit desperate. It's tough to make moves with this.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I've just been seeing it so much. I think I see Bloodthorn every game on this hero, but getting it before the AC is definitely an interesting choice.
Let's see if, yeah, we'll see if we can set anything up for you.
Maybe because he got Vindicator's Axe, and he's like, if I'm stunned, I'll have this plus armor.
I mean, it's a lot. If they can get on someone and there's no sort of save or dispel coming out from the teammates from NAVI, it does obviously allow you to shred through a target. But the chances of that happening in the midst of a team fight, with Navi as tanky as they are, it seems unlikely. It's hard.
No, and they have Greaves, so there's one Dispel. They have Yules on one of the supports too. And there's that base ward coming into play.
Oh, and they make the jump. They can force out the Chemical Raid. They turn with the Fear beautifully over towards Lelis. Lelis is gone.
Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
Good control from Zayats, playing with them.
And that base ward, it will probably get taken out, but yeah, getting a free kill out of it, being able to dive forward and taking another tier 2 for Yuragi. Continuing to have himself in a good position versus this out. Like we said, he's not really the carry of this game as a Drow. It's a distraction. He's 1, 3, and 6, but the distraction's absolutely working as BZM is just absolutely enormous. Level 20's been hit. So he didn't even have to go for these magic resist items. He now just has it naturally from the Cloak of Flames and from his talent. So 53% magic resist for him. And yeah, the int, of course. I always like. I haven't pointed that out much this tournament, but usually I do. Base magic resist from int.
And they come in for Gunner. No way out of this one. Hook shot would have been at the ready, and he knows. So no BKB TP going to occur for him. And they're going to see Yuma. Yuma's BKB's back up.
Radiant's mid tower's getting back.
That was a close one there.
We talked up Puppy a little too much. He missed the last 2 hook shots. It's okay though. They'll be able to get the Tormentor for free. So clean. That's the next item coming out for... Oh, okay, so boom, now another BKB. So good luck killing any of the 3 cores now on the side of Navi. The triple BKB is on versus your entire lineup. What do Nouns? How do you get outside the bait?
Got to somehow try and find that dream fight. I'll see again. I was so close there.
Anytime anyone steps out, I'm just watching Zayats for the last few moments. He's just waiting on, just waiting for somebody to show, and then he'll just blink heals him and make a setup with the Fiend's Gate potential. It's about 15 seconds. The way that he's playing is beautiful. It's just incredibly aggressive, and it's just limiting the space farm for Nouns massively. Nouns is having to run as a cluster. He should be still on cooldown for 15 for Yuma, so they just have to play as these bodyguards for him. Rocket hit him, and he has to run away. Yep. It's a tale of how scared they are. I'm not sure what does. Full hex as well for BZM. Huge.
Can they jump it, Nouns?
They're all sticking together.
Something here. It's not going to be easy.
Chain stunning a target as well is not the easiest, because if you don't chain stun one of these cores, they will get the BKB off and the fight will immediately become faster.
Hit the stand. Someone's around. No, it was Zayats, and Zayats already moving back.
Nouns has to pretty much instant kill a target with their chain stun.
They want to go for Zayats. They'll settle for him. Or at least try to. They'll get Shadow Rock off, and TP backups coming in.
On the back.
They tried to jump Puppy, but the arena combo down is here with the supernova. It's going to step up around to take out the 2 supports.
But that's everything used.
The supports will buy back immediately. Navi, they want to fight back here. Beats Foxfly in the tree line. So if they can catch anything more here, Navi.
Pretty good disengage there from Nouns, though. They do get the 2 buybacks out of the supports, but now it's no cooldowns available. And did they use all the BKBs too? I think they did. So all 3 cores on the side of Nouns use their BKBs. Navi's going to take advantage of that.
Let's see how much they can make them pay. They're bringing in the middle and the bottom wave. NAVI ready to push the base. The knowledge that these ults won't be there for the setup. Down bottom, Zayat. Roll away. It's just going to force the pressure and make sure that Fly needs to block back.
Radiant's mid tower.
Barely surviving.
They really want to push on here, NAVI.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Pretty tower.
Right now.
How can Nouns fight here without their ults? Let's put that up. Yeah, he's in with the Hex Blade. Just get caught by the silence to get the spear back, but that's going to be out. It's gonna try to back off, but the damage from BZM bursts through him. Double kill as BZM now godlike timber. The push continues for NAVI. The tier 3 falls. The mid Brax as well.
Nice gust from Yuragi. Gunner gets silenced.
And they don't need to go anywhere, NAVI. They can swing around towards the bottom set.
NAVI perfectly capitalizing on the situation of all ults and BKB is used. This is likely 2 sets.
No breaking down the radiant structures like this.
No gunner, no lead.
Radiant's bottom tower straight out of the bottom.
The BKBs are back up. They can't defend Rax.
Radiant's bottom rags didn't make it.
I'm gonna have the ultimate soon. On now. The damage from NAVI is already done.
And the question just still continues to be, can you kill all 3 cores? Maybe you kill one if their BKBs are cooldown, but the 3 of them prove to be way too problematic with their itemization.
And Phil,
BKB just...
And even killing the supports, like sure they got them last time, but they had to use everything on out to kill the supports of NAVI.
I actually thought I would see Puppey and Zayats perhaps queue out BKBs themselves this game, just because of what they're playing against. See, the Aeon Disc is queued for Zayats. We did end up buying Boots of the Baron, but I thought it was definitely potential. There's just 5 BKB versus this team of Nouns. It does feel like it counters everything. When they got that advantage, they have yet to let go of it since the start of this game. It's been smooth sailing from NAVI.
Lincoln's on Yuragi as well. Much harder for Nouns to find the chance to him, even if they do see him in the fight.
And Yuma goes in S and Y now next. I'm trying to find any small item to purchase for the next fight, but that doesn't feel like it helps too much.
Nearly a 20k leader for NAVI as Nouns looking for what might be their last fight.
Arcane Rune is
He's popping the smoke. The Hex on him and they're trying to initiate onto the other lip for everything. Kill! He has got buyback available if they want to turn back up the fight, and he will. But this game, Puppey comes in with the truck, grabs Yuma. BZM goes over towards Fly. Fly will the supernova out successfully.
Gunner's gone.
They'll kite it out for now. Puppey with the badges on. Flying time for Boom to close in. Puppey blocks off the roll. Copy drops the magnetize. The Yule setup is there. Copy surrounded. He'll also fall as Nouns they'll look 3. Yuma can even get out of this. He's got the blink back up.
They see him with the ward.
He might the TP. He's got to hope for the best here, but BZM once again with the Hex play. 4 dead on now.
Well, they got the 1 core in, but an instant buyback. Probably the worst one they could find because he can just jump back into the fight almost instantly. He's continuing dominant in every fight. It's literally, it's 5 ulti committed. The 3 BKBs from Nouns to kill the 1, and then NAVI just rushes right.
Yeah, they're just too far behind.
Yeah,
and definitely the worries that you had at the start with the draft, they really come into play this game.
Sure, Yuragi's not going to be very flashy, but it was a first 2 rounds. It's had all the fun. GG.
And they'll tap out. GG is called NAVI. Take this game 1. They come in with the outdraft, and they certainly come with the outplay this game, folks.
Yeah, we had concerns with the last pick, Alchemist, and NAVI, they played around it perfectly. They didn't get off to a hot start. They never had the gold lead this game with an Alchemist, and it's not a game where you look at it and you're like, man, this is.
Okay, so in NOUNS versus NAVI, I don't think that even a bit. I don't think that NOUNS gonna win that match 1 because like what Nurul said, I totally agree with her statement that the NOUNS maybe they have this kind of draft that's kind of overwhelming. You know, it's like when we are fighting against this kind of draft, we're gonna instantly think that, oh, we're gonna lose just because look at that, it's our spirit, it's Mars, it's Shadow Demon, and of course the Phoenix. It's like all nightmare in one team, right? They got the area, they got the magical damage. Like it's kind of mental treatment, mental treatment, yeah, something like that, mental pressure, and then but it doesn't really matter because the carry from Team Nouns is an alchemist. Because an alchemist is not really a hero that relies much on the damage. I don't think that is good on dealing a stun too. Maybe one point that alchemist is very good at is the farming session. It's because of the seed money too. Seed money, and of course the refill from alchemist. So if your alchemist is losing at net worth, then it will be a shame, right? Because alchemist, see this, alchemist is constantly on the upper peak. So we got it on the late game. The alchemist easily got thrown away by the Draw Ranger and the Timber. So this is because Draw Ranger, as we all know, that Draw Ranger, even if she's pretty weak on the early, she's still dealing a lot of damage, way more than the alchemist does. So also there is new to me, the Timber Soul's Chakram is also dealing channeling, cancel channeling, something like that. And of course here with the Clockwork and Dark Willow, it's like an easy peasy kill for the Ranger. And of course there's, even if let's say that the worst case scenario is they're not winning, there's an Underlord that can deal a lot of damage to the tower with the pit and the combo with the Draw Ranger too. So I really think that Nouns, you know, I really wonder why, because this alchemist is the last pick, right? Which is last pick, like super last pick. It's like you can really win if you find something that can counter the Draw Ranger. What should I say? Let's say maybe sniper. I don't think so too. Maybe someone that can really jump in like PA, but again PA with BKB, of course. But they choose an alchemist, so oh yeah, this is a loss. This is a total loss. Okay, that's all. Congratulations, Navi, and we're gonna move to the match 2.
Radiant's ban.
From the off lane, he's dragging the creep wave if the lane is not playable. So one of the few heroes who can actually do a lot of stuff when things are not going the way you expect them to go early on.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. It has a lot of flexibility there. And I think just picking him early in the draft is great, because now you can just pick a support like this and you don't really show much.
And it's the support that you might be tempted to pick if you're playing against the Primal Beast. So
yeah, so doing a good job protecting it. Clockwork already gone to the very difficult matchups for Primal, and I love that you have, let's say you go in with your Pulverize, you have pretty easy way of locking somebody down for a good 5 seconds, throw Terrorize on top of that, so throughout the whole game you're not going to have an issue focusing down a hero and just killing it from 100 to 0.
Very curious to see what Nouns has in store for this. Nothing really jumps out to me right now. We did see the Crystal Maiden against the Primal kind of ruin it in the laning stage.
Yeah,
it looked really good, so I wouldn't hate to see that as well. Pretty decent versus Willow too. You have a lot of ground targeted AoE.
Big brain play. You get Crystal Maiden and Bloodseeker, so they can't pick it.
Very smart. Very, very, very smart.
That's why we 5-head Dom there. He's done it again.
No, I'm just being sarcastic, but I could see them taking away Crystal Maiden because that's one of my favorite heroes against the Primal Beast in the lane. It does a lot. The other one, I don't necessarily think you need to double dip, but I also love Dragonite. We've been talking about Dragonite in our green room as well. Like, where is this hero? This hero is just too good. What Crystal Maiden does is she stops Primal Beast from using his trample, and Dragonite pretty much does the same thing if he has been if he's in the lane against Primal with that Dragon Tail stun. But for now, just gonna be a Snapfire. I like Nouns draft a lot more compared to the previous game already.
Oh, sure.
I mean, it's starting off well, but they are first pick as well, and I will say first pick is definitely easier to navigate in the draft. You just kind of like counter pick what you see.
10 seconds
you do get that comfortable 18 pick coming up here. This is where I think drafting is very hard though. On Navi side, you got to pick something. I want to go back to like the last game. I want to see an Alchemist. This hero is just really strong. It's flexible. You can put it in multiple lanes. Doesn't really get counter picked too hard. Razor, similar type of hero, can be flexed in different lanes. I'm not sure, like generally speaking, like this Pango Razor matchup is a little weird for me. Especially with the Thunderbolt talent now, because you're faster. You can run away from the Link even faster. But you do also have abilities like Swashbuckle, which can disengage from the Link too. But it still probably is a hard lane. And this is likely going to be their safe lane combination, just the Tusk on top of the Razor. And they're going to flex, which I mentioned the last game. Having a flex on second pick is really nice to have. And they've got the double flex here with the Razor, with the Primal. These guys can go on any lane.
Sure, Pango can use Shield Crash, he can swashbuckle away, but this is a super difficult lane. At least they have a cookie so they can disengage, but still Razor should free farm completely. In this lane, Pango doesn't really put pressure on it, so they will need to find a way how to fix his lane. If they want to run this Pango from the off lane, which most likely they will, and they will pick a different hero from the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's either that or you just take your carry now. But they'll go with the Puck. I think this hero we've seen time and time again looks quite good. I really like it versus Primal, because if you do go for, I don't even know what the fast is, where you can like suck people in with your Waning Rift, that just stops the charge entirely on the Primal Beast. Makes it almost impossible for him to get out of the fights or into the fights.
5 seconds.
Could be a really good morph game for Nouns. I see Razor, I see Primal Beast. They don't have that like reliable lockdown so that you can't react to it. Sure, they're still going to be picking one more hero. And seems like Nouns, we talked about adaptations, how they're going to adapt to what happened in game number 1. In our previous series, we've seen exact same matchup, Puck against Templar Assassin. Even though Puck did okay, Templar Assassin did so much more in that game.
Yeah, I mean, Morph is definitely gone. And if I was Navi, I'd think about Meepo too, just because this is something Yuma can play. You don't have the best AoE, not the worst AoE. But yeah, they're just going to ban it because that's something that Yuma specialty, and they don't have the best AoE, as mentioned. Now it's back to Alchemist. What else could they pick? That's cool.
10
I mean,
seconds
Drow
to
is an
go.
option too, but yours Tusk and Primal.
She's banned.
She's
A little hard.
She's
5
out.
seconds.
I mean, Drow is not an option, as I was saying, so
Yep.
back to Alchemist.
I'm still okay with Dragonite, even though like Razor is a counter to Dragonite with the Link. Dragonites nowadays, they're also not too afraid to pick up Hurricane Pike. They are
Right.
building into Dragonland, so that matchup is pretty good. You can push away Primal Beast if he's charging in. I just don't think the teams here value Dragonite as much as I do.
Definitely not. I mean, I like Weaver too, but nobody plays that hero.
Dyer's pick.
But in a game like this, like versus
Radiant's
Tusk versus
pick.
Razor, really nice. And we're just going to go for something that when Nouns was struggling, this kind of brought them back from that brink. Seeing this Sven is something Yuma is very comfortable on. It's one of those matchups against Razor where, yeah, he drains your damage, but you just have
so much.
overwhelming damage
Yeah.
on
10
Sven.
seconds
You
to
don't
go.
really care so much.
The only
that
time you care, I would say, if you
5
are getting
seconds.
initiated on, you're getting your damage stolen, and then they like punch you, they terrorize, pulverize. They have 2 BKB piercing
That's rough,
abilities, so that's going to be something that they need to be careful about. Not an easy game for Sven. This is something that he does not really love to play into, and they still have one more.
Okay, so welcome back to another match. NAVI versus NOUNS in Pgl Wallachia 2024 Season 2. And we've already watched something incredible from NAVI team, and that's why they successfully claimed the first victory. As we want to proceed with the match 2 here, we're lacking a carry from NAVI. And what's that? Earthshaker? Wait, so it's a carry Razor with NOUNS carry Sven. Alright, so NAVI, Boom Primal Beast, Zayak Dark Willow, Yuragi Razor, Papi Tusk, Bizim Earthshaker. Meanwhile the NOUNS, Gundar Pangolier, Fly Crystal Maiden, Nelly Snapfire, Copy Pack, Yuma Sven. Well, this is not really predictable, but I would say that doing aggressive thing to NAVI, maybe it's a bit tricky because there is Dark Willow and Primal Beast and Tusk, and of course the Earthshaker, so they really need to be careful for Team NOUNS. Tusk with the snowball can save maybe just within the reach of snowball, but still if this Tusk somehow can save a lot of people, let's say the Razor or maybe Primal Beast something, then it will be an upper hand, right? But the thing is, Razor might be pretty powerful. It really needs damage though, but it can really absorb your damage, right? So like can really absorb in any hero that he wants. That's what Razor is. And meanwhile Sven is might be powerful, super powerful, but he's only powerful when he got the God Strength. So when he doesn't have the God Strength, he relies on the item build so much here. Well, at the same time, he also can farm pretty easily, and that's it maybe.
"30 seconds to showtime."
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Looking forward to see if indeed Nouns can kind of grab this series back towards their favor after what was a tough game one. Draft-wise,
Looks way
I think,
better.
as the panel was saying, right, this should be a closer one, and there's definitely a lot of stuff that Nouns can get going this time.
Yeah, great ways to fight constantly, and just we'll say, you know, a little bit of what Double A was saying is do something, right? Make plays happen. They have a very fast-paced lineup that can fight at pretty much any time. So it does feel strong. NAVI, not to say they don't have a strong draft, but could run into some issues if the game does get dangerous for that Sven, if he's able to get that free farm. Because, yeah, Razor, Fear talked about it. I think we've seen this matchup so many times in the past, not so much recently, but the damage drain can be a bit slow. And Sven, if he gets like 1 or 2 big hits, even if you're drained, can just dish through a Razor. So we'll see how it all ends up kicking off.
Now, exciting to see what BZM is going to be able to do on the mid shaker.
He had a fantastic game last time on the Timber. It does feel like there's more answers for an Earth Shaker than there was for a Timber in that last game. But his lane in particular should be very good versus that puck. Should get level 6. You usually get level 6 first as the Shaker because you get that many extra denies versus the puck as well too. So I've seen a lot of solo kills that actually happen as soon as the Shaker hits 6. See how Copy can withstand. And boom, he's playing one of his comforts, playing it from the off lane, playing that Primal Beast. Very good versus the BKBs. I know Panel talked about that too. There's triple BKB kind of piercing abilities that can trip up even a Pango or a Sven in these later stages of the game. It's going to be the Primal, the Tusk, and of course that Razor's Link.
Of course, in this top lane, paired up with Zayats once again on the Willow, who had a pretty crazy game one, right?
Yeah. Feels harder, I would say, for the Willow to have that explosive a game. Yes, there was tons of floor damage, I like to call it, whatever you want to say, to be able to kill a hero like Willow. This one I feel like they have more. The 2 supports in particular, same thing for that, the Pango. Snapfire Kisses and CM ults can be very good versus Willow in particular, so yeah, we'll see how these lanes end up going down. Bottom, let's see how Gunner can withstand the pressure of a Tusk plus a Razor. He's got ways to play around this Link constantly, and he's got even a Cookie, so he's got kind of double weight to protect himself, but it's still a very strong lane that Navi's been able to put down here.
Yeah, so far so good on the CS here for Uragi.
Yep, and a cool thing about the top lane is they have 2 different ways of kind of, well, I mean 3 kind of in a way, is halt, boom, in position, right? They have the Frostbite, they have the Crystal Nova slow, and they have the stun that comes out from the Sven, so good ways to counteract aggression that can come out from the Primal.
Yeah, it feels like sort of like on all 3 lanes, it's gonna sort of take mistakes from Nouns to allow Navi to get kills in those situations, because they've got answers, as you say, on all fronts to not get tripped up unless they go aggressive themselves and overestimate the ability to trade with Navi.
Yeah, I think CS-wise, like creep score-wise for Navi, mid and bottom should probably have an advantage. Top, I think that's where Yuma should have that advantage versus the Primal. But kills absolutely can change the tides of things very quickly, because Boom does get an early level 3. 2 points in trample, but immediately Frostbite plus that Crystal Nova will stop him in place. And let's see, Sven can also work, because we've seen some games where it pops off, right? Wow, this game can, this hero, why is it not back? And then we've seen a couple games where, why is this hero being picked again, right?
I mean, what do you think of the heroes carry right now?
I think it's on the rise. I definitely think it's not that bad. It just does, it can fall into a weird scenario where if you get pressured in lane too hard, you don't actually have the opportunity to just get that stack farming and just play to farm them up, because there's just too much pressure on the map, so. It can be a bit of a risky pick. But I'm cool to see people trying out these melee heroes again. And if he gets farmed, Sven is very exciting to watch. I mean, the explosive hits that he can do, even without God Strength, because of the way he scales with his Wrath of God now. It's pretty cool.
Now, mid-lane matchup so far, as to be expected, BZM continuing to get the superior amounts of denies with his enchant totem, 25-11 against the 23-4 for Copy.
Yep, and the stacks are being started already, right? So we're seeing Zayats prepare those for either his Primal or for Earthshaker. Can even Echo Slide them. We've seen that a lot of times from these players, even chunking it out there. So it should be 6 pretty early for BZM to be able to do that. If he wants it.
The Dyer's courier took a trip to the old family farm.
0-0 so far. Who's going to be the first to die? Probably some support.
Yeah, I feel it's hard to sort of call which lane's going to have a kill first.
Because they have answers in all these lanes.
Exactly, like Nouns shouldn't die in these lanes.
It takes like a misplay, right? Especially bottom in particular. And now we're going to maybe see the rotation. So scans coming out. Look, both sides predicting. It's the 5-minute movement. I don't know how many times we've seen this tournament. The 5-minute support rotation. Ward gets placed, instant D-ward. The mind games go out. And now a little bit of a switch up. Fly's actually going to TP mid so that he can secure the rune. So heads up play perhaps from him. Zayats is prepared.
So he gets the power in.
Let's see.
Up top. Bramble onto the 2, then the power ends up being bottom.
And Zayats
should be, ooh, maybe saved it by Puppey. Turns up. We'll be able to hold them back.
Why? BZM's got the totems.
And he's stepping up. This will be the first blood going to BZM on the mid, 6 minutes in.
Well, a heads up TP for him to secure the rune at the least, but does end up getting himself killed. As BZM is 6, and the rotation's coming. Yuma's in trouble.
Yeah, Boom's been able to push Yuma back into the hands of Uragi. Won't be able to juke to the side, but the Bramble's catching.
And it's perfectly around the catapult wave too, so they should be able to apply a ton of pressure onto this tower here.
Buildings are tough as nails for now.
They're going to pop
fortification, yeah, but Nouns aren't going to be bringing anyone up there immediately. So definitely some time for this tower to take quite the beating. They've got their eyes on the mid.
Sven's gotten slowed down once. Can't die again, likely. He is going to return top. BZM is still in the area here. This is maybe a bit scary for Yuma.
See what they can do.
He's got the war cry off before the hit, so good bonus armor. He's got TPs.
Has to come in, and they can't allow Yuma to get pressured again. TP back up from Nouns.
Boom. Won't be able to just disengage though. And Copy is here.
Dream card down on a BZM.
Do they have the follow-up though?
He's going to be able to walk off, and has 1 charges and fairy fire if he gets pressured any further, BZM.
So he's got the bottle refill. So he's back up to full, and he's got stacks to go back to. Good moves here from Navi these last few seconds. And Puppey will get himself away from that gank.
Gunnar was trying to see if he could get an angle to get in with the Rolling Thunder. But not to be.
And I didn't point it out, sorry, but I saw it like 6 times in the lane. But yeah, he has curveball. So another like vacuum plays in to potentially wombo combo, because we used to see Sven with like darks here and all that. So I actually thought he would go for that one on the puck, because the combo potential is very, very nice. But this does help you farm a little bit better, right? As we've seen a couple times on the puck, to be able to get extra stack farming. So maybe that's what Copy wanted. So far, slight edge across the board here for Navi on pretty much every single position. 2 supports having a little bit of an edge, and the 3 cores. Just slight, though. But they've already forced the Yuma to the jungle. Yeah, he's a Sven, so he farms in there fast, but his tower, it's going to die. So boom. He's gotten a lot out of this top lane. And they did draft a CM to shut him down a bit in that laning phase in particular, and he is at the top of the net worth. It's a very good BKB game for him too. You know, he did mention that Navi has BKB piercing spells. Nouns does not. So once Primal Beast has BKB, he can pick and choose his targets. He can either grab the Sven, he can stop the Pango during the Rolling Thunder.
I mean, can Nouns, can they do anything about these stacks? We're going to see either side, in fact, make this move over to the triangle.
I'll say this a million. I'll say this because it's so dangerous. You walk in, you get echoed, everybody dies. It's so hard to contest an Earthshaker stack area. He might just throw the echo for both.
Does he echo the stack?
This is going to be beautiful.
Oh.
Oh.
That's pretty meaty.
Oh. I'd love to see it.
That's the way to do it.
I wish we could have seen the GPM just go up. The 1,000 gold pretty much injected into BZM. Level 8. No Echo Slam for the fight. Can they take advantage of that? And do they know?
Boom. He's going to get the setup on a flight. And Puppey is trying to see if we can get the catch off onto anyone else, but Nouns will back off. This is really going to propel BZM towards indeed this great blink dagger time.
And that makes the Puck's life very dangerous. Even after a lane that he did pretty okay, you can just die in 2 totems with this type of start on a Shaker. Gunnar will go back. He'll be starting to farm these stacks. He is going down the Vessel route to have that extra bit of damage. And that tank ability that we've seen from these Pangos in the offlane. I like this build. So far, nothing going the way of Nouns. You know, this is... My voice is correct. This is going really well for the side of Navi again. Zayats in particular having a very good start as the support again. Super rich because of those stacks. Smoke coming up. They're going to try to make a move happen. Poppy's got coil. Got to punish somewhere. Yuragi in particular can be a little bit vulnerable. He's not the squishiest, because he does have safety bubble, treads, plus Falcon Blade, so 1500 HP on him. They're actually going to swing toward mid. The blink is already done for BZM. Treads, raindrop, 1 plus that. He's not very easy to kill. And Yuragi looks like he is reading that play. TP's back to his tier 2. Navi reading the map beautifully.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
Nouns not catching them by surprise at all. Not getting any chance to get a kill on the board in this early game.
Radiant structures must have been fortified. Trouble brewing
Should be
at
able to
Radiant's
finish off bottom tower at the least here for Gunner.
Just Yuragi hovering around. See if he wants to turn up and try and grab the wave off the tower.
He's getting TP rotations. Gunner has shown. BZM's here. Echo's ready.
Oh, and he's straight in. He just goes in immediately with the Echo on a poor old fly.
He probably wanted Gunner, but either way, kill's a kill with this slow-paced game. Gunner has Rolling Thunder.
With the snowball coming in. Indeed, the Rolling Thunder's off in time. Now Gunner tries to turn with the shards from Puppy. Make it very difficult for Gunner to stay on top.
Puppy. He jumps into... Oh, that actually was anti-synergy.
It drags him away from his own static link there. He's like, let's go, and Puppy's like, no.
Unlikely they can go for that kill anyway,
yeah. Puppy's like, bro, we don't go for that kill.
And BZM finds a haste rune after that too, so...
might want to mine their
Kill's a kill when you get that Echo Slam with such a slow-paced game. A 3k lead now for Navi. And Boom is getting close to that BKB already. And we have yet to see him get pressured at all from any of the spell comp. I mean, when he gets BKB, I feel like he's just going to be able to walk through them.
He will.
Pretty much all the damage.
He's not going to die.
And he can just choose, he can just stop the Rolling Thunder in particular if he sees that Pango coming in.
Here we go. This will be them getting a kill. Nouns on the board now. I'll just take the kisses to bring Zayats down.
It is a bit of an expensive one. But yeah, when the slow-paced game, you take that kind of kill. But that does mean Yuragi now, unlikely that you can set up a kill onto this Razor for these next, 60, 70, 80 seconds or so. So he can step back up into this lane. Yuma's farm, it's pretty good so far, but it's not fantastic. Yuragi's got backup of his teammates. He's got the save. Fly steps up a bit far. Might be dead. Boom. He's super tanky. And yeah, Fly is going to go down. BZM even in the area. Echoes back up in 20.
Didn't make it.
He's going to start playing around with Yuma here. Gives him a good slap on the way out.
Truly playing around with him. 14 minutes. Wisdom Rune. Is Nouns prepared for this? Coil's back up in 10. Kisses not for 60. They're going to swing their way over. Does Puppy just commit for it? They've got a lot of heroes here.
Yeah, they've got the smoke up.
Rolling Thunder's ready. Puppy's got the shards, though, to stop it.
Dodges it with the snowball. Gunner will be able to get the pick up, and they'll get the kill. Same time, the BZM is able to burst through Copy.
Without an Echo Slam, too. And they'll be able to get the tower in mid. I think Puppy could have just probably thrown the shards out and maybe... whatever. Either way, they won't be able to get that Wisdom Rune onto Gunner at the least. But cost of Rolling Thunder, and they're going to lose the puck again. Or lose the puck without an Echo Slam. And that's the BKB for Boom. Top net worth on this Primal Beast. Super fast timing is going to be coming out for Navi.
Yeah, they're crushing this early game once again. It's in the mid.
Thunder.
They're going to get the catch on him. They've got the grab. There's no saving.
Another totem. Smack. Bottom. He's...
Can he really walk this off?
No way he lives here.
He's going to
get out.
Oh, that feels rough for Nouns. Not getting these sort of kills with a drop in ultimates.
Healing Lotus. Saving Puppy. Oh, watch out for Roche. Roche wants Puppy's life. But that was a great Healing Lotus, if I'm not mistaken, because that healed for like 500 or something. So Puppy, he's been gathering those Lotus pools. Ends up surviving versus it.
Gonna drop the Dream Coil, see if they can burst through Yuragi.
He's pretty alone.
Coming in. Yeah, they'll get him.
Good kill. Catching Yuragi and completely out of position there. BZM has Echo on the sidelines. They're gonna roll in. Gunner wants to get more.
They want to get Zayas. But Vessel, they'll get Zayas. BZM's not going to want to jump in on this one, so...
Good kills.
Nouns finding the chance to pick up a couple of kills. Maybe get some pressure onto the towers.
Lelis took the kill on Yuragi. I see it's hard to control that with the kisses, but definitely when you're at this deficit, you want to be giving it to these cores.
Still quite a bit of a recovery game that Copy and Gunner are trying to play here.
Copy in particular just still so poor. Just big concerns for this Puck's game. BZM's just he's gonna go the safe route too. I see him queuing up. He did the same thing last game. He's just got a BKB queued. So rather than going down the Aghanims route that we see most of the Earthshakers go, he wants to be able to get out of the fights. And when you look at NOUNS draft again, it is very ulti reliant, just like last time.
Yeah, you can just BKB and walk away.
BKB TP, BKB
at this
walk
point
out.
in the game.
Yeah, probably triple BKB timing for the side of Navi, and then they can just completely take over the map again when you're playing versus a similar, completely ulti-reliant draft of Nouns. So I feel like for Nouns, when they've got the ults again, at least the Pango roll, it's go time again. Just be able to make that space for Yuma to get that farm. Because he is keeping ahead of the Razor, but not by a huge margin. You want to be more ahead on his Sven. Yuragi?
They might try and turn towards him. Over in the mid. Lelis has been dealt with.
Yuragi's got BKB.
He's going to pump it now. Try to stay on top of Copy. Copy's able to jump out. Gunner, he's going to have to look to try and roll away with the Rolling Thunder. Well, actually, maybe not. So Yuragi's running back safely with the BKB. Doesn't push into the fight, so Gunner can hold back on the ultimate for now.
I like that he held it. Now they have the combo to be able to look for the fight upcoming. We do see the grab though. Lelis was brought down quickly. BZM level 2 Echo's online, and he's got BKB, so... That is the triple BKB now for Navi, even though Yuragi did have to use it. He's got salves to push himself back up to full. They want to fight. It's pretty much identical approach as that last game.
They cannot let themselves group up and get caught by Big Echo.
No.
BZM primed to doing crazy damage in these fights.
Now it's prepared behind Copy.
And there's the jump! He just goes straight at him!
Too fast.
Copy's gone! No chance to react and save him there. Gunner came in with the Rolling Thunder, but can't do anything aggressive with it, and indeed just could not close the gap in time to keep Copy safe.
They read the play, but it just happened too fast. The damage from this Echo. Explosive, and Fly also to drop. Navi just one step ahead.
Quite a few steps ahead now, yeah.
Sure. But now they're prepared for the play, but the fact that they're this far behind, it's a level 2 Echo, they just can't save the puck in this tower.
18 minutes in.
They will be able to stop the push for now.
A 7k lead though. Navi making all the plays.
Yuma's got BKB.
Okay, do they try and burst Yuragi?
Yuragi's BKB's up in 3 seconds.
He's going to get tracked down to the side. Doesn't even need to worry about pressing it. Puppy with the save. Yuma trying to chase on with the God Strength, but cannot close in on Yuragi. That's Yuragi. He's teasing around with the idea to turn around. BZM tries to get him with the Fisher. We'll get put to the top of the way. Copy. They've got the Dream Coil. It's going to get dragged to the side into the Snowball. Puppy providing some safety for BZM. Can he escape? BZM, he turns, gets the Fisher off. Still alive. Finally falls, but boom goes crashing into the backlines as they've killed off Lelis. They've killed off Fly. Yuma trying to pick up more with the rest of his God Strength. Trying to chase down Zayats. Yuragi dragged to the side, hides in the trees, but Copy catches him. Now it's getting a good bit of a cleanup. The chase on towards Poppy with the Rolling Thunder. Copy is set up for the triple.
Beautifully done. BZM jumped in and gave them the opportunity to just coil and throw everything onto him when his BKB was still on cooldown. Nouns finally striking back.
Yeah, this is a big fight for Nouns. They could not afford to lose another team fight, but getting the setup, getting Copy that well-needed goal, but the triple kill pickup. Zayats continues to play around with Yuma.
Should be fine. And Puppy probably telling his teammates a little bit, guys, I can't save everybody. You know, Yuragi was completely out of position.
He was trying to bail everyone out.
I tried to get him out, but BZM, you blinked in when they had their ults up and you didn't have BKB, so he did get caught there. Nouns finally get a little something going their way, and they do get a separation now between that Sven and the Razor, which is needed as top gunner. He's a gunner.
Still very difficult to show on the lanes when BZM's up and off the map for
Every
now.
time Echo Slam is up, it feels like it's a guaranteed kill almost.
And they're looking to go again here, Boom and Puppy.
Blink and BKB on Boom. As we said, he can pick and choose his targets. Anyone he finds is in a lot of trouble here.
See how prepared Nouns are for this. They were able to react last time. This time,
It's all 3 BKBs up, so it's a lot harder for you to get the connection onto the 3 cores.
now they're going to get in on top of Lelis. So if this gives them the information to get everybody else out of their copy. He had the Blink Dagger coming out, but the courier gets sniped.
Finds, and that means that he knows where they are too. Can they get out of here? Fly.
He's going to get caught by BZM. See if Copy can continue to escape.
Giants found Copy.
He's going to miss the fear.
He's got TP.
Should be far enough away from anyone else to get out. Indeed, will. Copy survives, gets out of there. And as we saw, his courier got sniped, so Blink Dagger on the sidelines for 2 minutes.
That hurts quite a lot. Yuma got some space out of it. He is getting closer and closer to being that top net worth. He's 17, so I mean that separation between him and the Racer is pretty big, Owen.
Let's see if he can carry this. He's carried some heavy games before Yuma.
He's got his work cut out for him, but he is starting to be set up a little bit better for success, all things considered. Still is going to be a lot of control that he has to worry about, as we said. You know, it's not a free BKB Sven game when he's playing versus the multiple forms of Disable and Static Link. Lotus Orb, Gunner, going to be going that route rather than having a Blink for himself, since he's got, well, Copy's Blink in about a minute or so. So he can go for some type of reflect plays or protect the Sven, at least versus some of these, the Static Link in particular. As it's Stormy time.
Navi will be able to make quick work of that.
Puppy will get it, so we'll help him farm a little bit more, and he's got the max shards already, so that's pretty nice.
It can be pretty annoying in these fights for heroes like the Pango and the Sven.
Absolutely.
Trying to maneuver through the midst of the team fight.
Definitely true. Blink on the Sven too, so Yuma has an entrance to the fight as well, because that's the one thing when you have BKB Echo too, is getting into the fight to just blow up a target during God Strength. That's where they can maybe get the link off.
And they've got a good timing now. He's at level 18. It's not a good, it's not a bad time for Nouns to look for a fight around Yuma's Sven.
15 has also been hit, so Rolling Thunder, longer duration. They're going to look for a fight off of that one. With the Blink, with the BKB, with the God Strength. As we said though, the triple BKBs for the side of Navi are ready. So not the easiest of way to approach the fight.
I'm just going to bait the action mid.
Copy's Blink is coming, right?
Scan's been hit by the Radiant. They know that Nouns are around here, smoked up. Boom's going to show. They're trying to bait here with the Primal.
Save it again.
And we had to drag him out to the side. It looked to grab Gunner, but the Lotus was out. As he puts a stop to it, the push continues here from Yuma. Be able to finish off the tower.
Oh, he's stuck in the shards.
He's going to put the BKB. You're arguing he's going to get a good chance to get a decent stat. Getting confident, he'll be able to continue to close the gap. The cookie will be there. Gives Yuma the space to back away, but Boom comes crashing across Fly. And catch the Crystal Maiden. They'll see if they can catch more. Gunner in the river.
Now it's got to run.
Fisher is there with setup from BZM. Gunner able to slide away with the swashbuckler, but it's through a bramble. Trips him up. He's got nothing else to save himself with.
Puppy, just every time he's there for the save, they try for an opportunity to burst a target, but every single time, Puppy just the X factor. His clockwork was amazing, and now his Tusk is just bailing his allies every single time.
Yeah, it was completely planned as well there by Navi. They hit the scan, they know the smoke play's coming in, so they bait it with Boom. Sure, they lose the tower, but they take another favorable fight.
I think Copy's Courier still didn't have the Blink on him yet either. I think it was still coming on the Courier when they made that go. Didn't get to quite see the exact. I think it's coming on the Courier right now, as you see there, but either way, there wasn't going to be that potential follow-up probably with the way that Navi was positioned for the move.
Just incredibly disruptive plays from Puppy. So from the save to the block off with the shards, giving them the chance to cause Yuma to have to just panic and full BKB and retreat.
It's good that they at least got Yuma out, but yeah, silver linings across the board. It does feel every time here for Nouns. As BZM now has his Aghanims finished up, so his potential's gone up massively now in these next upcoming fights too, and it's gonna be hard to kill some of these targets as we've seen with Puppy's saves, now with Enchant Totems jumping all over the place too, full Shivas on the Primal Beast.
I think Navi's going to want to turn the aggression up now with the lead that they have with this next round of items.
They can look to force a fight and potentially around that Roche soon. Copy. Has to be very careful.
The rest of Nouns sticking together.
Copy jumps in, actually breaks the smoke up top. So I think he saw the primal for a second. Boom will show himself. Nouns, they're gonna smoke.
Last time the boom bait worked pretty well. Gonna slide in, he's able to roll up.
Cancels the roll. Lotus squares off.
Oh, the jump for BGM. He's going to drop the Echo onto Gunner. They get the fear follow-up. Gunner, can he survive? They're going to have the grab here from Boom, slamming Gunner down. The kill off the Pango. He's going for Uragi. Uragi hits the BKB off, and he's starting to build up the static link. A lot of damage being stolen here by this Razor.
He's in trouble.
They're going to be able to clean Yuma up. And at this point, the fight, it's absolutely over for Nouns. Fly trying to run, but a jump forward for the Aghanims and Chartoma. BZM allows them to slam him down as well. It's just Copy left alive here in this fight, and they may even find him. He's got the blink down to the low ground.
Oh, they're gonna see him. Did they actually not get vision?
No,
With the vision, just on the edge.
It was just out, sort of indeed behind the tree as well. But still, it's a clean fight win for Navi. They get the 4 kills. They're over to the Roche pit. This is going to be their Aegis.
Gunner didn't get to get Rolling Thunder off, right? They completely controlled him. Beautifully done. BZM just jumps in, throws the Echoes. Good phase shift. It almost catches the 2 cores there. But either way, Navi able to get the full link. I believe it was on the Sven.
It was a whole lot of damage, yeah.
It's tough because he's now feeling priorities to go for Puppy, right? I think he jumped, deleted Puppy, and then it was like, uh-oh. Now I just put myself in a position to just get absolutely drained there from Uragi.
Scan's been hit by Nouns, but nothing they can do to get over to the pit in time. Unless Roshan. It's going to be Navi's, and Uragi, he'll take the Aegis.
Echo slam back up in 35 seconds too. Copy. They see him. He's got to be careful.
I need none for scraps.
Still playing very aggressively. They have this ward vision. BZM, he's ready for him.
I'm a Boom.
Uh-oh, Copy.
There's the Fisher to open things up. He's able to get the window to find the phase shift, and that will allow him to blink away, so not completely able to lock him down.
BZM jumped the wrong way even though he has vision. That's been interesting.
They're still trying to see if they can chase Copy. There we go, Fisher into the fear. That will do it.
How about that?
Took him a little longer than perhaps necessary, but in the end, they do get that one. And I think Fly, yeah, he got caught in the meantime.
He was just in the jungle. He just walks in their jungle and he's able to kill him.
I think he used BKB for the kill.
He did.
Either way.
There was a lot of backup, I believe, for Fly. Him just kind of enters in and takes him out in front of his teammates.
It feels similar to last game, though, where Navi's just making the better moves time and time again, finding the better fights.
Yeah, they're playing great today.
Tower won't last much longer.
Yeah, we'll see it again. Copy.
Nearly making it out.
Oh, what a fear. Echo Slam back online. BKB on Razor. Satanic getting close to being done too for Uragi.
Yeah.
Tanking up a lot more versus that Sven.
On top of this, 3.5 minutes left of the Aegis still. And he's a BZM, not only just the Echo, but it's now the level 18. So the max level Echo Slam.
Dire's bottom tower.
He's having a phenomenal series. 9-1-7, just like the Timber. He's out of control. And Gunner.
Radiant's top towers.
He's going to be starting the play here. Gunner will get the chance to Rolling Thunder into the TP. They've got nothing to stop that.
Let's try trapping him in.
Nouns, they cannot afford to take another bad fight.
And Navi just, it's an instant smoke. So just ready, it feels like every single time to swing over. Uragi. He is alone for a moment here. Copy will scout it. Navi's already connecting. BZM goes through the portal as well.
Nouns need to be perfectly set up.
On BZM's damage, he got a quiver too, so even more explosive damage from this Earthshaker. Supports are going to get deleted.
Well, they just don't have sort of the items to keep themselves alive right now, with the lead that Navi has against Nouns.
No, and Gunner now in a couple of these situations, he's had to go for these items, you know, the Vessel, the Lotus to counteract some of the plays, but that means he has no blink for follow-up.
Dive in the high ground now. They're going to go past the tier 3, catch Lelis. And there's nothing that Nouns can do about that.
Yeah, there's still a tier 2, they just bypass it.
Structures for now.
Copy.
Structures must have been fortified.
Gonna look to cut a wave. The glyph gets popped though, protecting it. BZM was looking for the setup. Zayat's is still just walking in. Copy. Be careful. They saw which way you blinked.
Dire's bottom tower.
Gunner trying to cut the wave even. They're hunting for them. BZM will be looking to finish off the tier 2. Uragi poking high ground.
The Dire best do something about that bottom tower.
Copy.
I mean, it's so hard to catch him. Copy will be fine. Jumps into the trees, TP's back to join the rest of the team, ready for the defense.
Yuragi's very isolated from the team.
He is.
He has Aegis.
He's got the BKB afterwards as well as the Satanic, so it's tough to kill him, but they may have to give it a try.
Yuragi is sticking around here.
They'll do it once. So if they can do it a second time, that might be a bit too risky.
His team is coming over.
Nouns, they're sticking around, they're thinking about it, but no, Yuma doesn't want to commit onto him for a second time, knows that backup's on the way, so Nouns, they'll pull back to the high ground. BZM, just the fish of the shot off fly here on the attempted escape. Zion does get jumped by Yuma.
He's forward now.
As he pops the BKB, they're going to get the link off. Puppy with the punch up, controlling Yuma. Yuma cannot run from this, as he's gone for 85 seconds. Nouns, they try to fight this, but it goes so horribly wrong. Double kill for Boom. Nouns being forced all the way back behind the tier 4s as NAVI. They just swing into the base.
Yuragi's like, I'll make them make a mistake. I'll make them go for me. His team connects. Yuma jumps in to go for the kill on Willow, but he hand delivers himself versus all those BKB disables that we see. They do have a way of his move, just jumps in again.
Won't be able to go for the grab, but the Lotus is up on Gunner. Still giving them a scare. The pressure, the creeps building up on the top lane. Should be able to finish off this tier 2 tower.
It's refreshing to see Boom have these two type of games as well, too. I know we've critiqued some of his offlane games, but this one and the last game, he's played pretty phenomenally. And last game, he got hunted a lot on the Underlord, but this one, he's 11-0 and 10.
I think he sort of kind of kicked things up to the next level ever since kind of Panda called him out in that game one. You know, Panda did this, you know what I mean? He gave him a bit of all chat, laughing at his level deficiency that he was in that game. And then game 2, game 3, he pops off. And then enter today into this series. Both games, Boom, his offlane performance has been pretty flawless.
And he gets the kill.
Yeah, 12-0-10. You know, Panda fueled him up.
Really did. He's played really good. And the really big thing is, he's top net worth as a Primal. In this type of game, when his Earthshaker's popping off, when his Razor's having a good game too. Navi's just playing super well today. Nouns. It's difficult to see how a Sven can turn this game around by himself when his other two cores are completely shut down.
Copy.
It is a bit interesting to see that he did take the echo damage, but I prefer that talent almost every time as the Earthshaker too. 50% is not that much. 50 echo damage can just win you the game. Stuck in the base now, and there's still this base ward. And again, Zayat's. He placed it probably at the same time they did last time. He keeps getting away with them. Copy.
Time for Zayat to get the opening. See how much they want to push now, Navi. Of course, they don't have the luxury of the Aegis, but still with this 18k gold lead. A lot of ways to bring the fight to Nouns in a fashion that they're going to suffer to deal with.
It looks like Navi were maybe expecting them to be playing on the sidelines, maybe not expecting that they're all stuck in the base. I saw BZM draw lines that they're just like not playing there, but Nouns is actually they are just stuck in the base.
They're going to try and take a risk here, Nouns. Go for a smoke, see if they catch Navi off guard.
All right.
And Navi, they're very grouped up and ready for this sort of play.
Not easy ways to burst this Razor anymore. He got Vindicator's Axo.
They've hit the scan, so Nouns might be tempted to try and swing into something here. It's so hard, though.
They're completely ready for this move. They're going for the longest wraparound ever. But Boom is blocking that area.
Yeah, they're covering all fronts here, Navi.
You see the courier.
It's such a hard call for Nouns to make. I mean, they're going to feel it themselves, the hesitation.
It's so telegraphed by Nouns. Look at the base. There's two waves just pushing into your high ground.
It almost feels like you kind of have to pull back and just concede this team fight attempt. Yuma.
Now they're going to look for the view.
He jumps in for the illusion rune, tries to TP out. They see him. He's dead. I don't know if that illusion rune was worth it, Fogged. 70 seconds without their carry.
That's rough.
Well, NAVI back to the push now. 5 versus 4.
This is giving a series of pretty much zero mistakes from NAVI. This is just very clean.
They've been looking great today.
This is beautiful stuff.
Better than ever here.
And now
NAVI.
Yeah, they faltered so much in the mid game. The fights just never came together. By the time the fights came out, Boom had BKB. And maybe even Yuragi did too. And maybe even BZM did too. It feels like they were able to just get those BKB timings before Nouns was able to make a hit.
Mine, their top tower.
Now they're just cruising through it. Rax getting pressured, 30 seconds, no Sven.
A refresher out for Yuragi on the way.
Massive.
At least getting this one set, you'd imagine, Navi.
The Dire's top lane.
See if they want to stick around for more. Certainly got the luxury if they want to with this sort of a lead. Nouns, what can they do?
They're just, you know, pressing that answer to Nouns as well too. They're like, what are you going to do? If we just hit your base like that, what are you going to do?
We back off Tay
so many saves. Yep.
The one in Navi is going to be up in 50 seconds.
Copy has full BKB. And they have the data list on the Sven. But this fight, it could be their last if they look for it outside that base, since Roshi is going to be about 30 seconds. But it might be, you might just have to go. You might just have to try because you're getting outscaled. You have to find some type of explosive connection.
Yeah, they want all these next times as well, Navi. I think they want the Roche and they want to get the refresher done on BZM. He's ready.
You couldn't handle one BKB. Yeah. How are you going to handle 4 BKBs just from 2 heroes?
The double slam. You know,
yeah.
BZM, he wants to end this game in style.
But also, just they're protected versus pretty much everything when they go for this. I could even see Boom go refresher.
Can they the free shot as well?
Much everything. Oh, and BZM gets it. Yeah. That's a treat. All right.
Once again, Nouns, they're looking for these smoke plays to try and get them back in the game. Hoping to find Navi off guard, but indeed Navi have been so prepared for each and every one of these moves, and indeed these wards continue to get placed in the base of Nouns. Zayat spotting it out. Can they even kill him for it? Because he's able to get the fear off.
His whole team is coming.
And he's starting to try to kill off Fly. Fly's dying. The kisses come in. But Fly's gone. Zayat's still alive. We'll get pulled to the side. They'll jump in with Yuma. They won't be able to kill him. Yuma wants the BKB, but again the static links there for Yuragi, draining the damage.
It's reflected.
It doesn't matter. Yuma's just still dead under the tier 1. Now they put everything into this attempt to try and make something happen. They get Zayat, but that's it. They don't get anything else. They lose 2 of their cores. And Roshan is ready for the taking up top.
The shot calling has just been pretty much immaculate from Navi. As I said, the base squad, it scouts some of these movements, but the old guard, they're ready. The 2 TI winning support, 2 second place support duo sitting there blocking the path. Now it's have Sevius so much, and they barely even kill Zayats.
Time for the Roshan, time for the push. Double echo slams at the ready for BZM.
He didn't even have to use one.
Hey,
that is pretty nuts.
He's got them ready for this high ground push. Look to almost certainly go around it.
And that was when Link got reflected from the Sven.
It did, so
and it didn't matter at all.
The difference in farm going to show there, because indeed, even though the Link wasn't really changing the damage differential, it was still this Sven just getting destroyed.
Yeah. Yuragi shot.
By Yuragi.
Double Eye of the Storm is very terrifying. Copy.
They'll use the Echo to try and continue to lock him down. It's not enough though. The Copy's able to get the phase shift into the blink. He'll get away. That's one of the Echoes down the drain for BZM.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
Lucky to get out. Boom, gonna go the safer route. I mean, I was hoping he'd go refresher. I wanted to see 6 BKBs from the side of Navi, but he's
refreshers all round.
He's just gonna go hard. It makes more sense. He's gonna be he already has been unkillable. 0 deaths on him, but he's gonna have like 5,000 HP. And he has Havoc Hammer, so it works beautifully when you go for this type of build too. Aviana Feather now for Yuragi, some evasion and more movement speed. The Rapiers need to be queued up. Now it's definitely feeling that desperation.
Okay, Rapiers into the triple moonshot for Yuma. He's dreaming big.
Yeah, I mean, it truly is as desperate as it comes.
Tried to get out the base a couple of times now. At this point, they've probably just got to wait and hope that Navi make a massive mistake on the push, but today has not been a day of mistakes for Navi.
Pretty much 0. It does feel like it. The supports have died a couple of times, but that's just fine. The cores are really absolutely crushing it. Because of the supports, obviously, because of Puppy getting all those saves. Yuragi almost has Butterfly now, too, after picking up on Aviana's. That's even more evasion. Wasn't getting brought down from the Sven anyway, but more insult to injury. Copy doing his best he can to just cut these waves, but the inevitable is coming.
Got the double slam back off cooldown.
And there's that butter. Time to force.
Hey, good luck getting this Razor off your base. come out from Yuragi. Satanic back up to full. And there's the jump to the side from Boom, just making sure that none of the waves get pushed out of the base. And they're just
What are you gonna do?
What do they do? 28k down. NOUNS, and they're going to get the chance to try one final play.
Rough day for Dire's.
They got to try at some point. Boom's in.
He's in. Straight away, looking to make the jump over with Crystal Man. Gunner comes in with a rolling thunder. Boom pops the BKB. He grabs Fly, smashes him out of the game. PZM looking to go underneath the tier 4 towers. The play in for Yuma, but the echoes down. The second one comes out as he takes out Lilith, locks down Yuma. Yuma to fall. No buyback available on him.
He can't even BKB.
Copy's trying to fight back, but the teammates have gone. Copy having a BKB and jump away. The bottom racks gets cleaned up by NAVI. They're over towards the mid.
Dire's mid.
They can ignore Copy and continue to push on, and now they'll tap out. GG is called. A dominant NAVI today. Clean up the series 2-0, and we'll be moving on.
The Radiant.
I want to say pretty much flawless, immaculate from the side of Navi. These shot calls, Puppy's the one doing it. Huge shout out to him, because my goodness, I feel like they read every move from NOUNS. But overall, I will say also, I feel like the moves from NOUNS, they were a bit too slow this game too. They waited some time.
Okay, congratulations to the overwhelming victory for NAVI 2-0 against NOUNS, and I wish the best for NOUNS on the upcoming tournament. Well, actually, there is a slight victory change if only Yuma didn't have that kind of intention to pick the illusion rune on the river, where when NAVI and NOUNS both team were smoking. So one fault here was because Yuma picked the illusion rune, but there were actually no one there that covering for Yuma, so he's all alone. All of the teams are, we don't know where, even if they are smoking at that time. And unluckily, the NAVI also saw that illusion rune is spawning, so they kind of easily just pick Yuma up. And that's the reason why NAVI, they successfully gained the mega on the top tower, on the top lane. And then from there, it's just like a downfall, of course. Losing barracks is too much loss. And again, as I mentioned before, Sven is frightening if it's only on the effect of God's strength. One thing that I want to really point out about this match is, look at this. I wonder why are Shakers winning against the Puck on the mid lane. Maybe, of course, our Shaker, he has the enchant totem, and just by that skill, he can secure a lot of creeps. But at the same time, Puck can really easily harass this kind of hero, especially an Earthshaker. Especially again, Earthshaker is a melee hero, and enchant totem is basically like powered up physical damage, the close range one. So I really hope that Puck can gain an overwhelming advantage on the mid lane, but I was so wrong at this. And well, there is not enough damage coming from the NOUNS. They really need to to deal a lot of initiator coming from Navi. Look at this. There is the task, of course, the primal beast, the dark willow, earthshaker. It's like the whole gang. You don't know who to fight, and even if you pick, let's say that the dark willow is the crispiest, like this dark willow also has the ability to run. Look at this build, the Yules and the dagger, of course, the glimmer is like she's building as an escaper too. So Nouns, they really don't have anyone to pick to fight, and I don't think that the draft is also working very good in this match, and just because of that, congratulations to Navi. Moving to the next match. So it's Heroic versus Falcons. Okay, so it's gonna be the upper bracket final. Upper bracket final. Okay, so whoever lose in this bracket, in this match, is it Heroic or Team Falcons, they still have second chance to fight on lower bracket. Wait, let me see. Okay. While we're waiting, let's find someone to watch. What is this? Southeast Asia Game King versus Excel Export. What tournament? Okay, took so long. Let's just watch another game.
Stings, don't it?
Money to burn.
Have fun trying to bust down radiant structures now.
First the blood. Now who wants to be
The Radiant courier didn't make it. So much for diplomacy. Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
beats faster?
Oh, it's miracle. Wait. GH2. So miracle on the same party with Noob.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
Let's watch from start maybe.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, we can. Oh, we cannot. Go live.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No.
Radiant's top tower's hurting. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Somebody iced the Dyer's career.
With honor! For heresies unknown, the temple decreed your death.
Worthy tribute.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape. Radiant's top tower's taking hits. Radiant's top tower's hurting. The Dire best do something about that bottom tower. Radiant's top tower's in bad shape. Somebody's on a Radiant's bottom tower seen better days. Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. How about that?
Got it.
How about that? That's 4 in a row. Dire's top tower's getting beat down. 5 in a row, 2 down. Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
Blessings.
Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
И вы выиграли путевку в Dodge-лист.
Money to burn.
Radiant's top tower's taking hits. The Dire best do something about that bottom tower. Radiant's gone and fortified their structure. Radiant's top tower's hurt. How about that? The Radiant lost the top tower. Radiant's top tower's taking hits. Radiant's top tower's in bad shape. Radiant's top tower's taking hits. row. How about that? Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Radiant's mid tower ain't doing so good. Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Radiant's mid tower could use a hand. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Radiant's mid tower's getting the what for. Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
There is leaning, of course, towards Falcons based on the year, based on kind of the big picture. But if there ever was a time for Heroic to beat Falcons, This should be at this event. Yes.
Yeah, I feel like also a lot of signature SA heroes are in. Like yesterday, I think we heard Lyrical going, "This is an American draft," you know, or maybe a day before yesterday. However, I feel like Heroic, they are given the opportunity to pick completely to their style and SA pub style as well. Like we see a lot of gyrocopters, we see a lot of muertas as well on position 1.
Yep.
So I wouldn't mind seeing that from them. At the same time, this guy on the other side, not only are they able to win versus Huskars and all these broken heroes like a Visage, maybe if it's even broken, the win rate is around 50%. Please don't nerf it, Gabe, and I love Visage. But overall, what worries me is the Team Falcons, they're not like meta slaves. They play whatever. And they have a very big variety of heroes and strategies that they can bring.
They really do. And I think for the series, one thing that I hope Heroic can address in a way is the Nature's Prophet that we've seen coming out a couple times for Falcons now. They flex it. I did some homework on checking out if Parker played any Nature's Prophet in the past week. He did once. And that was a couple days ago. So I don't know if they are willing to touch it.
I feel like he doesn't strike me like a Prophet player.
But I feel like kind of you have to be.
You know,
like you know, you see the proofs in the pudding.
You can respect it. I think if anything, for me, Heroic just need to make sure Parker has time to kind of control his own game. Like even when he dies in the same Muerta game, he's able to perfectly choose when to fight, when to farm, because Heroic was able to bring enough numbers to give the opportunity for Parker to decide. If Falcons break down the map quick enough, we're yet to really see Parker have to fix the offlane, plus fix the mid, and farm and scale. Like he's always had like Parker's had an incredible tournament so far, but Parker's my key theme for Heroic winning.
For sure, and you give away this Nature's Prophets, right? And of course you understand that Team Falcons are going to pick it even in the first stage. So you have to have come up with some sort of an idea of how to deal with it. And when it comes to Parker, I really think that he has a hero pool, at least on position 1, that can be played very comfortably into the Prophet.
He outscales the Prophet.
Exactly.
I think it's less about the carry to carry matchup, if it is Prophet and carry. It's more, what are your tools to deal with the early to mid game of Prophet? And I think the best examples we've seen was having like Mars and Primal, or Primal and Kunkka, like having 2 cores that prevent Prophet from TPing to that lane just really breaks the hero. Like how do you actually get to play the map when you only get to play 1 lane?
And make sure he doesn't reach level 25. Because if Falcons reach level 25 on this Prophet, you're in for a really bad time afterwards. Yesterday, that Treant, the Greater Treant, or whatever it's called, it was literally the strongest and the hero in the game.
The Ironwood Treant is a very strong one for sure. I think that for Heroic, if you treat this like a potential best of 8, you know, you got 3 games today, 5 games tomorrow. No, I'm not. This is not reaching.
Okay, all right, I'm listening.
I think if you're Heroic and you have the mindset, you know what, we are fine to lose against Falcons in this one if we see them again in the finals. That's literally what KJ has told us. Then you will let the Nature's Prophet through, and you see if you can deal with it before even thinking about quote unquote wasting a ban on that. I don't think it's ever wasted, but you try to beat it. And I think that's very good.
It's the upper bracket finals, right? Like they tend to have a little bit of a testing, right? Grounds for teams. Like you get to train and figure out the drafts and what works, what doesn't. But the upper bracket in general is like that. Maybe not the finals alone.
Heroic already kind of answering the Nature's Prophet, like we mentioned, with a couple heroes already. Falcons, they are first picks this time, so they are going to have to show where the Nature's Prophet is as they conclude this phase, most likely. So it's not this like ultimate Maureen Skidder flex at the very end. We did see on the player camera, Skidder yesterday was very upset. He didn't get to play Nature's Prophet.
He was very sad. But
he had to play Razor. I mean, I don't blame him. Was it Razor? I think it was.
It was.
I'm sad that's not becoming like a meme format. I feel like it's such a iconic look, but alas, Reddit wasn't quick enough.
Maybe it will happen again. One thing that I did see from Falcons yesterday, though, is they don't shy away from playing this semi-core kind of a lineup. It was Razor and Bristleback, if I remember properly. So
it's because teams weren't just pressuring early on. Like I think Nouns created this mini meta. Again, they are now eliminated of just stalling out the game, waiting for bigger timing, which allows like 2-3 heroes all to greed up to getting 2-3 cheap items to then break the game. And Falcons, they identified some of their opponents were just very slow in wanting to make moves. But Heroic, they're the opposite. They want to make moves. They're bringing Parker through the twin gate. They have, in some games, at 8 minutes, they have 5 players already.
Like in their last game, they had Parker on Morphling. And when they were playing Tundra, he was level 5 and he's rotating through the twin gate with Morphling. Yeah. So they want to be very active. Meanwhile, on the other side, Team Falcons, they want to maybe even break that activity with something a little bit more defensive, such as Omni-Knight.
It's a nice pick. It really hurts the fact that Heroic don't really have damage with their opening. If you get one repel on a core, they're going to be able to walk away from the Mars. Sure, the Tusk can punch you still, but it just forces Heroic to have to think, okay, now how do we find the backline? How do we actually pressure the Omni-Knight from always keeping that hero alive inside our
hero
initial?
that really does not care too much about the Omni-Knight is the Monkey King. And now you have layers of heroes that teamfight very nicely together. You have the Arena to work with. You also have the Wukong's Command. The problem for Omni in versus these heroes is like he needs to reach the target, and if he is getting too close, he's probably getting out of the zone, like he's getting somewhere too deep.
Yeah, I think we need to entertain Blink Dagger a little bit more on Midnight.
Yesterday, by the way, sorry, they were talking about Witch Doctor, and they're like, this is our stuff. And I'm like, wait, this isn't your stuff. Bengen's stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, if we're going to attribute this Witch Doctor to one team, it would be to Mouse. Like, it's their complete signature. But
10 seconds
you were speaking of damage, and there you go. That's the ultimate hero with the Maledict.
5 seconds.
With the ward.
If you are now locked in an arena that has also got a Wukong's in it and a Death Ward coming out from Witch Doctor, you're dead.
Yeah,
and then some.
It's really, really annoying to deal with the damage for sure. It's going to be, high pace, a lot of skirmish. Witch Doctor wants to get the early levels, early Wisdom Rune. Like, it's a lot of tempo for Heroic, but again, you are going to be running into the Omni Knight that will protect whoever they jump. So I think the positioning of Snaking will be pivotal on if Falcons are able to play out this early to mid game. And also with this pick here, what is the Amar hero to? Because often Amar relishes these games because he loves being the offlaner that can just soak this aggression. Like, oh please,
just bully, and you cannot do that into the Witch Doctor. That's the problem. Like the Monkey King as well. You don't know if it's safe lane, if it's mid. So getting something like that they were picking yesterday, like a Bristleback, probably isn't the best idea. Maybe something a little bit more skirmishy and playmakery from that offlane. Doom is still left in the pool, which is perhaps an option, but then again, Monkey King will crush you in the laning stage.
Is Monkey King a good counter to Nature's Prophet, lane on lane? Is that something that Heroic might want?
Like a Prophet offlane?
No, in the mid, if they were mid lane.
This is basically what I expected from them. Something a little bit more skirmishy, and also it opens up the flex, right? Like you have 2 heroes now that are very flexible. I wasn't impressed with their offlane Sand King when they played it. The game looked very lackluster.
10 seconds to go.
Like, the mid lane is much better, but yeah, we'll see where they they decide to put it.
I think draft-wise, Falcons probably want to put the Prophet in carry here and Sand King mid. As much as you can say, oh, Sand King offlane, but like, imagine like a Sand King offlane into Witch Doctor plus Monkey King. That's the type of lane where either Sand King gets a random kill when he's fine, or he dies 3 times and is absolute despair, right? So I think that volatility will force Sand King to mid lane.
10 seconds to go.
I think they...
knowing Falcons, they'll still happily play off lane.
They talked about Falcons for so many games now in a row in their post-game interviews on the side of Heroic. I feel like they came so damn prepared, because just looking at this, first you take the Mars away from Amar, right? Then you pick up this Monkey King in your second stage, because they didn't pick the offlane yet, and it's a flex monkey. It can be safe lane, which limits the hero pool really hard for Amar. You ban out the Pango as well when you got the Mars. Like, this drafting from them so far is amazing.
And you can see Amar is still talking, so often at that point that's him discussing if he wants to play the Sand King or not. Is there a different offlane of him to play in Heroic? We spoke about that, the Tricore, the Flex, banning out the Raids as well, which would enable Falcons to disguise where all the heroes are going, right? Like Sand King could still be anywhere, Razor could be anywhere. So yeah, Heroic themselves don't even truly know where Sand King and Prophet are going to be laning.
Yeah, but I don't think they care as much. That's the point. True. Like, I feel that their heroes are kind of ready. If the Sand King is mid, like Monkey King can play that lane. Like, he can be mid, and then Analog will be absolutely fine to rotate and make moves.
We
then
saw
you can still ask
we saw yesterday that Parker really wants to have the overall last pick. If there's a scenario where he can get that, then I would not be surprised that he just gets overall. Does he want to play monkey? Does he want to play anything else?
Well, if he isn't something like a monkey, the problem is Falcons, they do not know. And I think that's the biggest issue for them right now. Which is crazy considering that the ultimate last pick of this series, or of this game at least, is for Heroic as well.
I mean, the two bans from Heroic lean towards Monkey King being the carry. Of course, again, we've entertained, Flex
It can go anywhere, yeah.
It does, the Heroic at least does protecting that. If they do have to put Monkey safe lane,
10
they're not going to have a Falcons pick which hurts them.
I mean,
they don't want to be
Analog talking a lot now, so that is indeed potentially indication that he's talking about his role.
Playstyle wise, it's really on Heroic that they need to open up the early lanes to keep finding that fight. Like Monkey King, Witch Doctor, they always want to be seeking kills on the map, and that's where the pick for Analog from the mid lane, you can just really amplify how quickly you can break Falcons here. Like, if of course you get that snowball going. Falcon scaling though, happily can go toe for toe Heroic once you enter the mid game.
10 seconds to go.
Well, let's just see what they go for. They go for the Doom. I feel like if you're Heroic right now, you just put this Monkey King on the safe lane, and you get a different mid laner that can backline catch.
The Doom coming out kind of cements Nature's Prophet in the carry role for Skeeter, Sand King in the mid for Malrine. And
exactly.
Falcons have just made a statement with the Doom pick by saying, if you don't break us in the first 15 minutes with your laning heavy heroes, we will just outscale you and do more damage. Like Sand King in the mid to late game, Doom in the mid to late game, like it's so much stronger than what Heroic have. So
of course, Falcons are considered the favorites when it comes to the gameplay and just the recent success that they've had, but I really like how Heroic have drafted so far. Of course, the draft is yet to conclude. We'll see what they last pick. I feel like with the Doom, you're also negating the possibility of a Parker Morphling, which is also nice. But if you're Heroic, I think it's Analog, the one that talked. This should be his hero, and Monkey should be on the safe lane. If they're comfortable playing Monkey safe.
There's not many heroes that really beat Sand King in the mid lane. So I think for Falcons, that's why they're happy putting it there, knowing Sand King will farm. Whatever Analog plays will have to mirror that farm, and it's going to be a who breaks first and who makes the quicker move.
I don't know. For me, Sand King right now feels overrated a little bit. He was absolutely busted in the TI meta.
I agree from off lane. Hard disagree from mid lane.
We'll see. I feel there's a lot of options on the mid lane. I think even if you go for something like a Puck, you'll be very happy with your draft.
Well,
or just
don't run.
1 second left.
Never mind.
They go for Gyrocopter. What do you think?
Yeah, so Amar is going to have a little bit of a better lane, but they go for a carry that they feel more comfortable on. I think that's the bottom line.
Yeah, I think the Monkey King carry put some concerns of a timer on Heroic's lineup. So I think Parker wanted a little bit more scaling, hence why he's taking it. Monkey King, Sand King, haven't really seen the mid matchup too much, but I kind of feel like Sand King should still be able to farm there. If it is a weird lane, he'll be able to pull waves, worst case. Monkey King will play into the map, Sand King will farm a Blink Dagger.
It's a melee on a melee with a Monkey King, right? Like you can never really go for the opposing hero. Monkey King should have a good time. And the same way you feel about Sand King mid and Sand King offlane, that's how I feel more or less about Monkey safe lane and Monkey mid. I feel like right now the hero is much better played from that position 2 role.
Okay. I don't know, I'm still kind of worried for Heroic, where if they don't get early kills, like a Witch Doctor 5 can fall out of favor compared to like an Omni Knight 5. But Heroic have all the tools to be the aggressive team that they have been. The reason why they're here in the top 3 position is because they're breaking down the map early. They're not truly just farming on everyone. They're willing to fight, and this is the perfect lineup for them to do that on. And just if they make mistakes, Falcons, they have the draft to capitalize on it and to keep skipping waves and play the bigger map. So I think I'm really focusing on Heroic to be able to dictate the game, at least in the first portion.
Do we feel like the Gyrocopter pickup gives them a little bit of a safer entry towards the mid to late game, where we said Falcons will dominate otherwise?
Oh, definitely. Gyro is one of those heroes that, you can go back completely into the farm and farm the stacks, but he also brings a lot of magic damage early on, and Parker, the way he plays, he joins a lot of these early game fights. So I would expect him to be one of those moving pieces that you might not expect early on, like post-laning stage, maybe even during the lane, use that win gate, rotate on the enemy tier 1 tower.
Yeah. Also, it punishes Skitter a little bit, because now he's having to play into a Gyro and then a Monkey King as a Nature's Prophet, and it's like your Doom might, I don't know, it can complicate the physical damage aspect of it, but that's maybe kind of what teams have leaned on, right? We had Medusa TA lineups, now we're having Gyro and Monkey King lineup, but again, it's a relatively close one, I feel.
A relatively close one, and we also think that Heroic did their homework for this first game of this best of 3 series. And one of the men that did their homework was Coach Cass, who's now with Slacks.
You're expecting sandy claims?
"30 seconds to go."
First blood. Well, today anyway.
First time for everything.
No, Slacks. It's okay, buddy.
He's come around to it. That's good.
What? No, it's not good. He also wouldn't let Cavs go. First blood was already done, so maybe it is a disappointment. I don't know. But we're into this game here, and Analog getting first blood did have to skill up, of course, that Boundless to get that first blood, and it was all off the back of the Witch Doctor.
Yep.
Sort of. Also the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, well, it was a trade, but ultimately the Witch Doctor died last, so there was no experience gained over on the side of Falcons, and as you said, first blood did go to Analog. I think the bounty runes was 3 for Dire. That is correct. All right, so 3 for 1. So, generally speaking, if you get first blood on... If you get it on a particular hero where it's very good, I think that is a trait that's clearly favorable. Otherwise, first blood for a 3-for-1 bounty rune exchange is relatively even, so not that much to write home about. But gonna be interesting to see how the mid lane goes as a result. Analog with that head start, he's gonna be playing against the Sand King here. Malrine opting for the Sand Shroud this time around.
Okay.
As his way of trying to deal with laning against Monkey. It was one or the... I mean, obviously it was one or the other, but the two options you have here are you go Sand Shroud and you play around the Invis in mid and you lane, and the other one is getting Dust Devil and just starting to pull waves and going to the camps.
Oh man, Devi Llama getting a little bit harassed here. I was watching this double wave pull around and Snakey keeping him up close and center. So the Tusk went to go and soak experience for the other wave. Devi ended up being chased by Snake King, and Omni Knight does a lot. Like, this hero can hit pretty freaking hard. Also, with that omnipresent aura, means that the damage that he does is increased as well for the longer time that he's in degen aura. What an interesting start as Mars takes a big hit, but in the end will not be completely broken apart by that.
Yeah. Wonder how good this is gonna turn out for the side of Heroic to pull waves like this instead of playing the lane head on. Skidder obviously will get a ton of experience because Omni Knight is not really sharing it with him.
Yeah.
So this will be a fast Prophet 6 from the safe lane. Kind of not exactly as fast as in mid. Okay, damage onto Snake.
Trying to kill him and will get that one indeed.
Yeah, he's only level 1, so he doesn't have repel. And makes him an easy target. So yeah, that's the trade-off here. Prophet's gonna get a fast level 6, and that could open up plays around the map for Falcons. However, it's gonna cost Snaking a ton of early game presence. So he's gonna TP in here with boots for Skidder.
I mean, we're seeing right now part of the reason why this hero can be good in the laning stage, as Amar going to get hit by another Maledict ticked here, and of course not enough to get the kill, but showing the power of this bottom lane too. With Gyrocopter, Witch Doctor, they really have to be careful there.
Yeah. King Jungle's actually opting to go 201. I thought he was going to go 2 in the Maledict with Gyro having 2 Rocket Barrage, but valuing the cask bounce, he has got the Headhunter facet, so if he does get a really good bounce, it does a ton of damage, but at this level, I feel like a lot of the time the Maledict is just more reliable when you're playing, especially when you're playing against a lane with Hoodwink in it. Hoodwink is going to be hard to get bounces off of. Snaking again.
Drinking Buddies. Punches still just level 1 on this Omni Knight, and so another kill going the way of Devi. I mean, like you said, Skinner is still getting farmed here, but Mars making up for his lack of CS with kills. It's pretty impactful.
It's definitely helping out. That Snae's dying these couple of times, and it begs the question, does he need to play this aggressive?
Right.
It is obviously freeing up Skitter completely, but perhaps...
Parker just gets ran at by Amar and killed.
That is an unexpected kill for me, and a really big one to say the least. When Amar has a good start on Doom, he very rarely slips up. And having a head start in this lane will mean he will get level 6 before the Gyro most likely, and that could even lead to a secondary kill. He's been fortunate enough to find the mana burn creep, and it's just being super annoying against King Jungles here, trying to get his mana pool back so he can fight back, but if Amar keeps getting opportunities to mana burn him, the Gyro will be fending for himself.
Sid, I had so many things I want to talk with you about at the start of this game. I just feel like it's going too fast. We don't have any time. Like, I want to talk about the teams playing off against each other, how they've sort of journeys been.
Do you want to talk about Snaking dying again?
I mean, yeah, Analog is up here, and they set him up for another death.
Snaking is level 1.
This is a rough time right now.
Actually, I don't think I've seen this all tournament. He's level 1, minute 6.
That's crazy.
Imagine they don't get a Wisdom Rune. Alright, he's walking back top with his 4 branches Windlace Raindrop inventory.
Oh no, poor Snaking. Yeah, that's pretty bad. They're down a hero for a while. This is a glorified Mega Creep that they have independent movement of.
Well, you could argue a Mega Creep is stronger.
Yeah,
actually.
Harder to kill, that's for sure.
Mana burn and King Jungles again. Good damage.
Oh, tried to turn it around with the Maledict. If he got that Maledict off, it would have been a kill, but no luck. Still
he may be 15-0 in his last pubs with Witch Doctor, but did he play against Amar and Crit in those?
That's a good point.
In his lane.
Possibility. But not entirely likely. Oh, this is nice from Malrain. Bringing the wave over, and that is a camp that should be going all the way down here.
Yep. Effectively kind of playing it Dust Devil-like there. It's a little bit awkward because you keep going invis, so you have to keep hitting the lane creeps, but he got most of it. I think one range creep escaped him there.
They're pinging it. They want to come on over and contest this one. The creep is moving. KJ in the area. Schofield, they jump in with the Monkey King. They want to steal it away. Boundless interruption. Oh no! Snaking, no! Oh, Crit is going to be hit. Amar does manage to bring down KJ Analog in further trouble, and as they bring all their numbers, it is going to be 3 dead on Heroic. Was it worth it to keep Snaking level 2?
I don't know. I mean, this was obviously not the result they were expecting, so heads up play by Falcons, and this is one of the Prophet specialties, right? Just being able to join in awkward positions. So call down onto Malrine. Will hit on the last missile. Big damage.
Chard turn around, and now Drinking Buddies punching Amar, trying to take him down, and in fact Amar needs to back away. Boundless Strike! And the Gyrocopter will be killed. It was close there at the end, but they got the finish.
A flawless snowball, but still ends up just being a trade in that instance. But yeah, it's definitely big for Falcons that they get a couple of kills at their Wisdom Rune. Imagine they don't. Because now, at the very least, Snaking will have Repel. He'll TP out to his tower. Okay. Interesting attempt from Analog. You never know. Maybe the game's bugged and you kill him there.
Potentially.
Uh-oh.
This death right here is bad.
He just TP'd back down.
I feel like we've been going back and forth of who's getting the better end of the spectrum, but that one feels like a pretty big shot to the ribs.
Especially because of how Heroic drafted this Gyro, right? It was their overall last pick. They picked it with the Witch Doctor lane, and it's just not giving them the result that they're looking for. Also, how good of a Gyro game is it? Because this hero later in the game, in Gyro's ultimate late game builds, he generally has Satanic. You're playing against Doom, and you're playing against GA. Well, eventually, when Snaking gets level 6 minute 25,
right?
That's going to be something to worry about. Schofield, snowball? This is a good snowball. He's going to get all the way across.
Devi Llama makes the move over. Now Drinking Buddies runs him in, and crit. Going to be another kill for Devi. So back and forth they go. The 3 deaths on Parker definitely hurt. Skitter at this point untouched. And yeah, they find him now. Schofield, but the big missile's down. Malrine hit. Analog right on top of him. Does get the epi out, trying to connect in with the balance. A double for Analog, and can keep going for more if he wants. Devi baiting this one out. The shards won't block him off, in fact, though. And Amar is still standing tall, but the chase down Analog is there. 19 kills in 10 minutes, and well, we're about to see another one. Crit goes in, tries to get the sharpshooter finish, but it's not going to happen. This is the type of Dota I've been wanting.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is taking hits.
Visibility.
We've had a wide spectrum of strategies in this tournament.
Oh yeah.
Some teams have played very, very slow, not taken very much initiative, and just looked to farm, and then we have this. And honestly, I think from Heroic's perspective, this is a good way of approaching Falcons as a team, is to keep them on their toes. Don't let them take the initiative, just try to get stuff done. I say that, and I still feel like it's Falcons that have made the majority of the moves, but the mid Monkey King is just extremely good at this type of game.
Yeah.
When there's fights non-stop, he can always connect with the Simian Stride and just be involved. Analog 6-1 and 2, top net worth.
Well, and I feel like, you know, for so many of these teams, particularly one like Falcons, you have this idea built up in your head of how you want the game to go, and creating chaos, making it a little bit wild, I feel like it's just, it can only be in your good fortune, although, I mean, this looks pretty bad. Simplifying the game sometimes cannot be as good for you. Schofield now going to get brought down, so double support deaths.
What happened to the punch?
Yeah, I don't know.
Actually. Wait, hang on. Am I missing something? I thought it went on cooldown, but he didn't swing. And... Huh.
Well, no punch, no problem. Or big problem, as the case may be. Blinkback or Malrine.
So... Does Hoodwink's innate work on melee attacks?
Right now.
It does,
maybe.
right? So he has a 20% chance to redirect enemy attacks to a tree. Did he punch a tree?
Is that a thing?
I don't know. I mean, that's the only explanation I have to what happened. Maybe I just saw it wrong. I don't know. Oh, bad spear from Mars.
And immediately
they're
dead.
both dead.
KJ also hit. It all started with that damn tree.
Breaking down the radiant structure like this.
Yeah, that's no good. And this is going to be a mid tower as well. Ironwood Tree has arrived.
Moves in.
The modern day Ram.
Analog. Not backing down from the fight. Drinking Buddies punched. That time they didn't miss it. Snaking. Not enough that time,
This is
though.
probably going to cost him, though.
Malrine goes back into the arena, but won't be able to make anything else happen there. They do get the tower, though.
Yeah, this is looking quite healthy now for Falcons. It seems like the kind of game where now Analog really has to come up big with this Mage Slayer. This is a tempo item for Monkey King. He wants to have it against the... Okay, we're going to see the replay here. So, yeah, evade. He hit the tree with the punch. I actually didn't know this is a thing, but obviously Walrus Punch is special because it's a modified regular attack.
Weird.
That is
Radiant's top towers hurt.
20% of the time, it works every time.
You know,
Fred's in trouble.
In some places, you know, you hit trees to train. So maybe he thought this was practice.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll pay off later, and he's happy with the exchange of crit surviving instead. But this time they'll get the pesky squirrel. Still a 4,000 gold lead for Falcons.
You know, that might have been the first time that's ever happened in a pro game.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen it before. I mean, maybe it has.
Radiant's top towers.
We're just going to say it is. We did the research.
Yep.
I'll take your
We know. 4,000 gold lead, 13 to 14. And I feel like I don't have a good grip on what's going on in this game completely, but I know that Heroic are going to come for the Wisdom Runes. It's been action-packed. Doom onto Tusk.
It's a trap.
Spear completely off the mark. Oh, but he gets it! The Wisdom Rune steal! Heroic!
Wait.
They're over.
Yeah, not getting the rune in that.
He ran back in doomed. He may be doomed, but he's wise.
The next level play of just pretending nothing is happening. Well, they still do lose both their heroes, so they can't be too happy about it, but if they hadn't got the rune, that would have been really bad. Now it's just not so good. Gotta look at the positives. I've learned that from you, Lyrical. Uh-oh, Parker.
Malrine. Oh, look at the positives. He's hitting him with Epicenter. And Gyrocopter, that's actually enough. The snowball will not be there in time, but KJ up on the high ground. Look at it go. Malrine starts to die, and with the Headhunter, it is going to be enough. Divine Llama comes in for the finish. Finds Snake King, gets that kill. Now bushwhacked and caught. They go on in, don't quite have enough damage with the sharpshooter to kill off Schofield. Now Analog drops down the Wukong's command, hits onto Amar. Schofield gets the punch in the BKB already. The Skinner shows up to the fight. Gotta run the hell out of here. They go back into the Wukong. Now he's stuck in the trees. Now he's caught, but he can't get the Boundless off.
This is starting to get out of control for Heroic. They have to... I was saying early on that they were really keeping Falcons on their toes, but these last few minutes, Falcons are just faster. They're making the moves. Analog shows up too late. The Monkey King has to be there almost instantaneously when fights break out to set this up. You're naturally going to very frequently get outnumbered when you're playing against Nature's Prophet. I will say I respectfully disagree with Caps that this hero is not very good. I think it's very good. But he said that we were going to think the same as him after this game. But fortunately, as Slacks established in the interview, if this goes wrong, it's all Parker's fault and Prophet isn't good. So
that's true.
Don't worry about it. I would definitely say that this hero is something special, and Falcons just play it extremely well. They flex it between multiple players, and they very much understand how to play the tempo that this hero brings to the table.
But likewise, I will say, at least at this point in time in the game, it doesn't feel like Heroic are out of it by any stretch of the imagination. Like, the lead is slowly growing and getting further and further into Falcon's favor, but you see moments like this, and all of a sudden you're like, well, oh, he just gets out of the arena, though. Oh.
See moments like this, and then they're like...
Well, that's when,
finish your sentence.
Curse happens.
Finish the sentence.
Moments like this, and that was the end of it. I was just trailing off.
You see moments like this, and you're like, okay, it could be worse. That's unfortunate for Heroic.
That's right.
Oh! Nice escape. This was very clutch from Analog with the tree dance there. Good job avoiding that Sankey kill. In the meantime, the Melodic missed!
They didn't get him!
Oh, that's actually crucial here. Amar might just kill them both!
And then he turns the punch! I don't have any problem. Parker, go after him. You can get him snowball. The dodge, the chase, to turn. They need a little bit longer on this silence. Can he live through it? No! But now a second round of Wukong's command is up, and Amar is going to die. Malrine tries to get away and gets the Burrow Strike out. They're still running at him, still chasing him. The Bloodlust has not sated.
Radiant's mid tower.
Snake King drops down a random sentry and finds a ward, and the Treant goes to work. And they'll finish this one off. So, yeah, as the dust settles, I mean, it's just a sequence of little things that are starting to add up. I mean, such as this kill on Amar, missing the Maledict is definitely a big problem. That could have been a faster kill. Maybe things are different. And then, again, numbers. Prophet is joining every single time. If Snake King is in the right spot, it's difficult for heroic heroes to find the kills quickly. Yeah. And they eventually do get overwhelmed.
The time.
You gotta look to Parker here, I think, to try to solve this game as he has many times for Heroic, but they're used to Parker being top net worth, or at least top 2. And that's just not where he's at right now. Falcons have all top 3 positions in the net worth. They're now going to get an Aegis as well. And do we have any key items coming out here? So Hoodwink's going to complete a 4-staff in a moment. Senking his Bloodstone. That's a big one.
Yeah.
They do have a Vessel and Witch Doctor, but he's not always going to be in position to use it.
I mean, I will say, if we see this type, because this is one of the things I wanted to talk about at the beginning, and now we're 18 minutes, and finally there has not been a kill in a minute. But I would definitely agree with what Shiva was talking about, that we could see these two teams again in the grand finals, no matter the outcome of this match. I feel like they've put together such solid results throughout the group stage and the main bracket. And if this type of pace continues to go, I gotta say, I like what I've been seeing from Heroic. I mean, obviously, Falcons have been putting together a solid performance, and they are absolutely owning this game. But if we start seeing maybe some bounty hunters or something, all these kills, sounds real cool.
Heroic have played it on Schofield. They played that against Tundra yesterday. So it definitely is a way for them to approach.
KJ, Skitter, they spot him immediately. Spear, no arena yet. Now, Amar onto the onto the Mars. He's backing away, but looking pretty close to dead. Skitter living through a lot of this. KJ just gonna drop the ultimate, trying to survive through Amar, but enough damage is out that they kill him. Now, Burrow Strike connects onto Analog. Boundless Strike is there, hits. Purification dead. Schofield out too late. And they're just missing that little bit of damage now. Parker, they buy back on the Witch Doctor. Now Malrine, he's in far. Where's the TP point? They're trying to get close. Malrine is low and Tetra.
Okay.
Still ends up dying.
They do have a Sentry pre-placed, actually. That might have been necessary, potentially, but the shards do get it done either way.
Sort of good, sort of weird. I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's definitely a concern to see how much Amar is able to do in these fights. He kind of played a 1v3 there and got 2 kills.
Yes.
In the meantime, Skitter was kept alive by Omni Knight. He just repelled G8'd him, and he was just tanking the Monkey King ult and then ran out of it eventually. Who's gonna get a Nullifier on the Radiant? It feels like a necessity eventually to solve this GA, but nobody's going that route. Heroic themselves are very, very good Omni Knight team, so they should know how to deal with the hero. But so far I've seen, despite Snaking being absolutely pummeled in his safe lane, I still feel like he's had massive impact later on.
Yeah.
And he has this Solar Crest to show for it. He has the same net worth as the enemy supports after having literally no game.
Got it.
And levels too. Like staying alive through these fights, it's worked out really well for them. Heroic go for a smoke play, not able to connect onto Skitter, who is farming those Ancients over there. They had a good read on where he was at, but Tier 1 tower was up and they could not take it down. Now pushing this top lane.
Radiant's top tower.
In the meantime, Malrine.
Ironwood Tree, you gotta kill it.
Up their structures.
They'll pop the
Glyph will do.
Maybe looking for another fight here. I believe that everything is back up at this point. They have Doom ready, although he is a little ways away from the rest of the squad. Getting together now.
It feels like the best thing that can happen to Heroic is that they get a displacement with the spear from Devi. Like, find a hero, push it so far away that Omni can't protect it, and just pile on it and kill it off. But while that is happening, you still have to be wary of the Doom, you still have to be wary of the Sand King with Blink to counterplay you. So even that doesn't feel like a clean play, but it's probably the best option you have. They're going to smoke. This is a big moment. If this goes wrong, they're trying to protect their Tormentor with Analog.
And Skitter right up front and center, looking for the Boundless, goes
Nicely done.
Steals it away. Now Burrow Strike on to Schofield. KJ off to the side, Headhunter bouncing between these trees. Schofield trying to back out. Amar is still there. He drops the Doom onto Tusk. Now pops his BKB, wants to fight more. So Witch Doctor, Voodoo switcheroo, but he's dead as he comes out. So both supports gone at the start of this. And Falcons, now with Aegis in hand, 30 more seconds, can just keep the push going.
Yep. I mean, that was a nice play from Analog to at least secure their Tormentor. This would have been even worse. Now, that one Boundless Strike is worth 2,800 gold, if you think about it.
That's pretty cool.
Kind of crazy, right?
Yeah.
But
oh my god.
because of that, they got the Voodoo Switcheroo onto the Witch Doctor, who used it to stay alive a little bit longer, but still the conclusion was the same. And once again, I'm seeing the same problem over and over for Heroic. Amar is just walking into them, and the fight ends. It's actually kind of bizarre. He's just like, screw it, I'll Doom, Tusk, Pop, BKB, and Zone 2 heroes, and in the meantime, my teammates can do whatever they want. That didn't even seem fully coordinated from the side of Falcons there. It doesn't matter when they can't deal with the Doom.
A brick wall staring right in front of them. Schofield sees Sandstorm, but can't really do much about it.
Tower could use a little help.
And now, with Aegis gone, it does beg the question, Heroic, how are they going to answer this big problem in the Doom that's there? They do have BKB on the Monkey King. I feel like he could maybe think about a Nullifier next, potentially. Seems like it would fit his hero.
Yeah, probably. The issue is Monkey King doesn't have the best stat gain in terms of strength, so a lot of the time you get tankiness on this hero from buying something like a Scotty, or sometimes you see Satanic.
Right.
I guess he can somewhat rely on getting Solar Crested by the Tusk, unless they want to use that on the Gyro, and there is the Snowball save, but his hero is just not that tanky. So if he goes for the Nullifier, he has to be very, very careful not to become the target of the fight, or he could just get blown up very quickly.
Yeah.
Especially because even though you're standing in the Wukong's command and you have a ton of armor, Falcon's lineup have very nice mixed damage. Sand King has a ton of Magic Doom. The Hoodwink does good damage. Nature's Prophet has Mjolnir, so he doesn't only deal physical. And he looks like he will be going Mjolnir himself here, Analog, so no Nullifier planned. Falcons want to go down top with their smoke. They're not going to find anyone, as Heroic are wisely playing the bottom half of the map. They're hoping somebody wants to push out this top lane. Not the case.
I do have to say, for Heroic's point of view, like, getting both of these BKBs on your cores and then not being able to do anything with them feels pretty bad. You know what I mean?
Yep. But it is just a difficult game state for them. It's very hard to find the right initiations.
Right.
Falcon's lineup, I think, is just very well tailored to counter-initiate, really. With the Omni, with the Blink Sand King. Oh, he actually clipped him!
Finds him.
Okay, they can't get in. If Amar has a dagger there, he's in.
Yeah. But
opted to go for a build entirely without Blink on the Doom, probably feeling like the Sand King Blink is enough together with a Hoodwink Atos, so he can really beef up instead, going for what looks to be an AC next. And they're keeping good control on the map here.
Well, over the last couple of minutes when the fights have not been happening, Heroic have been able to stay somewhat even in farm with Falcons, at least in terms of the levels that both of them are farming. Yeah, if he goes down
here... He is showing on this... There is a dire ward here that I think saw him jumping in the trees, so Falcons are... The jig's up.
Finds Divide. Doom down, but Wukong's command. Now out, trying to TP away, get some distance. Amar's BKB is wearing off, but he's still G8'd, and unfortunately for Divide, is not quite going to have enough HP to survive through that one.
I wonder what Devi's mindset was there, as he TP'd back and was doomed and instantly just ran toward his team and died. Maybe he was hoping somebody could come and barrier him or whatever, but yeah, not the case. So that's another kill for Amar, just very quick. They just jump in, they doom the target they want, and it kind of feels like whenever this doom comes out on a core, Heroic just don't have enough damage.
Yeah.
So the Gyro doesn't have any damage items. We had this build the other day when you and I were casting Parker, where it took a long time. His damage item was like his 5th and 6th. And this is a similar story where he has BKB, Sanjin Yasha, Falcon Blade, Dragonlance, and now he's going Pike. The damage is not impressive. Mars has no damage in his build. He's just poor in general here. And the Monkey King, you've got Mage Slayer Maelstrom. I just think the Falcon's hero is just don't die.
The Dire
Yeah,
So
do something
you have to
about
farm. You have to get damage items out.
in a weird way, it feels like it comes back to the Witch Doctor. Like he's the only one that can really do stuff.
Yeah.
And if you're depending upon hitting a Maledict and then getting like an uncompromised Death Ward, it's just kind of a tough way to play Dota.
It is. But they got to dig deep here. Analog will see them, but he can't go in. All right, snaking is just making this incredibly difficult for the side of Heroic. He's just going to follow around whatever hero is giving the vision. And Heroic just genuinely don't have a counterplay to Omni-Knight.
Yeah.
They actually don't have anything. So if they don't find Snay and he's behind the hero they jump, he just protects them and that's it. Then Doom will run in at them with drums, Sanjin Yasha, phase boots, probably hasted with all of them activated. He even has a bullwhip, so definitely. He's just going to choose a target to Doom, and then they'll pile on them with a Prophet. It's so nice and simple, really. The ease of execution here massively favoring Falcons. Let's see.
Blink to the side. Cuts
Nice
down
tree
the
cut
tree.
from Schofield.
Amar is going for a Scotty himself. Still a little ways away from it.
Interesting.
But a counter smoke by Falcons. Skitter can still join at any time. An Analog up on the tree next to Roche.
Amar breaks, so he realizes there's something up here.
What tree is that, by the way? What the hell?
You see there's like a little...
That does not look like a tree. It's crazy that that's a thing that you can jump on.
It's kind of a tree that's stuck inside the wall of the pit, actually. Yeah. It's a little bit weird. I agree with that.
Well, they're going to come and try and catch the side of Heroic as they move down to contest this Roche. Scotty, Shiva's already out and Analog found dead. And that puts their hopes at contesting the Roche to bed.
I mean, they might just go high ground if they think he doesn't have buyback here, which is the case. I don't think Heroic can fight them without Monkey, so they can choose. Do they want to try to press their advantage, or do they want a free Roche? And the call is free Roche. Now, who do you put the Aegis on? Is it going to be Skitter again? Let's see. I guess so.
Amar. He thought about it. He definitely thought about it.
Oh, this is stopping their Roche momentarily, at least.
Oh, yeah. Wait, they all TP here. They're kind of slow. I mean, Skitter takes it, but they're all coming down here.
There's the roar, and he'll back out. Now, Heroic will think the Roche is still ongoing because of this roar, and Skitter will just TP away. This is a very awkward situation where effectively Falcons just lost a free Roche.
What?
Now, it doesn't mean they're not gonna... It doesn't mean Heroic gets it, but now it's going to be a fight instead, when they could have claimed this for free if they didn't go for the kill mid.
And Heroic have their entire area set up. Like, they've got wards here. They've got tons of vision. Falcons feeling very confident in themselves. I mean, Amar is so big right now. With that Scotty gun, it's kind of insane. They see that Roche starts to go down. The Ironwood tree is tanking for the moment.
And Malrine has TP in 3 seconds, so they're waiting on him.
I mean, notably, Amar does not have BKB and also does not have Blink. So him walking into here, he can't get the Doom off in time. I actually think they might just get this. He's going to walk in, snowball, shards, block off, but each is in hand. Heroic get it. Can they get out now? How about that? Malrine hunting, looking for a burrow strike. They're away.
They only lose Tusk.
That is crazy.
I cannot believe Heroic managed to pull that off. That's just an absolute steal.
And Falcons handed it to them.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, again, I think this is the second Falcons game we've had this happen, where they have a free Roche, they want to get a kill instead, and then they fail to get that kill, and therefore they don't get the Roche. And it's kind of this, like, cascading effect of, you know, just one decision leads to one loss and then to another loss. But fortunately for them, this doesn't feel like it's critical, but it definitely can't feel great. And it gives Heroic some time. And Parker, as a result of this, might just be able to get this Daedalus. And perhaps with this, the Nemesis Curse, if they find the Omni and kill him off, the Gyro can start outputting serious damage in the fight when there's no GA.
That was such a bizarre moment. They just ended up giving it's like if somebody asks for your password on Steam and then you just give it to them, they take all your items. Like, you need to call for tech support here. Help out.
Hey, Falcons, we need you to play a CS tournament. Yeah, I guess Amar perhaps a little bit, I don't know if I want to say too cute with the Scotty. It caught me a little bit off guard that he went for it. Now he's like, okay, maybe I should just get a blink, whatever. And he'll get that now. So if you wanted these items, I think just opposite order would have been better. If Doom has the blink, every time they see literally anything with an Ironwood tree, he can just blink Doom and start the fight for them. But that time, as you mentioned, he couldn't get in there, and Heroic just grab it. There's the Daedalus.
And yeah, Daedalus done. Are we getting anywhere closer to a nullifier at all? It doesn't look like it yet. So there is still no dispel on the side of Heroic, but maybe with just overwhelming damage, they can make something happen here. Omni is set up.
If you have enough physical damage, you can kill the GA. We just need a little bit more.
Out, surely. I mean, again, no blink on the
I just realized Heroic haven't taken a tower this game.
Yeah.
My God. I did not notice that. This is their first attempt. They almost got the tier 1.
I mean,
34 minutes.
There's like not even damage on the other towers really either. It's oh, I guess that one got damaged a little bit.
And the other one.
There's just no damage on
That's nice. I mean, that was a good story.
Yeah.
It wasn't true. Don't lie to the audience.
Sometimes you can lie to them. They like to be lied to.
Yeah, but the problem is the observers are fact-checking.
That's true.
So. All right, Heroic are out. We got a tower, boys. Job well done. And they're going to go their entire team through the gate bot and then smoke up and look for a play. If they could find Skitter, it would be big. He's going to take the Wisdom. He's going to find the Ancients, and they do scan him out. He's pretty quick to clear this, though. They have to be fast before he runs off, and yeah, the moment is gone. He'll pike away even, anticipating this move.
They're going to get what they really came for, this tower, man.
Second tower.
That's right. Listen, they have 100% increased the amount of towers that they've taken.
Yep.
In the last minute. It's impressive stuff.
They'll also get the tier 1 mid, I think.
Now, I mean, there is another thing that to be concerned about here from the point of view of Heroic, which is we're going to get closer and closer to Nature's Prophet level 25. He's 22 right now.
Yeah, it's an inevitability this game.
Like, it's going to be a problem to deal with. He's also going to have Daedalus here in a second. Just insane damage. And we've seen this before. Falcons feel like there's a chance that they might like lose an engagement. They just sit back and push in with Treants.
It's such a nice fallback plan that will definitely not stay for another few months.
Why not?
There is literally no chance this doesn't get patched. It's just not. It just isn't. I mean, it's probably still going to be right now, but it'll be tweaked. The numbers are just bizarre on this.
Okay.
I don't think anyone except Calfs thinks this is fair. He doesn't. Prophet's very good.
You've said that before, yeah.
You did. I'm not lying.
On Omni.
That's your thing.
Listen, just telling people a lot of lies here, I feel like. Spear back. Gets him caught right on the top of the monkey. How you doing, Amar?
He's fine. He's doing quite well. How about yourself? Scotty's good there.
Yeah.
It's a lot of tankiness.
Would have been dead without it.
Yeah, probably. It would have been close at least.
I was just lying again.
I can't say for a fact that you'd be right. So.
Marker of the time has Butterfly coming out to him pretty soon here. So they are, I mean, cutting into this lead little by little on the side of Heroic. Aegis has now expired.
Little by little. Let's have a look at the graph.
I mean, look, upward trajectory.
They've cut into it.
Yeah.
They're getting there.
You know, it's like
the win expectancy they are cutting into by a few percentage points at most, but you know, it's baby steps.
It's like when you want a slice of a pie, but just a little slice.
Oh, don't remind me.
Syndra didn't get his pie, everybody. It's a really tough time.
I ordered a Caesar salad and a pie, and the pie didn't arrive. I was very sad.
All right, we're seeing now some pressure.
Lemon meringue. I was so excited.
As Malrine is excited to jump in and burrow strike the Mars, drinking buddy back away, decides to doom the Tusk again. Wukong's command thinking.
Oh, missed the spear. The fight's over. They gotta disengage.
So it will be a doom for a Tusk.
Yep. And Falcons maintain control of the map. Heroic, they kind of have to play tight, you know? They're just running around in this pack, letting Parker farm, hoping that he'll get there. He's got a butter sec as well. It's going to be nice this game. The Nature's Prophet really doesn't want to buy True Strike. Of course, he's still going to have to contend with the problem that's going to be a Refresher Doom coming out soon. Razamar ended up deciding against Blink once again and decided to buy the recipe.
I mean, he keeps on getting Dooms off.
An interesting way of telling the enemy team, you guys should be scared. He walked around with a Refresher recipe in his inventory, so he's telling them, this is what's coming your way soon, boys.
Taking back over this area, KJ will deward that one place down almost immediately. Roche, ooh, Burrow, on him. BKB jump, now spear down. Malrine hit, MGA, everything there on top of him and dead. And meanwhile, it is a doomed Monkey King. So they will lose 2 this time as Tusk goes down. KJ finds the magical spot to TP out.
They don't have buybacks here, and I think Falcons will realize this monkey just picked up a Scotty, so really okay. Skinner, this will be big.
Can they bring him down in time? The GA is there every time.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurts. And now Malrine TPing in, wanting to catch, finding Parker. Can he TP out? Does have BKB TP. Leashed up, TPing away, in time, Butterfly!
That's a good butter.
Oh, that was close. In the meantime, Divide not going to be so lucky.
Although they don't get the kill on Prophet, this move is actually kind of important from Heroic because it buys them 40 seconds on the Monkey King.
Yeah.
If they hadn't done anything aggressive there, Falcons would just regroup and start pushing high ground and probably get a lane of barracks. So at the very least, this causes some diversion, and all they lose is the Mars, who isn't really that valuable here. 13k net worth only on him. So I would say that play, despite failing, still worth it.
And immediately, Skitter purchases the MKB. So not wanting the same thing to happen again, and now you don't quite feel as good about this purchase for Parker. But he did get value out of it. Lives because of it.
And it's also Prophet didn't really want to have to buy this, so it kind of goes both ways. But yeah, the fact that he gets the response this quickly is obviously an issue. I don't think Parker was expecting, oh nice, I've got Butterfly. Oh, then 45 seconds later there's an MKB out. But Skitter had stockpiled some golds, so he could make this choice. He's 25, Gabe.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
Yeah.
Gunther, the Greater Treant.
He's a strong boy.
And they do not have a single Dagon or Devour or Midas or anything. So all of these they need to bring down with brute force.
Oh my god, it's actually going to be disgusting.
This is a problem.
You know what's the worst part about this? Skitter doesn't have good Treant cosmetics.
Look at, okay, let's see Divide versus the Treant.
Yeah, it's very nice, very good.
Okay, let's...
Yeah. Battle though? Thinking about it, they have Doom ready, Refresher back up in 25. Do they go for it immediately onto the Monkey King? Yes, they will. BKB runs away, turns to fight. It's onto Amar. His BKB wearing low. KJ destroyed, and that sharpshooter goes through and it finds the Monkey King. Oh, he is dead, and now they buy back on the Tusk. But I mean, this is at the very least Roche, if not significantly more.
Unless if Falcons really want to go for a gank mid.
Okay.
And then Heroic steal the Roche. We'll see.
There's no way to do it twice.
Parker gonna find an amp damage. I mean, okay. Would it be crazy to just go for a 4v5 here with a Witch Doctor buyback with your amp damage, knowing that there's no Doom? Well, he has Refresher. Never mind. That would be crazy indeed. Okay, so you can't do that either.
It's a good thought, though.
And they probably wouldn't have had the time for it anyway to even connect, because this guy's so fast. Skinner TP's in, gets the rune bottled.
And now he gets up on the high ground. Artillery punching into Schofield.
Roots and run.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I think Parker wanted to time the amp of damage with, you know, some type of a fight, but will not get that opportunity. Wow, level 25 for the Sand King 2.
Yeah. Takes the epicenter pulses, not the slow blind sandstorm here, interestingly. I guess because he doesn't have Dust Devil, he feels like it's not reliable enough, perhaps. The epi pulses are, of course, great, too. It's a ton of damage.
Yeah. The Exit's pretty cool.
Yep. Timeless Relic as well on him. So, all of these things really adding up. Oh, Falcons have 3 Mindbreakers, by the way. That's
Witch Doctor.
A lot of silence.
Witch Doctor does buy a Dagon. So they have one of the answers now at the very least. Also seen Doom level 25 applying mute. So it's the old good Doom.
Yep.
And refresher on it. Mars going for an MKB next to.
Okay, I think this game has reached Rapier or bust territory.
Yeah.
Parker is working on it, and I think it's the only solution. But the problem is the Rapier isn't enough if you don't find Omni. So you need to do this two-pronged attack where ideally your Mars Blink spears the Omni and you just kill him instantly and then build a fight around it. Punch into trouble for Schofield.
A whole lot of trouble, and now Doom on to Gyro. KJ throws out the Maledict, wanting to hit the Witch Doctor ulti going, and Amar low, good arena, but they don't have the damage. They buy back onto Parker though. He's trying to get back into the fight. On to Malreen, starting to punch into him too. They have the refresher out. Analog dodgy damage, trying to light seal up through it, but it's not going to be enough. With Parker dying back, GG is called. Falcons, a dominant display in this game number 1.
Yeah, this game, in all honesty, it was close and it was interesting and exciting for like 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And then Falcons just absolutely obliterated them. The problem that Heroic ran into that I think is what they need to solve in the next.
Okay, that's one streaming. Doku, my voice is almost gone. I stream since 2 p.m. Okay, congratulations to Team Falcons, and even if ATF he has some kind of very rude and bad behavior, we really have to acknowledge that ATF has some skill here. Good luck, ne, going to get my sister now. Take care, Doku. Ah, that's why I've been thinking. When is A's birthday? Is it today? Now you mention it. I'm gonna let's spam as happy birthday. Why you type so fast? You did it. Take care, Doku. Okay, back to Heroic versus Falcon. Why Parker's name's upside down like this? Okay, that's surely interesting. Ooh, this is anti-mage. This is PA or anti-mage. So cool. Where's Juggernaut? Monkey. Ah, this is PA then. Arcana. Okay, so Team Falcon, I don't think that Snake King makes that huge impact in this match, but on the early he surely shows what kind of Snake King is on the lane, so it's pretty good. And look at the Skitter, he has 0 death. Marine, super obvious that it's gonna aim the priority one. And look at this planet network. Okay. Wow. 3 cores from Team Falcons on the peak of the network. And you know, even if I noticed that Doom players in this tournament or even in this latest update, they rarely show a successful Doom, but ATF, I had to admit that he has the skill to utilize Doom on the highest level. You know, it's like he really knows who to Doom. He really knows who to attack, and like it's like, yeah, one-man army. So that's probably just thing. Ooh, it's GH and Noob. Where is Miracle? We're gonna wait for match 2. While we're waiting, let's find some match to watch. Wait a second. Ooh, GH and Noob. But there is no Miracle. Where is Miracle? You know, Team Nigma Galaxy, they have a tendency to find match at the same time. So I wonder if GH3. This should be Miracle, right? Let's watch. Wait, let me check. Miracles. It's GH2, not GH3. So it's GH3. It's Miracles Smurf and Smurf again. Is this too? Interesting. Is he playing support? Let's rock support. Why staying at lane? Where's what's happening? Okay, just look for another. Maybe that's not really Miracle. I don't know. Or maybe it's already changing username. Yeah, it's GH3. Farming. What happened? Report Vino. So it like or someone's not respecting the legend. Lester is a farming natural creep. I bet pro player also has ups and downs like this on the public match.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
Let me check.
Radiant's top
Maybe
tower's hurting.
they already start
The Radiant lost the
match
top
2.
tower. Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Radiant's top tower's taking hits. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Radiant's mid tower could use a hand. Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days.
And we end let's yeah, that's how Miracle talk, right? There's so many emoji. I don't know what plus means.
Radiant's
though.
mid tower could use a hand. Radiant's mid tower's getting the what for. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower
So
seen
I
better
don't know
days.
who's this Venom, but I bet it's ruining the public match here.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Trouble brewing at Radiant's
I
bottom tower.
can watch this. Let's move on to the tournament.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't
Falcons turn to ban.
A bit more better execution to not trade kills, or try and go for the out farm, play for the scaling that Falcons have done.
I feel like you can still go for the same skirmishy lineup, but you gotta get rid of the global potential that they had. It's a completely different story when a Gyro is tipping bottom, fighting, dying, then moving bottom to fight again and die again, and the Prophet when he does the same, because Prophet has a free TP. And he's gonna go skirmish. Who cares? I'm gonna TP somewhere else, get some Wisdom Runes, farm on.
Sorry to go against that, but potentially we might see a world in which they don't care about the Prophet.
It looks that
Falcons
way.
still get Prophet themselves, but like Heroic go for like a primal. Like the fact that Heroic were very comfortable with it, it could be like, oh, we can deal with it. But of course, they are eating into their reserve time for this third and final ban.
Yeah, and there's always lower bracket to come back in.
There's quite a bit of a change up regarding the bans coming out.
Good.
The Prophet does get banned, but we also see the respect Falcons give Parker. He yesterday also went for game number 2 for his last around Morphling out from the get-go. Storm is also removed. Naga is left in, and another hero that's left in that we saw banned previously is the Primal Beast.
Any team playing against Heroic, 1000% respect Parker and respect his Morphling. I cannot say this anymore. Like, Heroic do a very good job at ensuring Parker is able to step up into the game. The reason why Falcons looked so good in their previous game is because they shut down Parker, and he wasn't a hero that wasn't like that big statement core, right?
Yeah, they just got the Pango. I feel like the way Heroic is also drafting is very solid on shutting down ATF. Like already we have 2 heroes. Well, Doom most likely the only one, but still. They have they target him a lot with the bans, and just having Pango this early on mid or safe lane opens up everything for Falcons. Now you can even give them that Mars if they feel that confident on the Mars and want it again. Sure, take it. We have Pango. We're kind of feeling good about that. And keep in mind that Morphling that Falcons have banned is pretty strong versus most heroes on ATF besides the Doom. It's good versus Razor, it's good versus Bristleback. So banning out that Morphling opens up a lot of avenues for Falcons.
And are Heroic going to respect the Bristleback?
No, they are just banning out 2 saving support. To be honest, I don't hate it. I think when we talk about Falcons and the same thing we had yesterday, there's a lot of talk about the course because they do cool stuff. Obviously, they get a lot more farms, so they make a lot more plays. We saw Melring yesterday with the Earth Spirit rotate, and that was very cool. But I think they're not unsung. Let's be real here. The other sung heroes. I think the Omni Knight by snaking previous game was top tier. And I know Crit plays Hoodwink a lot, and there's only so much we can say. It's like, wow, Crit plays great Hoodwink. He plays an amazing Hoodwink.
He does.
Again, time and time again. And I don't blame Falcons for wanting to remove both Shadow Demon and Omni.
Not to take away from your point.
Take away.
Yeah, take it away. Take it.
Besides the laning stage, how much of like big impact do you feel from Hoodwink right now? Because even Crit, I feel like...
Are you flaming Crit or the hero?
The hero.
Okay.
I feel like the hero was absolutely busted. The scaling from the Hoodwink was insane before. I feel like
now she's a normal support.
She's like normal.
Yeah, but she's still very good.
And just to remind you, Crit finished 10-5-22 in the last game.
Yeah.
I think it's like Hoodwink now is, like Shiva just mentioned, it does its job very well. Good players will be able to rise to the top, but the average player cannot just pick Hoodwink and autopilot their way to looking insane, right? Like you actually need to be a specialist, I think, to really get the hero.
My point. I feel like I'm not sure if there are position 4s that are better than her, but if you're in full comfort zone, I guess it's still fine.
Yeah.
A lot of burst damage. That break, if nothing else, is still very useful.
100% win rate on Hoodwink for Crit, by the way. 4 games, 4 wins.
So
in this event so far.
When it comes to other heroes, Tusk as well, still left in the pool. Of course, they pick it up. There's a lot of position 5s that are and 4s that are still left in the pool.
Yeah,
are pretty damn good. Enchantress, not really that contested so far.
I'm surprised by that because I think yesterday and even the day before that we had a lot of even first phase Enchantresses coming out.
Yeah, we had it, and Heroic they kind of figured the Monkey King opener pick Nyx into the end, which worked out all right. I think it didn't win them that game, but overall it looked solid. Actually, it did. It was with the Morphling, right? Like, where Morphling popped off versus Brood. That was the game.
I can see a world where Ench is being ignored because
10 seconds to go.
people respect the Nyx Assassin counter. They already have a lot of heroes that they want to ban out against the team. It's like, if we pick Ench, now we have to think of this hero. We're giving away other heroes. Like, it might overcomplicate the draft prep a little bit. So it's like, if you just ignore it, then suddenly you open up an extra pick and ban for yourself.
Yeah, and maybe because we don't see that Beastmaster, it's a little less enticing as well, as Beastmaster is getting ignored this series. We did see Enchantress just now being the third most picked hero, so I don't think she's gone from anybody's radar. It's just there's
just in this series, perhaps.
Just in this series, different styles, different flavors.
Yeah,
That's the beauty of the game.
Meta is evolving within the series as well. We see a couple of different bans, and Primal Beast now that you mentioned earlier also out. And also Enchantress, she rises in stonks when Beastmaster is more popular in the series itself. So something that Heroic might do.
Radiant's pick.
Grimstroke.
Ooh. Okay, don't see this hero too often, but...
Wait, didn't we have the other day a Grimstroke? I don't know if it was a rogue or not, but they went for the fine art?
Yeah, Planet played it. And then there was another Grimstroke, I believe, afterwards. But look at these two balls on Team Falcons. Like, you have the Thunderbolt or whatever it's called, the facets right now. And on top of that, you have Tusk playing into Grimstroke, so he's gonna have a good time.
100% win rate with fine art, by the way. That's definitely... this is the third Grimstroke that will be played.
One game.
No, 3 games.
3 games?
3 games. The other 2... Well, okay, 1 game for the fine art and then 2 games for the other one.
I see. Yeah, this is, by the way, the combination that Team Falcons have already played, the Tusk and the Razor. I won't mind seeing the Tusk now on some... It doesn't matter. As long as they're laning together, I feel like this is a very solid lane. You can...
10
seconds you don't have to. You can go for something like a Crystal Maiden for snaking as well.
I was checking notes. Did we cover the Grimstroke Soulbind yet, guys? So,
the Soulbind?
Yeah, we did Soulbind.
Okay, good. All right, cool. Just making sure. Just making sure.
Heroes,
right,
of course.
Cool. I'm back now. I was deep in the notes.
It's ridiculously strong here. However, I'd like some more combos with him. Like,
on the side of Heroic, you mean? You want something...
Exactly. You don't have to.
Yeah, I don't think you always need to do combos. It's more...
It's just nice.
Just at least have an initiating hero. It's why the Falcons ban of Primal Beast is really strong here, because Primal would, simplify that. I'm trying to think, what is the next offlane hero for Heroic that provides them that initiation?
If you...
And you're laning into potentially...
with the combo with the Grimstroke.
You can still go for that Beastmaster.
Yeah, there's still Beastmaster. Double Roar is pretty nice. Not super necessary.
You got to be careful for that lane though, right? Like the Tusk went for tag team actually with the Razor last time, but Tusk Razor safe lane. You're going to kill quite a lot of offlaners there.
I think if you're a Beastmaster, you're all right into that. Like, you might feed in the lane, but so many stacks can be created for you. They will open up with the Nerd Spirit first. And it's a good combo with Inkswell, if nothing else. Like, you get this hero that really likes to roll in, you get some Inkswell on top of that.
Is there a world where this is not mid-Earth for it, and it's actually your position 4? Earthstrip plus Grimstroke together?
Are you calling for some Naga carry or
Naga carry? What?
Oh yeah, I'm dumb as hell. My bad. My beat. Earthstrip mid. I forgot about that. Don't worry.
But on the same vein, Naga and Grimstroke probably both generally played as a 5. Is there anybody in particular that you'd like to prefer as a 4 for instead?
I would probably rather put the Grimstroke and combine
as a +4?
As a +4 and combine Naga with a glass cannon on that safe lane. Something that also can lane into Razor a little bit easier. Some range hero.
Heroic just have problems, I think, with their lineup at the moment. Like, they just don't really do much damage. Like, Monkey King has to dominate a lane. Earthroot needs heroes to play on.
Still only 4 heroes. Like, they can round things up a little bit with an offlane, right? Like,
yeah, they tried that at TI with Abaddon last pick. Didn't work out too much. But that aside, I think the reason why Heroic do face problems is just the lack of damage they have. They really need the Vailama to find like the big statement offlaner. We're talking about Beastmaster. It's been banned out, but if their offlane pick is a little bit out of sync with what their team needs, then I could see them just falling victim to the Falcons' aggression until, of course, Heroic do get to multiple items on their heroes.
You're mentioning damage? Never mind, he's banned. Won't even mention the name it was first banned, but let's see, the Broodmother gets banned out. I feel like okay, maybe Team Falcons, they're just afraid of getting cheesed a little bit. Brood, it looks like a very good game for her, especially if you're putting Skitter on the Razor, which just might be the case here.
One of the simpler picks, I think, for Heroic would just be going back for the Centaur.
10 seconds
Having
to go.
Stampede, Blink Initiate, Grimstroke.
Good combo with Inkswell as well. Strong lane.
5 seconds.
Run away from Static Link. It's nothing flashy, but again, the issue with that pick is your lane's okay, but then the game is you're another hero that needs items, right? You need like a Blade Mail, you need a Blink, and then you need your Monkey King to have multiple items. Earthroot needs a Blade Mail or a Vessel and items like.
You don't have too many options. Like you've got him left in the pool. You've got the Timber Saw as well left in the pool. But this so far does not strike me like a great Timber game. And you can go for a tag team that you mentioned into him as well. Makes his lane a little bit harder too. Plus, who's got the last pick overall? It's Falcons.
Yeah.
Okay, so even easier for them to respond to the last pick of Heroic.
Yeah, we'll see what Heroic goes for here because
Falcons are just really pressuring right now in the draft, right? Because they've got the Razor and Pango being flexed to the very end. And
yeah, the only thing though, like you're saying they don't have damage, like between the Grimstroke and the Earth Spirit, maybe some early aggression from the Monkey King.
Yeah, Analog needs to pop off.
I don't mind their early game potential, like post-laning stage.
10 seconds to go.
I think it's all on Analog setting.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, like Magnetize and these early game rotations from him could break the map.
Okay, they go for Magnus, alright.
Yeah, I have seen a couple of offlaners in the last couple of days spam this, play it in pubs. So Magnus, perhaps not the most played hero of the tournament, but there is a play for him.
Yeah, Whisper picked him a couple of times. Devilama's also played it, and
you've got the monkey combo as well.
I don't mind it. It does fix a bit of the speed in which you play, right? Like it just means you have just good combinations throughout everything. Play into Wukong, Earthrick can help play around Magnus. Like again, it's a nice looking lineup, but there's just that awkward post-laning window that I'm worried that there's a little bit of farm needed for all three cores to feel very good. But I think Analog is now the key piece for Heroic. With Falcons and last pick as well, if Marine can find it's been banned out luckily.
Never mind.
But if
another fiery boy.
Keeping it simple with the DK.
Yeah, like, this is very reminiscent for me from that last game, last series that they played where they had Bristle, Prophet, and Razor. I feel like they're big enjoyers of these three semi-cores that they're picking.
And they're doing Razor offlane into the Monkey King.
Yeah.
And I've not really seen Monkey into Razor, but I'm obviously, again, recently, but I'm pretty sure Razor's going to do fine there. And Parker had 3 deaths in the last game. If Parker has some deaths in this game, then you really need Analog and Devilama to kind of create chances in this fight, like in this game.
You could maybe on Heroic do something crazy and put the Magnus safe lane and the Monkey King on the off lane, play it into the Dragon Knight. Like it is doable. I'm not sure if they're very flexible when it comes to that, but
10 seconds
at the same time, he's very good at recovery. So even if the lane goes well against that, goes poorly against that Razor, I can imagine a world in which Parker is playing like a position 2 monkey and he's just rotating around the map.
And is Parker doing well, like pivotal in this game?
I think if anything, it's more on Earthra and Mag and Grimstroke to create farm for Parker because his lane's not going to be very good, and then he's going to have to recover behind the rest of Heroic. It feels identical to game 1 though, where Heroic strong lanes have to set pace. If the game gets into a farm stalemate, I think Falcons take the edge. So Heroic, they blundered the first game with how many kills they traded, so this time
they would
have to be better.
Yeah, maybe they can do the same thing, but I'm not too confident because of one thing. They had Monkey the last time. It was a really good lane for the Monkey, and they called for a different hero. They wanted it was Parker himself that called. So I'm just looking at the Monkey King as, is it truly a Parker hero? We'll see, because he's played some amazing carries so far in the tournament.
He has. On the other side, I mean, we're talking a lot about what Heroic needs to do to have a good game. That's just because Falcons, their draft looks very strong and well-rounded. Will they be able to execute properly and not give Heroic a chance to force out a game 3 and take this 2-0 and secure a grand final spot? We're finding out. But first, some words from Coach AUI 2000 and Slacks.
I drink your...
Better get ready.
So this whole mess is all your fault?
Seconds to showtime.
Thank you so much. There's a battle going on right there on your screen. Holy moly, crit's dead. Nice win rate, nerd. How you doing, Sin?
Oh man, I love these interviews between Slacks and AUI. I hope no matter what happens in this series that we get more of them. I'm assuming we will, because I feel like they're starting to develop their own meta.
That's right.
It's starting to get a little bit obscure and bizarre, and I'm here for it. I love it. So that is a first blood for Heroic. Good start for them. The runes are split evenly as well, and the big winner in that first blood exchange, of course, being Parker on the Monkey King. Now, we were looking a little bit at facets here.
Yes.
And something really stood out to you, so I think you should be the one to explain this.
So there was one thing, which was obviously the Instigate on Schofield. That's a bit of a meme for me, just because I love the fine art. Maybe it's not a meme, but like I think that you can see obviously the value of Instigate, and well, Snaking getting chased down and killed. Is Parker going to get another kill here as the reel-in happens? And yes, no, Schofield takes it. But it's the switch-up. It's the Monkey King who has Wukong's Faithful instead of going for the Simeon Stride, which we've seen so often. Why do you think he did this?
I guess it's just the carry mentality, right? He is going to be playing less actively around the map and just wants to really have that carry potential and get that extra damage in fights. Has to be the rationale here, right? It is very unusual. We almost only see the other one taken, but for carry Monkey King specifically, I think there is an argument to be made for this one sometimes. This is going to be an interesting laning stage. So they're dodging away on the side of Heroic. They're dodging the offlane Razor for their Monkey King by putting Parker in the offlane together with Schofield.
Okay.
This means that Amar will be laning as Razor against Magnus. So trying to solve the problems that Falcons are throwing their way. And this is a curious one for me because how experienced are Heroic when it comes to this kind of stuff? Swapping their lanes up this way. I mean, ultimately, Dota is still Dota. You're playing in a different lane or whatever, but there's something to be said about comfort. And when it comes to lane swapping, I just think Falcons are extremely experienced comparatively.
Right. I mean, I know that Schofield's been playing for forever, in eras of time in Dota when you've had to, you know, change things up a bunch. Obviously, less often the case nowadays. But I think that at the very least for him, you know, having some idea of what they could do and how to dodge away from these, at least so far, it doesn't seem to be working too great for them. Monkey King's still not having a wonderful time. 6-0 on the CS as Schofield gets caught here by Snake King. We'll just drinking buddies away from him. And actually, we'll get the proc off. So, yeah, Monkey King now having that extra bit of damage. But, I mean, compare this to what would have been happening up top. Razor is absolutely dominating. 14 and 11 on this Razor. Devi Llama is just not having a game.
And this is why Falcons did this, right? Because from their perspective, even if the enemy team dodges lanes, Razor can't lose.
Yeah.
So you know for a fact you're winning this lane. You know for a fact that DK can't truly be countered bottom either. So you're not necessarily winning bottom, but at the very least you're doing fine. At the current time, they are winning it. But yeah, this top lane for Amar is just it's just so easy. Now mid as well, looking quite even between Malrine and Analog. So all in all, I think Falcons are pretty comfortable with the state of things right now. It's good for Heroic that they got those 2 kills, otherwise there's potential for this to get a little bit spooky. Now, what AUI did not answer in the interview was, I believe the 2 heroes that Falcons haven't lost a game on are Hoodwink and Tusk.
Right.
Hoodwink is 4-0 for them, and the Tusk is 2-0, 1 game on Snay and 1 game on Crit. But Dragon Knight in the tournament has 25% win rate. Not for Falcons, but for the tournament in its entirety. So which one is stronger? And are Falcons just so strong that it doesn't matter?
Right. Was a bit of a strange hero, I feel like, at times.
Uh-oh, King Jungle's and getting taken for a walk.
And that's just eventually going to be a death. Does take him a little while to get it, but in the end, it's definitely going to happen. And also getting a kill on the courier there for Crit. Devi, again, running into issues and going to have to go for the skewer away, bringing out a salve for himself, or rather dropping it for the Naga Siren. Yeah, this is just going to continue to be a beatdown. If they get out of this without losing anybody, I feel like that's the point that you have to be happy with.
Yeah. I really like the detail there from Crit, by the way, with how he played that against Devi to do so much damage. He was constantly kind of baiting him to try for the skewer. It was like offering himself up. He's just outside of range, and Devi twice was like, can I get it? Can I get it? And in the meantime, he's just taking damage.
Right.
So that will force out that salve and make this top lane even harder. But you're right. I think for the side of Heroic, avoid the bleeding, get level 6 on your Earth Spirit, and see if you can get something done on the map. Analog, he's closing in on it. Should get it in the coming wave.
He's had a very even game, slightly ahead in the CS, rather the levels compared to the Pango. A little bit behind, actually, in the CS. But can make some stuff happen there, and Amar will be skewered back in. That just sets up Devi to be brought down. They will reel in Amar, but now kicks back underneath tower if they want to. He's already under it, magnetized out. Crit does manage to get the escape, but that is the rotation that they're hoping for. Would have liked it probably if Mag lived. Instigate wears off. Snake King hits with the blood grenade. Can they get to the other side of them? They will. Boundless strike out, but Snake King should be able to walk that one off.
And speaking of the Instigate, so Grim's choices are either the you can stop your ink earlier, or it's the curveball higher damage Stroke of Fate. The thing about Instigate at a pro level that makes me think that most people are looking toward that is that when you get the shard, right?
Yeah.
Having that guaranteed fast and strong dispel is just really valuable. Parker, nice play here to get out. Gets the Boundless off for a ton of lifesteal and then swaps away. And what's Amar going to do? He'll just gate back up top. So no breaking through. You could call it a failed attempt. I mean, you still forced out the TP from the monkeys to get back to base. But if he had TP'd and then died, it would have been very, very bad. So at the very least, Parker with the right read that he can get out of trouble there.
7-minute mark. Wisdom Runes looks like it's going to be a trade-off of one apiece. They were starting to make that move up there a little bit with Snake, but then ended up calling it off. Schofield will pick up this Wisdom Rune. And yeah, I agree. The shard definitely super valuable on the Grimstroke. Basically just gives you a hard dispel save. And particularly against DK, it feels like it's going to be really nice. It does mean that your damage is going to be a little bit mitigated on your Stroke of Fate. And that was the issue for Heroic in the last game. We'll see if they've come up with enough answers to solve that problem. As Devi Llama going through the Twin Gate. Trying to find a target, but the ward already down.
Forced.
They knew about it. There was a ward up there on the high ground.
Now it's really forced.
Boundless, not going to happen.
Radiant's bottom tower.
There are 5 heroes down here, and they're not killing anyone. Falcons are just farming. Amar's free farming top, Crit sitting mid.
Bottom tower seem better days.
An attempt that does not really give them anything, and they're going to have to return to their respective lanes now with no gain. Malrine, 8-minute power rune. Will get unlucky. It will go to Analog finding the illusion, so I guess he also got unlucky.
Now there is an opportunity up here looking for the Razor. They will go out immediately with the Shockwave. Pops ulti on Amar, kicks him away on Analog and says, sorry, we were just kidding, promise. Don't mind us. Malrine's going to keep the roll going. Now Illusions get sped out. Devi Llama in trouble. KJ is there. They roll in a second time now for Analog. Malrine finds the finish, and Earth Spirit just starting to die. Throws out what damage he can with the Magnetize, but that is not enough for the kill. Malrine living, and KJ gonna be hunted down eventually. Does not have a TP. I mean, maybe he jukes his way out of here, but that felt really bad for Heroic.
Yeah, not enough damage. Naga doesn't deal any damage. Magnus doesn't deal much damage. So Earth Spirit kind of has to do it all on his own. And
nice space created, at least.
Yeah, they don't find him. So nice job there by King Jungles. But yeah, it's difficult. It takes time for them to kill these heroes. Monkey King, the ideal target to rotate there, doesn't show up. Now, Divide again!
Under tower and gone.
Oh boy, he just TP'd back to instantly die again. That is miserable. King Jungles will suicide to the tower because he has no way back to base. And the sequence that you saw up there, it's so important that they have Thunderbolt on the Pango. Because the thing that this Thunderbolt does is when you have the regular rolling Thunder, you can't just roll in circles and keep stunning people. But because of the improved turn rate and the speed that you have, you can actually just chain stun people out in the open, which is something that used to be impossible for this hero. So that's how they just took down the Magnus the first time around. He was just chain stunning him with just the Pango without even bouncing on anything. And that is also a concern potentially for Earth Spirit down the stretch is, well, nice rune snack here from Analog. Is he going to get away with it? Looks like a yes.
I'm hiding in my safe space. Analog running away from them, not going to get caught. And now they roll in. Hold on a second. Stun, follow-up, done.
Nice pull-up there on the Tusk, getting him to the high ground with the reel-in.
I do love when these players just like sit in a corner as anybody getting rolled on by Pango, and then the Pango's like, all right, fine, I'll go kill your friend. Amar, still the biggest, baddest man in this game right now, sitting top of the net worth charts, and has basically nobody in this game, it feels like, that can come and contest him. They have to bring overwhelming numbers, and it just hasn't worked.
That's a good point. There's no single hero that can lane against him and deny him anything. So Amar's graph should just continue spiking up and up. And Heroic aren't even going to bother with him. They're looking for other targets, potentially Skitter down here on the Dragon Knight. He has fallen behind a decent amount against the Monkey King with the kill Parker got in the early laning stage.
Roll, kickback, silence. So far, well played here. Boundless is out, and second salvo means Crit's dead. Pretty well executed kill.
Probably not the quality of target they were hoping for, but at least they find something with that one.
Oh. Stun. Out. Schofield dead. Now Rain gets brought down, and now RP. This is what they needed to do. Do they have enough to kill him off? With the blade mail out, it is going to be a kill. So well played. Roll away. Tries to get away from Malrine. Still has that amplified damage on him. Analog just getting completely chain stunned here. The roll, and actually gets a kick away somehow. Snowball is out. Parker there.
Sharpshooter.
Damage. Malrine going to be reeled back into this one. They don't have mana though on Parker, and no boundless strike. He can't get it off in time. He's trying to get the Lotus in. Staying alive a little bit longer. The Lotus pop. No! He doesn't get it off. A great bushwhack disrupts all this again. And well, KJ, we've seen this one before. He'll get a Lotus before he goes down.
This is probably going to be a tower as well. Falcons again bringing the numbers.
Oh, okay, what you think next? Can Falcon win this game, or Heroic will make a comeback and make it 1-2? Let's see. So it's up against carry. Wait, what's the carry here? Parker, right? Wukong, monkey carry, but switch lane. And then what else? The carry Dragon Knight. But there is a Razor. Razor here is the mid lane a bit. No, ini Malrine. Okay, so it's the offlaner. Offlaner Razor. I would say that it will be 2-0.
Slowly, it's going to go down over a little period of time here, but I mean, getting to that Battle Fury is important, especially if you don't have the power. And now they finally get it. There it is.
Nope.
I mean, we always talk about how strong Monkey King can be in the late game. Getting level 25, if you also have Empower on him, he's going to be a menace to deal with, particularly with RP in their back pocket. But do you think they can get there given Falcons draft? Like, how quickly do they sort of turn up the tempo on Falcons now?
I think so. I definitely think it's possible for Heroic to slow down the game a little bit. One of the things they have is that when Falcons do try to go for high ground plays, there's always the Blink Skewer threat.
Right.
If you get a hero out of position, you can probably defend your base with that. If things fail, you have Song of the Siren to reset. You can use Song of the Siren into Wukong's command, which is a really strong setup for the Monkey. So, I think so. I mean, this is not the ideal situation, of course, because the Razor and Pango are having so good games, but it's definitely not without... It's not outside of reach at all. I feel like the previous game we had at this point was looking worse for Heroic than this one is, just on a theoretical level. The Monkey King has the Battle Fury and Empower. He's going to be farming really fast if Falcons don't constrict him from playing his triangle area. And... looks like they aren't doing that just now, so...
Well, BKB seems to be the call for Amar when he gets up to that point. And DK, Skitter, trying to build into an armlet after going for that Blink Dagger first. They start to head up towards the north side of the map here. Snake King getting a D ward. That mid-tier 1 tower is still standing for Heroic.
Yeah, not much longer probably. Yeah. Analog. If he gets Blink Dragon-tailed here, this could go south very quickly.
They see him, they get him. TP comes in. Do they have anything to stop this? They have the Soulbind silence, but there is no follow-up at all. That is not what they were looking for. It happened to jump away on Parker.
Remember, he doesn't have Simeon Stride, so he can't just jump non-stop, but yeah, we'll get out. And this is, we were talking about this before the game started, about the Grimstroke versus Pango, that Soulbind is a classic counter to Pango, but I just feel like the hero doesn't really play the same way anymore as it did back when you countered it with that, because back then, a lot of the times, the team fights where Pango rolls in, melee core connects on him, and then they both get bound together and it sucks.
Yeah.
But I feel like more team fights than not this tournament, the Pango's just off on his own. This part of the hero as a counter pick, and at that point it begs the question, is it even a good pick, the Grim?
Right. I mean, it ends up being, I think, an okay pick against the DK once he gets that shard online.
He has it.
So that, if he's in position right there, I feel like Analog lives.
Easy kill.
Yeah, this is a nice one to bring down.
Devi will pick that up. Devi going full utility items. He's going Blink Force, so no auras, no scaling. He's going to be fully focused around trying to set up, in particular, Parker for a good fight.
Can start building, though, afterwards into more things. And he should get decent farm again, like Magnus, you know, getting in power, able to hit some creeps that from time to time. And also, like, you know, you're playing with an Earth Spirit, so Analog is not like the most farm-focused type of hero in the game either. It feels like maybe there's going to be some room in there for him to play a little bit of catch-up.
Yeah.
As Analog builds into the BKB.
And when we look at the net worth, the difference between the teams is Magnus.
Yeah.
More or less. This hero doesn't necessarily need to have the same net worth as other heroes in the game to have major impact. Uh-oh.
Oh, you can't get caught like that, Schofield.
Here comes the car!
Trying to find him. KJ cannot get the song off, and the two supports found at the start of this fight can barely even call it a fight, really. Now they jump onto Analog. The buyback comes from the Naga Siren, and Analog already dead. RP connection onto two. Now pulling them in a little bit closer, trying to do what damage they can in this Wukong's command. It's only one dead, though. Now KJ throws out the Song of the Siren. He is dying to Amar.
These heroes are low, but what damage do you have on Heroic?
They jump in with Parker, trying to find him. Soulbind is out. Schofield throws it out, but no! It's just going to be another kill onto Parker. It is all falling apart for Heroic.
All right, the answer to my question was indeed what I expected. You do not have the damage.
That's intentional?
It's just so tempting. You have 2 heroes slept, 2 cores are on 20%, but they have nothing left. Analog is dead. Monkey King, maybe you have a Boundless, but it's not enough, and Magnus is... You know, he offers not very much in these situations, so... You saw they immediately tipped Parker there with a Mar. Just, thought it was funny that they even tried for it, and it just backfired horribly for them. So now, starting to feel a little bit like game 1. The lineups are obviously completely different here, so the issues Heroic have are also of a different nature. I don't necessarily think overall damage is the problem, but this time around, you're fully reliant on getting big payoff from your ults.
I mean,
if you don't kill heroes in RP and in Magnetize, you're not killing them.
Well, and that was the thing. It was a sort of a 1-by-1 fight that ended up happening, and I think for Schofield, like, you just have to stay further back. If you're getting caught first by DK, you're the answer to the DK. Yep. You can't be the first point of contact.
I mean, this was a sequence of just fails from Heroic, right? So he gets caught first, then Naga tries to help, she dies, and then Analog kind of just walked around and got caught too. So you could have probably handled that situation with a death on Grim.
Yeah.
And then that was it. But you ended up losing 3 heroes and a buyback. Actually, you lost 4 heroes, I think, and a buyback. So, Help the Buddy Syndrome in full effect there, costing Heroic. Let's see, this is a Sanjin Yasha, right? It is. So now, Sanjin Yasha completed for Parker. Curious to see what his next item is here, because he has some problems to solve. He needs to deal with the Razor. He needs to deal with getting stunned by Dragon Knight, unless Schofield can do it for him every time. He will buy the BKB. Has, of course, got bonus damage from the Magnus. That does help when you are playing this type of game, that you feel a bit better about not itemizing aggressively, because he can help you out. Well, and Wisdom time.
Malrine comes out now realizing that Malrine was in the area. They're going to give up that Wisdom Rune. I wonder if that might signal... I mean, there's no ward, actually, so they can't see that that happened. No chance for a counterplay on the bottom side of the map. But they do manage to take down the top tier 1 tower, while the bottom one gets denied by KJ. So a couple little things here and there.
And some important progression being made, right? Magnus has Force Staff now, Earthspirit has BKB. The Monkey King will be going Ags, so he switched away from the BKB. So we'll go for like a hybrid item. This is both offensive and defensive. The stats are very good for Monkey. The heroes not so tanky as we talked about last game, but when you have both Ags and Sanjin Yasha, the stats all of a sudden start really ramping up.
Yeah.
Keeping you alive. On the side of Falcons, is that Sanjin Yasha Amar? It sure is. He buys this seemingly every game.
Doesn't matter, the hero.
Well, he's just playing heroes that Sanjin Yasha is good on, you know? He likes the move speed.
Device steals it. Give him a tip, come on. Not gonna see that one yet. There you go, a voice line, that's a half a tip. But at this point, Heroic just trying to sort of protect the area that's theirs, wait out for a later point in time when they start to get a couple more items. At some point, they're going to need to go for some type of play, but you can see immediately Crit goes for the TP out as he saw them heading that direction on that ward that's up there. Some nice placement. Well, Devi going to use his illusion runes just to mess around with the creep wave equilibrium a little bit. Doing whatever they can to be annoying. Look at it. Oh, he's going for a courier snipe with the illusions. Very nice. That was not going to happen. There's no way. But yeah, a little bit of a slowdown. Falcons feeling very confident in the way this game is going and what their win condition is.
I mean, they arguably have 5 of their 15 best heroes of the patch.
Yeah.
So if the game is going according to plan, these players know what to do. Amar Razor, Malrine Pango, and Skitter on the carry Dragon Knight, and the 2 supports, as we talked about, Falcons haven't lost a game this tournament with Tusk or with Hoodwink, so... Yep. They They know what to do, and they're waiting for the right moment to strike. Potentially, if they find a pickup here on someone like Parker, could consider a Roche play.
This creep wave is a bait. He's got to run, and will get away. And that should set up for Falcons. Make a little twin gate play. Will they be thinking about Roche? Looks like the answer is yes. Okay. Now this was scouted. They have a ward right in the area on Heroic.
And then Song of the Siren to set everything up. They could do an insane Song into RP Wukong combo here if they get there in time.
They gotta go quick. They gotta go
smoked
quick.
Up. Even if they're too late, potentially the fight could still be theirs, but
yeah, Radiant
Falcon will back out.
They know. I mean, this is dangerous for them regardless. And now you actually have Dragon Form that's about to wear off. The wraparound coming from Devi. Snaking is there to break the smoke. Broken there. Snaking behind a tree. They're going to send in the Naga Siren Illusion. Silent. Oh, no, not the way it's supposed to go. And they don't get the soul line on the Pango either. They got a Song to get out of here. It's not going to happen. They're just going to die.
Oh, my.
Quick fingers. And Malrine showing his appreciation for what went down there. That was also a dieback on Naga from last time, so she can't even come back and try and defend it. This one's just going Falcon's way.
You miss 100% of the RPs you don't try.
True.
But you also miss a percentage of the ones you do try. And that was one of them. That was unfortunate. I mean, the moment... Okay, so that's just... Okay. Did he miss on both heroes because of Drinking Buddies, or one of them, is my question. Would he actually have hit them both, but they both dodged with Drinking Buddies? Because if so, that's just ridiculous, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it happens.
I mean, either way, really unfortunate, you know? I mean, that is the what can you do? Oh, man. Big moment for Falcons, though. They get the Roche, they get 3 kills, they get the top tier 2. And the makings of a classic Falcons takeover map situation is starting to show now. Wonder how many towers they can get with this.
I mean, yeah, I think, like, again, looking at the net worth, this is pretty bad. It's not as bad as I feel like it could be, but I'm worried about these next couple of minutes here. This is where I feel like the game really starts to get out of hand, and you can see Heroic going to take the Tormentor because they were not going to have an opportunity to get it very soon. Falcons are going to come and claim that one.
Now they get the healing song with this.
Okay.
Be interesting for a potential reset of the fights when things get spicy. But ultimately, the way this Heroic draft is set up and the way the game has gone so far, with Analog having one of his quietest Earth Spirit games of the tournament, you need a lot from the Magnus here.
Yeah.
And this is where not getting into your head too much and keeping your cool and not getting tilted or rushing things is really, really important for Devi. This isn't necessarily a matter of finding a big RP and making a wombo combo happen. It can be something as simple as getting a blink skewer on the Hoodwink. You know, anything that just breaks the fight open for your team. If you isolate one hero and kill them off and Falcons come in with their mega counterplay, you just Song.
Yeah.
You know, and then you can probably even build an amazing fight off the back of that. But step number 1 is that you are the ones finding the initiation, and it just has not been the case for a very long time in this game that Heroic have set up something successful. Now, Falcons are giving them the opportunity here potentially to blink skewer Skitter if he's clutch with it, but they'll just glyph and wait it out.
I mean, that was also with, like, nobody around him. You know what I mean? Like, Skitter was there with just Snaking nearby. And it just shows, I think, how confident Falcons are about where the rest of Heroic is on the map, that nobody was going to be there to back it up, so he couldn't even really go for a skewer play if he wanted to. I'll say, though, Parker's net worth in the game.
Yep. He's making the most of a bad situation here. Finding a ton of farm around the map while everybody else is busy doing their thing. He's doing his. Looks to be going for a Daedalus after his Ag, so very offensive now in his build.
No BKB.
No, and honestly, I like it in this game. I find Analog. We can maybe get out of this. There's the Song.
Reset the fight. Do they want to go for this? It's all Parker. Does he want to make this play? He's going to make it happen, but no, they blink away. Now RP skewering the whole host of them. The damage out, supports are gone. Can they do more now? Can they look for more here? Amar gets the link onto Monkey King, and now he's running through the Wukong's command like a crazy person. Skinner is right there on top of him too. All of the monkeys are still hitting from that Aghanim Scepter, and the damage is out. That Skinner dead one time. Put him up on the cliff. Amar, he's dead. This fight is working out perfectly for Heroic, and it all came off the back of Analog getting caught, and then the Song of the Siren. Skinner now tries to get away, but he is going to be silenced. He is going to be killed, and this lead, it's gone.
That is massive. Finally, Heroic get a moment of opportunity where things come together. As you said, they set up a song, and despite I think the Boundless Strike actually missed entirely.
Yeah.
But they found a two-man RP skewer into the Wukong's command, and that's good enough. You know, that's what I'm saying. You don't necessarily need to find something insanely big. Just a good two-man setup. You get them out of position, and even if it's just the supports, the fight gets blown wide open, and Heroic eventually step by step dismantle them there. And that's the entire lead gone. And Parker is starting to... Oh my god, he has Daedalus now. This Monkey King is a problem. And they thought they could kill him too.
Yeah.
They were really trying to stick on him, but I think he broke the static link, so he didn't take that much damage or lose that much damage against the Razor. And the three cores of Falcons threw everything they had at him, but it just wasn't enough. They were lacking a little bit from those dead supports to get the kill finished. And he just healed through all of it, and that means all that damage is for naught.
The other thing here is you start to look at these net worths. Mag has BKB, and he's working towards a refresher next.
He cannot afford refresher.
Oh, but Sind. But Sind, do you remember?
Does he have the
15 talent on Magnus?
Yeah, okay.
So he can't actually, if he hits one hero with RP, with all the items you have, I think it's enough to pop refresher and do another RP.
I guess especially if he gets rid of Eye of the Vizier, right? If he gets, oh, he also has a Dandelion Amulet in his backpack, so he's fine.
Yeah.
That's plenty of mana. He'll get, if he swaps these two around, he probably has like 1,200 mana. Yep, that'll do it.
Listen, everybody out there, don't ask how I know that you can get Brown Boots Refresher Blink with Magnus. It's fine. Okay? You don't need to know the specifics. The behavior score did go down, but it's fine.
It truly is a different world out there in Turbo. It's a... Wait, I wasn't meant to say that, was I?
That's fine, don't worry.
Now they know. They know who you are.
The disgusting Big L.
You've lost so much street cred.
31 minutes, 5 heroes smoked up, looking for a pick. But nowhere to be found. I mean, this is the other thing that Falcons excel at. Like, look at their heroes just spread to the edges of the map.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always fun to see in a game where one team has been running the show for like 15 minutes and then one thing goes wrong and the entire trajectory just changes so much. Both teams' attitudes toward the game have just shifted like 180. Falcons are playing keep away. Heroic are confident. They're going for smokes. They want to find them across the map here, but as you said, Falcons, they are one of the best teams in the world at this type of gameplay. When it comes to staying away and not getting caught, they have very, very skilled core players at reading movements. And they do dodge that first smoke. We'll see if Heroic have plans for additional ones.
Now, the great equalizer for this is always going to be objectives. Do you think that Falcons will try and contest for a Roche fight?
It's a good question. I mean, it's hard. Contesting Roche into the Styre lineup is really, really hard.
Wow, that is a big drop-off.
But you can also see even on the win expectancy graph, right? Falcons were never like mega favorites, according to this. And it's because you always have this potential of the song plus RP turning the game around, and it just needs to happen once. I mean, Parker is actually just stupidly far. My god. And he almost has Abyssal. I feel like I announce a new item for him every 3 minutes.
Right. Malrine is going for the AC because they need some type of physical mitigation for this.
And Amp.
Right. Well, and then the other issue that they might run into here is the level 25 for him. becomes pretty gnarly. They are running in. This is under a Radiant ward. They're pinging right where they're walking. Like, it feels as if they know exactly where they are. Oh, because of the cloak of flames, they saw the creeps get hit by it. So they know literally exactly where they're walking.
Yep.
And now they're pinging.
And Amar wants to be the one to break the smoke because he has Satanic, so he really wants to be the first line of defense here.
Now the pings come the other direction. Roche about to respawn. They have a minute here, though, and then it's going to go back top. Which team is going to start to break formation first to head up to the north side of the map? It looks like Falcons are going to pressure out bottom, and now they don't have good position to go through the gate.
Man, it is so valuable to have mirror image right now.
Yeah.
He's just constantly able to spam out these illusions. They last as long as the cooldown is, so he can non-stop scout key positions.
Falcons are heading north. They want to get there first if they can. I mean, this is a pretty cool play if they can make this happen. Because if they can see and get Heroic up there going through the gate, they will destroy them in a fight.
Heroic are going to go from the other side, though.
Yeah.
This is a full-on mind games of who is out-positioning who. Heroic expect this, so instead of going through the gate, they will come from the right, and they will use their own smoke on the Naga. Parker will TP on the outpost when it's time to shine here. And Falcons are already set up with all 5. If they could somehow find this moment of opportunity before Heroic get in position. But no, they're just going to go for the Roche, and this one is not going to roar, right? Oh, wait, they had the first Aegis.
They had the first Aegis.
That's right, they had the first one.
Parker TPing in. He is all alone. They jump forward, try and find him, and they get away. And now Soulbind 1-2. They're already in. Defialama gets the RP connection. Skinner, he is gone. Now Reed just dying to the crits. He's almost out of there. They have to run away with the rest of them. It is a dead Grimstroke. Snaking, TPing out, and Amar does look to escape from this one. So when all is said and done, it's going to be Crit and Skitter dead.
And Roche or Heroic.
They get it.
They tried to set up that play onto the Monkey King, but they just weren't fast enough. I'm surprised Skitter couldn't get a Blink Dragon Tail when they saw the TP animation coming in. I think they got the static link off, but not the Dragon Tail, which shouldn't really be possible, so I don't know what happened there for Falcons, but absolutely crucial for Heroic to pull that off. Now they built themselves another advantage with this Aegis.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
Gonna see the replay here. Does he not have... Oh, he just messed up, right?
I guess. I think that it went through,
I think
but
he
just
mistimed it slightly on the blink in.
I mean, the reality is that they had to save with the Inkswell anyways.
Yeah, and I guess if you TP and shift Q tree dance, the Dragon Tail, even if you blink melee Dragon Tail, he might still get the jump off regardless, actually. So maybe there's just nothing you can do there to prevent this from happening from Parker, and that's a great result for them.
They win the
big item. They get the Octarine now onto the Earth Spirit.
Parker, don't kill you. Parker.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god. Why did Carry?
He's just sitting there smiling. Not even close. That's the Paladin Sword, so he'll probably heal up in the jungle. And he also got level 25 from this. So now...
Big ring.
Bigger ring. This is still the worst description of any talent in the game. It says additional Wukong's command ring, which really sounds like there's going to be 2.
Yeah.
But there's 1, and it's bigger. So why doesn't it say bigger Wukong's command ring?
Because it's
the question.
It's additional. Maybe there's 2 on top of each other, and it's just like the other one's invisible.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think you're right. It couldn't be. Valve couldn't have made a mistake. I don't know. That's not a thing. Anyway. The big ring is unlocked.
Additional ring.
So it says it creates an additional ring of 7 soldiers at 1100 range from the center, but when you look at it, does it look like that?
Yeah, definitely.
To me, it just looks like the ring is just bigger. Not that it's 2 rings next to each other, but is it actually 2 rings next to each other? Maybe I'm stupid.
You're just flaming, man.
Nah, it couldn't
You're
be.
a flamer.
It's not me that's wrong. It's everyone else. I'm sure it's.
I'm with you there.
Yeah, it can't be me. It's.
I'm just agreeable, you know.
Yes, that's good. That's why I like you. You're an enabler.
Yeah.
But you're a good enabler, unlike Jenkins, who is a bad enabler.
All enablers are good enablers because you're enabling find somebody to do something, okay?
Okay.
And it's good to do things.
Yeah.
Schofield finding Crit, getting him with the silence, and oh, you ain't going nowhere unless you are. Big hit. Bonk. Crit it on. Was it Analog? Gonna shove out the mid-wave and continue to harangue this Falcon side. Now, has he gone too far? Magnetize onto everybody. KJ there with the Song of the Siren. RP in the additional ring. It's only onto one, but it might be good enough. With the Boundless Strike onto Snake King, it's more than enough for those two to die. Maureen does manage to get the jump away in time.
10,000 gold lead, and again, it's just so hard for Falcons now. They were in a good position, but you take one bad fight against this Dire lineup, and the fights just get... It feels like after that one moment, it's just hard to envision the fight where they get things on their terms.
Yeah.
Song of the Siren threat is there constantly. RP threat is there constantly. All Heroic need to do is send Analog in there and get something started. And whatever type of fight it evolves into, if he kicks someone out, great. If he goes in there and tanks some damage, great. He just needs Falcons heroes to respond. If they ever group up or lose position slightly, they just auto-win the fight on Heroic. And this is absolutely lane of barracks.
Look at this damage he's doing to this tower, man. It is just getting demolished. This Monkey King does so much. Buildings following, hit with the bushwhack does not appear to matter almost at all. They will use the Inkswell there, but DK back up in 5 seconds. It's a couple seconds too late. And honestly, I don't even know if they want to fight at that point. Like, you kind of have to wait for Wukongs to be down, but it's hard to imagine how that's going to happen. They have Refresher done on Mag.
Yeah, this is... should be pretty easy here on out for Heroic. Just set up any sort of good fight together. The one thing that they can't afford to have happen is that they get caught off and split out too much, so that Falcons start to get a pick or two and maybe develop the fight off of that. But yeah, looks like Heroic are pretty wise about their positioning. Analog pushed out mid. He's going to roll away, not get caught. In the meantime, up top, Schofield is smoked up from the ninja gear, so he's not getting caught. Parker is all the way bot. If they find Parker, it's massive. His BKB, his Aegis is actually expiring in 5 seconds, so this would be the pick.
He does just now have a 9-second BKB delivered to him. But we'll see them walking over. Amar reveals underneath the ward. How frisky is he feeling on Parker? Not that frisky. Maybe a little bit, though. Going back, clipping himself. And Schofield will also back away. Realizes that's literally the entire team and decides, maybe not. Oh, and Naga Siren now has Aghanim Scepter. So, does have the debuff immune in Snare.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
He just wants to ensnare and reel in people into the monkey ult.
Right.
Then they're just screwed. Parker, very confident. He's just going to go straight into the base. Falcons are not ready for this.
Nobody is in position, and honestly, even if they were, I don't know if you're stopping this pressure that's coming in from Parker. Will get a good hit with the bushwhack, but immediately the Inkswell turns that back around. Now they're snowballed in. Don't look now, but there could be some damage coming out. Devi Llama looking for an RP target, has not found it yet.
He doesn't need to. That was a two-hero play. That was just Schofield and Parker, and Falcons feel like they can't do anything about it. Now they do have a top tier too, so I'm guessing Amar will really want to push this top wave out. At the moment, he's in his Ancients. Really wants to finish his Refresher, but yeah, he has to disengage. And this tier 2 will be gone in just a blink of an eye when Parker gets on top of it.
Well, like you said, Refresher is done, so double Eye of the Storm with a Satanic and BKB to boot.
It feels like Falcons have to... I mean, how do they avoid getting RP'd, man?
Yeah.
It's 2 attempts for Devi, and he has BKB, and they have Song protecting him. They're going to have to buy back their hero's hero. This is Megas, so... Well, are they just going to give them Megas? Nope.
Jumps in, stun. Double round, a lot of damage out. The RP is there though, and they manage to get away on Parker, but big damage out from Devi. In the midst of the song, they force Staff to try and run away. Disengaging from this fight, they'll have another RP in a moment. Looking for his opening, Devi Llama ready. They roll out on Analog. With Grimstroke dead, actually it's pretty good, but no! The turnaround, the damage out from Parker is insane. Devi Llama is starting to fall. Do they have enough to kill Snaking in it? They will. But in the meantime, Parker tries to get out, not able to. So it's fine, you know what? We'll just try and settle this the old way. Runs down and finding Skinner boundless through to the far side. It's actually KJ that manages to right-click the DK to death. But still, 3 heroes dead, 2 of them without buyback.
That was a very surprising result that Falcons were actually able to even string that together. But the first RP, they use it and they song at the same time, so they kind of threw one RP out for no reason. And then the second one was quite good, but yeah, as you said, they do manage to survive, so it's not over quite yet here. You see Devi using Refresher, getting out. And he's full-on resetting out of the fight. Schofield being dead is definitely a bit of a problem here. And they stick onto Analog, and there's the second RP. But what? How did Skitter get down to the low ground?
I do not know. Drinking
did
buddies,
Crit
maybe?
force staff him, or maybe he got force staff? Because, I mean, Skitter and Amar were RP'd next to each other. If they don't get repositioned on one of the heroes, the fight's just over right there and then. But
right.
Okay.
It did show in that last engagement how much the double Eye of the Storm can do. Like, it's a serious problem, and I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's even going to be hard for Parker to stand up next to.
Amar's about to hit 25 as well, which could be a game changer. When he steals attack speed against the Monkey King, if he gets to get that static link through, even with a good RP, if Monkey King doesn't have attack speed, he might not be able to find the kills quickly enough, and they'll be able to heal up with their Satanic. But, alright, Parker's challenging them instantly. What are you going to do about it? You're going to get megged. Alright.
I mean, they didn't have Refresher for another 30-ish seconds, so Falcon's going to have to play against Mega Creeps now. It still is not completely over by any stretch of the imagination. Falcons can come back from this if they find that perfect fight. Heroic still kind of have to commit in to make the play happen.
Yeah, we have a Dragon Knight BKB now. Heroic are getting big items as well, though. It's now a Hex onto Analog. You mentioned the Naga eggs. Magus has, what's that, 2/3 of an AC. It feels like it should be a formality, but if they can somehow on Falcons avoid getting RP comboed to death and get a static link off on the Monkey King, develop the fight, it is possible. We've seen Amar win ridiculous late game fights on Razor.
Crit. Passing by a ward,
yeah.
So they know that this move is coming, and if you fight outside the base, it's really scary. Parker up
awesome
on the high ground, finds him. BKB out one time, the link is already there. Good damage out, link gets broken. Now pulling in more, Devi Llama RP on the 3! That's the fight they were waiting for. Skinner is gone. And with that, the Heroic side is gonna run down lanes, close this game out. We are going to a game number 3.
And man, what a difference it makes in this Monkey King versus Razor matchup that Monkey has the shard.
Yeah.
Every time he gets static link, Parker can just jump away and reset and still play the fight. We saw it multiple times in this game. And then this last fight, you could tell Falcons, their plan was, let's try to blink Dragon Tail and drain him, but he's fast on the BKB. He gets out and they get the job done. And wow.
Okay. So I bet Team Falcons, they have some kind of overconfidence. I bet they spend a lot of times being away each other, and I wouldn't say that they did pretty bad. Look at the score, and it's like just by on the late game that they show overconfidence, so it's easily like a gap for Monkey King to return. And there is the Aghanim, right? Oh, say that there is Aghanim Naga Siren. Where's... oh yeah, so it's new, maybe because it's already 47 minutes in. So of course by this time all the support supposedly kind of fat. Get that right. Okay, because it's past my bedtime, I think I'm gonna end the stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please don't forget